Chapter 701 Battle Arena 3 HA Damien exhaled a long breath as he stepped out of the blackness chamber. Unfortunately for him, he needed to end his training early. The 6th day since his battle arena start dawned long ago, and now had reached its end. The time for the king bracket to commence was upon him. Just like the previous day, Damien returned to the arena and waited for his name to be called. But just like the day before, there was nothing. The 7th day passed, nothing. The 8th day passed, nothing. On the 9th day, Damien sat alone in the darkness chamber once more. While his face was calm on the outside, he was internally seething, even if the king bracket's fighting schedule was less populated than the previous brackets. It was unheard of for a challenger to go uncalled for 3 days straight. Damien was well aware of what was happening. Revis Bloodlock was taking petty revenge. What else could be the cause? When everyone around him got their chance to fight multiple times over while he was stuck waiting alone, how could it be boiled down to mere coincidence? I didn't think provoking him would have this effect. Really, for a top genius, he should know how to fight like a man. Damien's eyes blazed. It was the 9th day now. Of those 9 days, 3 were already spent unproductively. He who had been completely immersed in the rigorous training atmosphere he created didn't take well to its interruption. Those normal geniuses might bend to you if you harass them enough, but do you think I'm the same? Revis, Revis. Let me show you what it means to be domineering, a pathetic brat who could only show his power through status. Damien had no need to entertain him. In fact, all he wanted to do was piss the Bloodbitch Prince off even more, and to do that, what else did he have to do besides be himself? The atmosphere of the battle arena was the same as always, but the challengers' area was filled with a mocking air directed at one person. None of the geniuses here were dumb. In fact, some of them were even in on the drama. The fact that Damien was being forcefully rejected from the battle arena made these geniuses especially gleeful. After all, hadn't he been taunting them from the moment he stepped into the challengers' area? His downfall made them smug. Arrogance without backing would only lead one to offending the wrong person and getting suppressed. Most of these geniuses had felt it themselves, so while they did pity the man, they also took pleasure in his misfortune. Laughing at someone else's trouble made them feel better about their own. Nevertheless, the night continued on as usual. Battles occurred one after the other, and fighters accumulated win streaks only to be struck down by stronger opponents. The crowd in the stand continued their betting, some becoming rich while others lost their savings to gambling. And at some point, yet another battle was underway. The two opponents were a large brown-skinned man with rippling muscles and devilish horns on his head and a smaller, more lithe man with beauty far out of the ordinary. Conversely to their dichotomy, both were using pure brute force and body enhancement to fight. Boom! 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 Their every punch caused the arena floor to shatter. As their fists connected, waves of power emanated from the collisions and impacted the arena barrier, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. Rayera, the crowd went wild. This level of riveting battle was exactly what they came to see. Both of these fighters, despite their differences, were physical strength masters who surpassed all others in this aspect. What a fight! The lithe man ducked below his opponent's fist and spun his body to send a low kick at his stomach. The exact second he made impact, the larger man pounded his elbow down to meet the kick, using his inertia to dispel most of the force headed towards him into the ground. The two opponents pushed away from each other, panting heavily. With blazing fighting spirit in their eyes, they charged once more and, hold it, boom, their outstretched fists collided with something, but it wasn't each other. The momentum of their attacks disappeared instantly like they'd been swallowed by a black hole. A dust cloud kicked up from the force regardless, obscuring the audience's vision. But with their awarenesses spread, the two combatants clearly knew what happened. Their fists had been stopped. When the dust cleared, those standing in the arena weren't 2 but 3. A man stood between the two fighters, clenching their outstretched fists in his hands. Sorry for interrupting, but I'm a little tired of waiting. It's my turn now. The mysterious man uttered coldly, what do you dash? Before the lithe man could finish his words, he found the ground rushing at his face. Boom, both fighters were slammed into the ground furiously, unable to resist the newcomer's power. I don't really care if someone tries to suppress me with strength. If I end up succumbing, it's only because I'm weak. I'll find a way to escape and get my revenge when I'm strong enough. The mysterious man spoke as he raised his leg. Bang, crack, he slammed it down on the larger man's body, eliciting a clear cracking sound as the downed fighter's bones broke. Of course, the man never let go of his opponent's arms. The large man's arm popped out of its socket naturally as the counterforce struck. Luckily for him, he He didn't have enmity with the newcomer, or his arm would have been completely ripped from his body. What I hate, though, is idiots who suppress others with no power to show for themselves. Using others' reputation and power to bully people, how cowardly is that? Now, I won't say I don't understand the concept, and I won't spout any bullshit about how it's unfair, but if you're going to do it, just don't do it to me. The man's leg swept out rapidly. A strong current of mana accompanied its trip as it impacted the lithe man's skull. Boom, the lithe man went flying. His body crashed into the arena barrier, contorting seriously as multiple bones shattered. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. The mysterious man turned to face the crowd, his eyes focusing somewhere beyond the arena. I'm not mindful enough to tolerate your bullshit. Clenching his fist, the man caused space to distort around the two fallen competitors. Their already destroyed bodies were crumpled into meatballs, and in the next instant, they disappeared from the arena. Even after they revived on the outside, they didn't regain consciousness. The man looked at the announcer standing far above the arena. The announcer's face was especially pale as he watched the ongoing scene. He wasn't a strong person at all. He was just a smaller genius working this job to get a few contribution points for himself. If the man came for him, hey, why yes. The announcer stuttered. Announce my name, the man said. It's my turn to fight, I don't have the authority. Do you want to die? The announcer fell backwards as the man appeared in front of him like a ghost. Do you think I don't know what you've been doing? Do you think the little bribes you've received are that important? Or maybe is the Bloodbitch clan's reputation worth more to you than your own life? His foot landed on the announcer's sternum. His cold purple eyes stared down at the helpless man without a single ounce of emotion. Announce my name. The announcer felt tears welling up in his eyes. The man wasn't wrong. The Bloodlock clan was too terrifying for him to ever think about disobeying them, but from the look in this man's eyes, he really wouldn't care about the Academy's rules. If the announcer kept being stubborn, he was sure to die. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll announce your name. Just don't kill me. Good. Now, repeat after me into that mic of yours. If you miss a word, you die. The audience watched with bated breaths as the unheard conversation continued on the announcer's podium. A few seconds later, the mysterious man arrived back in the center of the arena. The announcer stood up slowly. His legs trembled violently, his skin was so pale one would think he no longer had any blood left in his body, and after what he was about to say, maybe there wouldn't be. A new challenger has entered the arena. The announcer yelled weakly, trying to sound as confident as he usually did. Now introducing the rising Emperor of Death, Emperor Star, the bane of the Bloodbitch clan, Damien Void. He couldn't stand it anymore. The announcer collapsed to the ground and fainted, and in the arena, Damien stood with a calm smile. Oppression? That was something only he was allowed. Not a single soul would be allowed to do the same to him. Chapter 702 Battle Arena 4. Now introducing the rising Emperor of Death, Emperor Star, the bane of the Bloodbitch clan, Damien Void. The entire arena went silent. Whether it was the challengers area, the arena crowd, or even those watching the battles remotely in the comfort of their own homes, nobody spoke a single word. They all stared at the purple-eyed man on the arena floor with hurried breaths and widened eyes. Did that man really dare to insult the Bloodlock clan so blatantly? The display he put on with his entrance was domineering to say the least, but was it worth offending one of the universe's strongest clans for? Unlike their apparent worry and mocking at his choice, others felt differently. More than anyone, Atticus' reaction was especially pronounced. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha ha. His laughter bellowed through the halls of his palace. He keeled over, unable to stand straight anymore after seeing Damien's display of power. Really? I didn't think you'd do it so soon. Atticus was bewildered and excited. Just yesterday he'd been wondering if Damien had the courage and resolve to face the Bloodlock clan's fury if he ever killed Revis. But now, wasn't it obvious what the young hero's choice would be? Atticus almost felt stupid for doubting him. Now, put on a performance worthy of your boasts. Ha ha ha, I really can't wait to fight you again in the Emperor bracket. Atticus' excitement turned into fighting intent rapidly. Damien's every action served as a reminder of their tie in the Storm Heaven's mystic realm. Atticus was unresigned. One day, they'd finish the battle. Then, he could finally see the true extent of Damien's strength, and he could feel the exhilaration of winning against the most promising genius he'd met in many years. Back in the arena, Damien remained standing, waiting for a challenger to come greet him. But after his previous stunt, there was nobody willing to do so. Besides, this wasn't how the battle arena worked. Challengers couldn't just run onto the stage as they pleased in battle. It'd be utter chaos if they did, but what were they supposed to do now? Damien's actions had interrupted the King Bracket's flow, and more than that, had served as a slap in the face to many of the geniuses present. They'd laughed at him and mocked him for acting too high and mighty and offending someone too big for him to handle. They'd celebrated the fact that he was in the same situation, but unlike them, he didn't bend. He arrogantly proclaimed himself the Bloodlock clan's enemy, and in the process, he called every single one of those who had succumbed a weakling. Plenty were angry. Plenty wanted to run onto the stage and beat Damien to a pulp, but unlike him, they didn't have the reckless abandon to discard the academy and its ruling powers. The rules that were set, they would follow to the T. Damien sighed despondently. Seriously? You're all supposed to be proud geniuses. What happened to all your gusto from before? You can't even face a little bit of punishment for the sake of your self-worth? Pathetic. It's not pathetic at all. Another voice responded. A man with similar build and stature to Damien walked through the challenger gate. His white hair contradicted his ashen-gray skin. His red eyes shined with a light of intelligence. Small punishment? It's nothing like that. How would you feel about confinement and brutal reconditioning in the hellhole? Or maybe you want to be prematurely sent into war against her Nox to temper your psyche. The man said as he walked to the center of the arena floor. We are still growing. Nobody wants to submit, but sometimes we don't have a choice. To submit and live until one day we can break free from our shackles and triumph, is that truly cowardly and pathetic? The man asked. He was now face to face with Damien, only a few feet apart as he stood up to the latter's challenge. In response, Damien shook his head. No. What you're describing isn't cowardly. I'd rather escape than submit to pressure, but I have spatial abilities that allow me to actualize this mentality. For someone who can't escape, it isn't wrong to submit and wait for a chance to kill the oppressor, then, but that's just you. Damien continued, not giving the man a chance to speak. Those pathetic bitches in there feel joy when others suffer the same fate. To even feel that way, they must first bend to their circumstances and give up. Are they not weak? That enough? Damien looked straight into the man's gleaming eyes. You at least had the courage to step up, and I can somewhat respect you for that. So, fight me. Prove yourself through battle. Damien took a fighting stance with his arms up like a boxer. He didn't take out his weapons yet, for he didn't think he'd need them in this fight. Despite his powerful appearance, the grayskin man wasn't too powerful. After all, Damien could see through his status. He knew exactly what the latter's level was. SHING, a collision took place. Without an announcer, there was no set start to the battle. Instead, it began when one challenger decided to move. In this case, it was the grayskin man. His name was Alec, and he was a dark elf from a quiet corner of the elven domain. As his world bordered the edge of another sector, he was quick to escape when danger struck. He was one of the elven domain's few survivors. His grudge against the Nox ran deeper than blood, and his shame at his cowardice ran even deeper. Damien's insults touched the scars in his heart that he endlessly wished to hide. It was recklessness that brought him to the stage, but a fiery determination that allowed him to attack. In a sense, Damien was right. He was also one of those beings who gave up after seeing ultimate power. The terrifying sight of his world being blown to pieces as a fleet of Nox starships passed by was too striking. It haunted his memory every night, and when he heard rumors about the Star Destroyer, Exadrian, which annihilated all life on Aurora, the elven mainworld, this fear became even more palpable. He worked endlessly to conquer it. He trained for years to become powerful enough to have an impact on the war, but the stronger he got, the more hopeless he felt. The Nox were just too strong. He couldn't even stand the oppression of the smaller forces within the universe itself, so how could he stand against the Nox who wished to destroy it all? This mentality caused a roadblock, one he had yet to overcome. Damien's words were an inadvertent wake-up call. The faces of his family as he fled, Alec would never forget their relieved smiles as they saw him leave the world safely. For them, for his entire race, he needed to remain strong, so that one day he could get revenge. He poured all those feelings into a terrifying strike of his sword, slashing it at Damien with every ounce of willpower he had, but the metallic ring that rang out in Damien's hand was a translucent sword that almost melded in with the environment. In that split second before Alec's attack struck, he managed to parry it and send the latter's sword into the ground. Damien walked up to his opponent with a smile. "It's no fun if you exhaust yourself before we even fight, but I get it. Congratulations on getting past whatever was hindering you." Alex's eyes widened, and with an accomplished smile on his face, he fell to the ground. It was as Damien said. The previous moment of realization drained him. Overcoming his fear of the knocks and realizing his truth was taxing on his mental strength considering the depths of his trauma, and while Damien didn't get any satisfaction out of his duel with Alec, he was satisfied with the results nonetheless. Indeed, it seemed like among those useless trash in the challengers area, there truly were some hidden gems. Damien easily stabbed Mirage through Alec's throat and decapitated him, sending him out of the arena painlessly. His gaze turned back to the challengers area, piercing through the arena walls. "So are there more like him amongst you, or are the rest of you just pussies?" His words, the previous scene, and all else that had happened in the last few minutes combined as one. Even those who fit the weakling categorization he'd mentioned earlier were riled up. Nobody wanted to be seen as weak. Nobody wanted their pride stepped on and crushed by others. They had no choice back then but to submit. Every single one of them swore on the day they submitted that they'd grow and pay back the humiliation they suffered, but none of them carried out on their promises in the end. As Damien said, they gave up, but were they willing? No, and even if they were, they'd never let anyone else talk down to them for it. Bloody killing intent, billowing fighting intent, and flaming determination ran rampant through the challengers area. It looked like Damien wouldn't be lacking in opponents for a very long time. Chapter 703 Battle Arena 5, Bang. Boom, a body went flying into the arena barrier. The man it belonged to didn't fold so easily, though. He kicked off the barrier, using his strength to propel himself back at his opponent. His spear clenched tightly in his hands. He thrust it forward, coating its tip with swirling mana and simmering flames. Bang! His opponent raised his hand and swiped it furiously, sending a wave of colorless mana at him and distorting the atmosphere. When his spear collided with this mana, it felt like his strength was immediately diffused. Still, the man didn't stop. His name was Richard, and he was the fifth member of the King bracket that had stepped up to face Damien today. After witnessing how the last four were defeated, he was well aware of his opponent's spatial prowess. He also knew that the man could use time laws to a certain extent, therefore rather than retreating when his energy was dispersed, he pushed forward with all his might. Long-ranged combat was ineffective against Damien, so getting in close was all he could do. With a spirited shout, he broke through the mana wall and arrived in front of Damien with a flash of light. His spear swept out powerfully, his mana moving to activate a skill, Cyclone, Voem, a terrifying vortex of flames engulfed Damien. While this happened, Richard moved his spear again, stabbing out thousands of times within a single second. 1000 is one flame piercer. Bang! 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 The vortex was filled with holes as the flame piercer attack penetrated it and struck Damien. Damien's body was pushed back many kilometers as he used his arms to block. A grin surfaced on his face. He'd fought 5 times including this one, and every fight just got better and better. At this rate, he couldn't even imagine what his 10th opponent would be like. Damien waved his left hand without hesitation, summoning Freya from his subspace and immediately firing tens of spatial mana bullets at Richard. Boom! 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 The bullets exploded in mid-air as they collided with the penetrating force from the flame piercer. With the 2 attacks neutralized, the 2 fighters were back to square one. Richard let out heavy breaths as he used the lull to recover. Damien watched him with an amused look on his face, but internally, he was truly getting a bit serious. These guys aren't the peak of the universe for nothing. It wouldn't be hard for me to stomp someone of Richard's skill level as long as I spam larger attacks in succession, but I'm not here for that. His main purpose in coming to the battle arena was training. If he simply dominated his opponents without a care for his original intent, how would he improve? Richard was incredibly skilled in one-on-one combat. His techniques were magnificent and skillful uses of mana that Damien found himself admiring as they fought. With the all-seeing eyes reading this mana flow as the battle continued, Damien truly learned more than he'd ever expected. The 2 fighters burst towards each other once more. Richard gritted his teeth and slammed his spear into the ground, causing a massive gash in the arena floor that expanded until it was well past Damien's location. Arise! Richard jerked his spear out of the ground and, following his motion, a massive spout of magma raised along with it. Boom! Earth flame, cursed dragon, roar! The magma pillar transformed into a blackish-red draconic avatar. Its body was entirely made of energy and elements, but carried a different type of hardness that Damien couldn't quite put his finger on. Without hesitation, he charged at the forming dragon. Bang! 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 He shot tens of bullets from Freya's barrel as he moved. The gun in his hand disappeared thereafter, returning as its black counterpart. Compared to Freya's speed and accuracy, Hell carried unimaginable raw power. Space-time mana flowed from Damien's body. The fabric of reality in the surrounding few meters halted, creating a temporary dead zone around him. The power of this zone condensed and loaded itself into the forming mana bullet inside Hell's barrel until finally, boom, the bullet fired. It cut through the air relatively slowly, but it was surrounded by a world-bending force that made it impossible to dodge. When it reached the magma dragon, it burst into its original form, forming a dead zone that disallowed the use of mana. Roar! The dragon roared furiously as if unable to accept its immediate loss. Its body expanded, furious flames spreading through the dead zone and infecting its foundations. Gotcha! Its borders shattered. The dragon, the weakened, managed to escape and charge at Damien at insane speeds. TCH. It's not battle ready yet. Well, isn't that why I came here in the first place? Damien thought to himself as he watched it happen. The creation of a temporary dead zone could be a powerful ability once it was matured, but before that point, it had countless weaknesses. Forcefully imposing a dead zone onto stable space would naturally weaken its foundation. A strong enough enemy could use their mana to target this flaw and destroy the zone before too much damage was done. While this would force them to use a good chunk of their mana capacity, it wasn't enough for what Damien eventually wanted to do with it. Nevertheless, reflection and improvement came after the battle ended. For now, Void Sword Art second form, Horizon Break. Bang! A massive hole was punctured in the dragon's body. Despite the injury, it kept moving. It had no physical presence, after all. As a being made of energy, it wouldn't die until the last flame of its body was snuffed out. But Damien was prepared for this. Void Sword Art fourth form, Spatial Collapse. Space within 1,000 kilometers shattered and bent, becoming a chaotic flow of mana that swirled into a black vortex emitting terrifying suction force. Naturally, the power of this spatial collapse wasn't nearly at Damien's peak, but what could he do? The arena was only 10,000 kilometers across. Roar! The dragon furiously cried out as it tried to escape the barrier, yet every usage of its energy was a depletion of its life. Against this vortex whose suction force was powerful enough to consume it whole, did it have any choice but to submit? Him power, a cry rang out from far away. Richard slammed his spear into the ground and allowed his aura to release wantonly. Condensed flame essence gathered around him as more and more rampant mana came under his control, and every bit of this mana was used to empower the dragon he'd summoned. Sadly, his loss was set in stone the moment he decided to do so. Damien grinned wildly. His body flashed away from the dragon and appeared directly behind Richard like a ghost. Remember, when you're up against a spatial practitioner, distance will never be on your side. You, 7 stars encircling the moon. Before Richard could finish his sentence, a shining fist resembling a moon surrounded by 7 small balls of chaotic energy impacted his chest, and everything went white. A terrifying explosive mana wave covered the arena floor. Richard's body was instantly blown to bits by the violently rampaging mana that entered his system. He was already nearly out of energy after the battle so far, and with the wounds he'd accumulated until this point, he simply stood no chance. The brightness cleared up, giving way to the vision of Damien standing alone in the battle arena, and the crowd went wild. Chapter 704 Encounter 1. What a day! What a day! Damien thought smilingly as he walked away from the battle arena. He made the conscious decision to stop after accumulating his 5th win in Richard. After all, a genius win streak wouldn't be reset until they lost. This was the same even if they left and decided to return another day to continue. Though, delaying for too long would naturally cause their streak to expire, Damien's reasons to stop were two. Firstly, he wanted to take the time to go over what he'd learned in battle today and improve before he returned to the arena for his second run. This was because, from the 6th match onward, he'd likely be facing opponents above level 300, people stronger than Aishia and the others he'd met in Nibelheim. If it was just one person, he'd be able to deal with them just fine. But against a group of them that fought him in succession, he was bound to suffer some mental exhaustion along the way. He couldn't allow that. He needed to maintain his peak shape as much as possible so he could continue his brutal training and sparring routine for as long as he could. The second reason was more complicated. He'd simply made too big of a scene today with his antics. They should be coming to find me soon. Despite the fact that his actions were for the sole purpose of slapping a tyrant in the face and bringing him down from his pedestal, in the end, he still broke the academy's rules. Not only had he interrupted a ranked duel, he'd also fought and maimed multiple students outside of the dueling grounds. This was a serious offense that the school definitely wouldn't tolerate. If he used every last second of the king bracket's time for his own benefit without allowing others a chance to fight, he'd be condemned even further. He had to at least minimize the damage so the academy wouldn't punish him through isolation or something similar. Pay with grave da with acute new iota. Still, the rewards were more than a little satisfactory. Aside from the improvements to his comprehension and battle style, his Heavens List ranking saw a major change as well. From the 40,000s where he once stood, he'd now made his way to the top 15,000 easily. The battle arena was a place where powerful geniuses gathered, and the king bracket was a place where some of the most exemplary of them were seated. Though these geniuses weren't powerful enough to immediately push his ranking to the top 100 or even the top 10,000, this was more than enough for him at the moment, once he finished his challenge tomorrow and defeated the Overlord the day after. He didn't doubt that he'd make his way far past a mere rank 100, those in the Emperor bracket were only the best of the best, so the Overlord blocking the Emperor bracket from reach naturally had to be the same. As Damien walked back to the training area to continue his usual routine, he suddenly halted. His eyes darted to a certain location on his right side, and his awareness spread around him. 1, 2, 3, a total of 15, huh? Quite generous for someone like me. Damien thought sarcastically. Oh? Some familiar faces? I thought you were in charge of guarding the trench. What are you doing all the way over here? His words were directed at a certain woman hidden in the shadows. Hearing them, she sighed and walked out. I knew you were a troublemaker when we first met, but I didn't think you'd be one that had the power to cause trouble in here. How annoying. The woman emerging from the shadows was none other than the head guard who'd stopped him when he first descended into Hidden Death Valley. The other 14 she brought along were her personal squad members, people she'd chosen and raised into terrifying powerhouses. Damien Void, I've been ordered to escort you to the board of directors. Please follow me without causing another scene. Relax, that was my plan from the start. I'm not someone who causes trouble just for the sake of it, you know? I like my peace. The head guard shook her head and turned around. With the other 14 forming a tight barrier around Damien, it didn't look like he could even teeter as he followed them to the board of directors. They all ranged from around level 362. Oh ho, this head guard woman has already dipped a foot into divinity? Did I see things wrong when I first arrived? It couldn't be helped. His abilities, especially his all-seeing eyes, weren't developed enough to see through someone so powerful before he began controlling spacetime. Rather than saying he misread them, it was better to say that he read everything he could. Still, thinking back to his reckless behavior, he smiled wryly. He was lucky he wasn't someone who caused problems randomly. Or else he would have died then and there. The group of guards escorted Damien through Hidden Death Valley, leaving Arcadia and passing through Star City as they arrived at the Hellhole. When they reached the entrance, the head guard flashed her emblem and received permission to enter. From this point on, everything you see must remain a secret. You will be promoted to sign a mana oath in front of the director when we reach the office, so don't even think about disobeying. The head guard said. Damien nodded in agreement. Considering the security level of the Hellhole, this seemed like a basic procedure. Besides, who did he even have to tell about the place? If it was Zara, they could just share memories through their spiritual connection to share information. In the first place, with her being his beast companion, he doubted he'd be prohibited from sharing with her as long as she signed the same mana oath. The thick doors of the Hellhole were made of a metal alloy that neither awareness nor space could penetrate. It was an area Damien couldn't break into even if he had 10 times his current power, and when the group walked in, he finally saw why it was termed the Hellhole. Torture. The training that people within were partaking in was torture at the very least. He saw dozens of people have their bodies destroyed, only to be resurrected by the mysterious medicines injected into them thereafter. This was a method of physical body training that most could never stand. It was essentially death and rebirth, repeated over and over again until the body reached a satisfactory level of strength. Damien had undergone this process nearly every time he evolved, and even a few times outside this process, but he never got used to the pain. I even became a bit of a masochist to cope with it. TCH, damn void physique. The body reconstruction training was only one of many torturous training regimens Damien witnessed. All around, groups of geniuses were being put through hell to numb their free will and strengthen their bloodlust and power. Hellhole was truly an apt name for this place. Stop dilly-dallying and follow me. We've arrived. The head guard spoke after around half an hour of walking. The group arrived in front of a small but ancient door connected to an unassuming hut. If one entered the hellhole without knowledge of the hut's existence, they wouldn't pay it any mind, but Damien was different. He could sense it clearly. This hut was a structure similar to Aquazil. It was a self-contained realm transformed from a mystic realm. Oh, these old geezers are pretty interesting. With that final thought, Damien followed the head guard through the small door. This would be his first encounter with the wider universe's demigods, and frankly, he couldn't wait to see how they compared to his master. Chapter 705 Encounter 2. Behind the small door stood the simple scene of the inside of the small hut it was attached to. It was completely unlike what Damien expected, but that expectation was met only a second later when the head guard led him to the hut's back door and walked through it. What lay beyond was a massive room completely dichotomous with the small hut. Ornate platinum and silver decorations lined the walls, which were painted with beautiful murals emanating profound auras. Each of these murals told the tale of a different hero, each of these heroes having made immense accomplishments in their tales. Just looking at them made one feel incredibly fighting spirit and killing intent. The floor was a similar platinum color to the wall ornaments, completely reflective and allowing Damien to see his own reflection from below. Centered halfway between the walls and the center of the room were 2 rows of thrones, 6 in each row. And finally, a single throne sat at the head, as if clearly delineating its owner's importance. Wowed up the ceiling is, Damien didn't pay any mind to the scene on the floor. His attention was drawn to the beautifully carved and painted mural on the ceiling. It was a single monster taking up the entire ceiling. With the head of a tiger, the wings of a dragon, the legs of a hawk, the tentacles of a kraken. This astronomical beast seemed to hold a characteristic of every beast race in existence. Even its mere visage was enough to send shivers down Damien's spine. He couldn't imagine the power of the beast the mural depicted, and he couldn't imagine the power of the man sitting atop it. His long black hair flowed and fluttered in the wind, his crystalline blue eyes shining with a light of ferocity and power. In his hand was a beautifully crafted sword that carried the universe's will within its blade. As Damien's attention turned back to the other murals, he realized that every hero painted on the walls was showing reverence to the one on the ceiling. Curious of his identity? An aged voice rang out, "Should I not be?" Damien answered, "Oh ho, nothing like that. It's just, even if you're curious, you'll never understand who he was. There is nobody present that can answer that question for you either." The voice replied, "Well, that's a shame then. This man truly feels worthy of these heroes' reverence. I would like to hear his story. If you wish to do so, then explore Death Emperor Star to finality. After all, this mural came into existence well before our group of old men arrived and founded the academy." Damien finally turned his attention away from the mural and looked at the throne at the head of their formation. There, a sagely old man now sat with a smile on his face, and it wasn't just him. All of the 12 remaining seats were now filled with both men and women of unknown origin. "So this is the perpetrator?" a man asked coldly. "Why are you being so friendly to him, Director? Let's just expel him and get it over with." "Calm down, Alphys. The boy has only just arrived here. Can't you let him at least explain himself before jumping to the verdict?" Another man questioned the previous "humph." "Those who do not follow the Academy's rules must be punished. Am I wrong for thinking so? Of course not. But since when did we ever expel someone for a crime of this level, humph? The past is the past. This is the present, both of you be quiet." The sagely old man snapped coldly. "You're quite the interesting boy," the old man said as he turned to face Damien. "Many have come before you, but none were so composed. You are aware of your current position." "No, you mean the fact that I'm standing before the 13 zodiacs of Hidden Death Valley, the demigods that rule over it all?" "I'm well aware." "Amusing," the old man said in reply. "Then, do you know why we called you here? It probably isn't because I broke such a petty rule. If it was, there'd be no need for the 13 zodiacs to congregate. Is this matter related to my provocation of the Blood Bitch clan? Brat, I suggest you watch your tongue." Another man spoke from the side. His throne was third from the central throne on the right side. "For what reason should I do that? If someone wants to provoke me, they shouldn't expect me to sit quietly and take it, and you shouldn't expect yourself to be able to handle it. How arrogant of you to even think about challenging the Bloodlock clan, and even more than that, how presumptuous of you to speak to us in such a tone." The man roared, his aura flaring to suppress Damien. However, another aura burst forth at the same time, completely dispelling the man's momentum. Behave yourselves. Both of you. The old man warned. Instead, student Damien, why don't you tell me your side of the story? There must have been a reason for you to act so recklessly even while knowing the rules. Does telling my side change anything? Damien asked. It might. The old man admitted. We still haven't decided on your punishment yet. Damien furrowed his brows. If that biased elder got his way, he could easily be expelled from the academy due to this tiny incident. If he wanted to survive this situation and even obtain some connections and rewards from it, he needed to turn the rest of the elders to his side. The academy enforces both a rule to keep students from harming each other outside the duel arenas and one to keep students from oppressing each other with status and backing. I'm here for a minor offense to the former rule due to someone else's minor offense to the latter. If you want to punish me for my actions, then bring the other person here so he can face the same. Damien's words were those of provocation. He was well aware of the Bloodlock clan's influence, and despite Hidden Death Valley being a neutral organization, it wouldn't be strange if multiple of its elders were bought out by other clans. Damien wanted to know just how many of these people would be against him regardless of what he said, and the best way to do so was through provocation. You brat. The earlier man said. His name was Silcerin, Scorpio of the 13 Zodiacs. Though he wasn't a member of the Bloodlock clan, he had deep ties with the Wellspring family through the marriage of his sister and one of the family's elders. His grudge against Damien began long ago with Julius Crippling. Damien ignored the man, knowing he was suppressed by the director, and poured mana into the all-seeing eyes. His gaze moved through slowed spacetime to study every minute change in these elders' expressions, but would they allow him to continue? Quite bold of you to think you could read us so easily, don't you think? A woman said teasingly. Her words sent an invisible tremor through space, interfering with Damien's skill. Damien shrugged in response, not taking it to heart. He'd expected this to happen. He was standing against a room filled with demigods. After all, he remained bold against them even while knowing they could kill him with a single breath because he was banking on a single fact. His gaze turned to the director. The things he'd heard about this man, if there was anyone Damien needed on his side from this point forth, it was none other than him. Chapter 706 Encounter 3. Alright, let's end this charade and get back to the topic at hand. Do you have anything else to say before we decide your punishment? The director spoke, cutting the tension that had been building between Damien and the board. Damien looked at him curiously. His lips widened into a small but vicious smile. To allow oppression to continue on such a low level, I doubt it's because you want us to submit? If my actions aligned with what you wanted in the first place, what's the use of punishment? The director's eyes widened slightly in surprise. In the next moment, a small smile appeared on his face. How interesting. Alright, if that's all you say, then that's enough. I shall convene with the others and decide your punishment. A transparent screen of mana erected itself between Damien and the elders. From the way it appeared, Damien almost thought it was a usage of space laws, but it was completely different. It was like the world's atmosphere itself solidified into a barrier. What a strange group. Damien thought to himself. His interaction with them was short and mostly to the point. Every time it looked like some drama would appear, the director stepped in and quelled all sides. He has them under his grasp so tightly. What a guy, the 13 Zodiacs. In common mythology and knowledge, only 12 Zodiacs were ever acknowledged. When Damien first found out about the board of directors and how they classified themselves, he wondered why they decided to include the 13th, but after meeting them and seeing their dynamic, he understood. Ophiuchus, the Zodiac killer. Other than this sign, there was no better way to describe the director. Despite the board of directors being seen as an entity of equals by the outside world, the director held every ounce of power in Hidden Death Valley. The others obeyed his every word even if they hated his instruction. Simply because they had no other choice. If they disobeyed, they would be devoured. Is that what he was trying to show me? Even though the interaction was short, the director's attitude while it was ongoing was strange. In front of outsiders, there's no way he'd show such a domineering and oppressive appearance towards his peers. After all, he had to maintain the image that they were harmonious and equal. If so, why did he make it so blatantly obvious to Damien that he was in complete control? Was it a move to intimidate him, or better, was it, he wants something from me? He's showing me that if I have his backing, I can be rampant and unhinged without worrying about people outside of my means coming after me. But there's no such thing as free lunch in this world. As Damien submerged himself in thought, the transparent barrier dispersed and reconnected him with the world. It has been decided, the director said dominantly. Because your sin was light, we will not threaten you with expulsion or anything of the sort. Instead, I will give you two options. The first is that you spend 5 years in the isolation chamber reflecting on your mistakes. Through this, you might even gain some special insights that help you grow stronger. The second option, that you must participate in the ongoing war and achieve promising results. If your achievements reach a certain level, you will be allowed back to the academy. I choose the second, Damien said without hesitation. I just have one question, ask it, will I still be allowed to take the progress assessment if my punishment is still ongoing in 6 months? The director furrowed his brows. Is the assessment that important to you? Damien shrugged. I've been training in preparation for it for a while now. If I miss it, wouldn't it be a shame? The director let out a small chuckle at his words. Indeed, it would be. Very well. I will allow you to return for the progress assessment in 6 months regardless of whether your punishment has ended or not. This is my final verdict. Damien's encounter with the board of directors ended just like that. Unlike the mess of conflict he expected to walk into, it was far more succinct. In fact, Damien had barely seen anything of a majority of the zodiacs. Aside from the biased Scorpio and that woman who chimed in, none of the others spoke at all. Damien walked with the head guard and her squad and left the hellhole. While he could have returned to the battle arena to finish his run, he instead decided to return to his Star City home for a small period of rest. A grin lit up his face the entire time. He couldn't believe his luck, and they said it was punishment. Since when was giving me exactly what I want considered punishment? He'd been itching to join the war for a very long time. But he'd never had the opportunity. Before entering Hidden Death Valley, he was simply too weak to even consider it. Now that he had a decent amount of strength, he was more than qualified to join the war. As long as he remained careful, he wouldn't die an early death, only, he had no method to access the battlefield. Hidden Death Valley geniuses had to go through strict procedures and training before they were allowed into the warfront. This was a safety measure to make sure no promising geniuses would die before their time. I was told that I depart in 3 days. That's more than enough time to finish up at the arena. Ah, I should probably call Zara too. Zara had been off doing her own training since they returned. Damien hadn't even seen a glimpse of her. But, he knew she'd want to join him on this expedition. Even discounting her new love for adventure and thrill, the Nox held an integral key to her identity. If she wanted to understand her origins, she'd have to face them as much as possible. Damien submerged himself in thought as he visualized various scenes he'd seen through both Alaric and the fifth primal sovereign's memories. Those scenes of war both motivated and humbled him, preparing him for what was to come. After an unknown amount of time, he faced a much expected interruption. It's quite dangerous to be so unaware of your surroundings, you know? A voice appeared from nearby. Snapping him out of his thoughts, at some point, an old man had entered the house. I mean, no matter how much attention I paid, I wouldn't be able to sense you. What's the point of trying? Damien responded with a smile. Standing up from the bed, he picked up a bottle of spirit liquor from the counter and sat it down at the table. So? What great deed have I accomplished for the director himself to give me a home visit? The director smiled and sat down opposite Damien. Taking a sip from the glass of spirit liquor Damien poured for him, he spoke, "Well, I'm sure you've already guessed it by now, but I'm not one to enjoy mind games and riddles. I'll get straight to the point." He put the glass down and stared directly into Damien's eyes, his atmosphere becoming solemn. "This time, when you go out to war, there is something I need you to accomplish." Chapter 707 Encounter. For, this time, when you go out to war, there is something I need you to accomplish. The director's words served as an affirmation of Damien's previous suspicions. However, there were still a few curious points. What made the director choose Damien specifically? At least in Hidden Death Valley, he hadn't accomplished much. Even if the Emperor Bone Sea expedition was taken into account, Damien's recount of Aquazil was too vague for it to pique the director's attention. Ah, has this old man been paying attention to me? Damien suddenly realized. He hadn't been in the divine realm for long, but his entrance into the dimensional leaderboard wasn't a small one. If Atticus' high evaluation of him was also considered, it wasn't surprising for high-level figures to have their eyes on him. You should at least have a vague understanding of my strength. I hope you aren't trying to ask me to change the tides of the war or something. Damien said straightforwardly. Even if it was a task from a demigod, an extremely powerful one at that, he still had his boundaries. Nothing like that. What, do you think I want to kill off a young genius before he can grow? The director responded with the same manner. Fair enough. Then, what is it that you want? Damien asked. The director nodded and pulled out a projection device, displaying a wall of holograms in the air showcasing various sceneries and statistics. The world you will be deployed to is called Calypto, the infected source world of Eden. The director waved his hand in the air and switched the order of the holograms, bringing to attention many images of a corrupted and decayed world. I assume you already know what an infected source world is and understand its significance, so I won't spend too much time explaining it. In reality, Eden's infected source world has lost most of its value already since the sector itself is on the brink of destruction. Nevertheless, before the sector falls completely, we must still protect it. Eden is a gateway into the wider universe. Once Eden is taken, the Nox attacks in the soul world and beast domain will heighten and war will spread further than we can control. The goal of your deployment will be to destroy Calypto. If this mission succeeds, we will have far more control over the battlefield in Eden. With Calypto acting as a sort of central command post connecting the Nox forces to Thro where their main base resides, destroying it means effectively severing their chain of command. Damien furrowed his brows as he looked through the information presented to him. Even if the chain of command is severed, how much can we benefit? By my understanding, the Nox have already spread their claws into the soul world and beast domain. Even aside from that, the mindless Nox beings under 4th class will rampage with or without commands. Rather than having them run wild, wouldn't it be better for us if they maintained the strict formation they have under the higher Nox's control? The director's brow raised curiously. He didn't expect Damien to know much about the war as he hadn't been exposed to it yet, but surprisingly, the young genius was generally well informed. I guess it's a benefit of being a rogue. Without the shackles of a major organization, he can move however he pleases. The director thought. Soon enough, he continued the conversation and refuted Damien. The societal structure of the Nox is much more complicated than you think. In fact, while most third-class Nox and below are mindless, it's possible for higher Nox to share a portion of their intelligence with a lower being and use them as an avatar. Through this, they can effectively act without having to sacrifice their main bodies. Destroying Calypto holds numerous benefits, and among them is our gaining the ability to find these Nox avatars and eliminate them, forcing the stronger forces out of hiding and striking them with a critical blow. Damien sunk into thought. Information about Nox avatars was new to him. Whether it was Alaric or the 5th Primal Sovereign, neither had run into this concept before. But as Damien thought about it more, he realized something. Didn't the first Nox he ever encountered have this ability? The Nox trapped in the ancient temple was only a 3rd class. I always thought the purpose of trapping such a weak being was for the sake of introducing the Nox to the younger generation, but maybe it was something greater. While its intelligence had decayed from years of solitude and stasis, the Nox he met still had the ability to speak and think properly. What if that Nox was originally the avatar of a much stronger being? If that was so, sealing it made more sense. Killing the avatar would allow the strand of consciousness sealed within to escape and return to its original owner. And while the death of the avatar would injure the Nox it was connected to, the effect was something that could easily be healed from over the 10,000-year period that separated the past war and the current one. If the avatar was instead sealed, it would mark a permanent loss of that strand of consciousness for the Nox who owned it, thus leading it to be partially crippled for the long period before the war started. When Damien and his group killed that Nox, the strand of consciousness would have returned to its original owner, injuring it and forcing it to spend time healing in this era rather than the last. What a plan! If the original Nox was a supreme powerhouse, Kurt's actions essentially forced it out of the war. We might have saved a portion of the universe without even realizing it. Naturally, sealing an avatar wasn't an easy task. Even Kurt could only seal one at the peak of his power as a demigod. Killing them, however, was a different story, and if the avatars were killed, not only will the chain of command be disrupted, the stronger forces will be harmed without me having to touch them. Even if the mindless lesser Nox beings rampage, the consequences of their actions won't be enough to offset the advantages of going through with this plan. Damien realized it wasn't apt to call this move a major blow to the Nox. It would definitely mess with their momentum and trajectory, giving the army of heaven some leeway in their actions. Still, attacking an infected source world was incredibly dangerous. While the main base of the Nox was located in Throw, a world over halfway across the sector, Calypto would still contain a large portion of the Nox's power. There would be no shortage of extreme peak 4th classes present there. It's dangerous, but possible, Damien muttered. Turning back to the director, he asked, "What is my role in this plan?" "For you to come to me specifically, it must be pretty big," the director smiled. He enjoyed watching the wheels in Damien's head turn. It made him appreciate the new generation of geniuses that they were raising, and it helped him reaffirm his determination to run the academy as he'd been doing for countless millennia already. With a wide grin on his face, he spoke. "If my information isn't wrong, your class is celestial, no? Naturally, I want you to do as a celestial should, devastate and conquer." Chapter 708 Encounter 5. The conversation between Damien and the director lasted through the night. The duo went over the statistics in the hologram and Damien learned more about what the director actually wanted from him. The task in store for him wasn't small, but it wasn't unachievable. It also helped that it was a task that aligned with Damien's goals, incentivizing him to complete it. What a crazy old man, Damien thought to himself. The plan itself was relatively streamlined, but it was something only an insane person could think up. Damien had to admire the director's spirit. Old monsters are usually like this, huh? The director isn't as casual as Master, but I feel like the two of them would get along well. The director's attitude towards Damien could be considered good. The director was a demigod and the heading figure of Hidden Death Valley. If he was even somewhat cordial in his treatment, then it could be considered a good thing. Hidden behind those eyes of his was a ruthlessness that could only be bred in calamity. It was something Damien infinitely admired, as this type of attitude would always achieve the best results in wartime. Still, he's lucky he chose me. If it was someone with a hero complex then. Damien shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took the director's projection device and placed it in his subspace. This was a gift from the director, and the information on it would be an immense help to him in his quest. "I guess I should finish what I started. I have another 2 days. As long as I don't fall, that's enough time to dominate the king bracket and move upward." Damien stood up and walked out of his Star City home. His battle lust was especially high after his previous conversation with the director, and he was more than just a little excited to entertain it. Winner, Damien Void. The terrifying explosion that rang out was immediately followed by the announcer's excited voice. The cheers of the crowd rocked the entire Coliseum, causing space to tremble with their fervor. On the arena floor, Damien stood silently. Blood ran down his body from the numerous wounds he'd received from the previous battle, but transcendent regeneration made sure those wounds wouldn't hinder him. This is our rising star's 9th win in the king bracket. With just one more, he gains the right to challenge the Overlord for supremacy. Despite the uproarious atmosphere of the crowd, Damien's face remained cold. Unlike his first 5 matches, the 6th through 9th weren't as enjoyable, but this wasn't a matter of the battle itself. Damien's most recent victim dematerialized from the arena floor and appeared outside the barrier. His face was pale white and drained of any blood, and despite being fully healed, he didn't wake up at all. The torture Damien had inflicted onto him was too much to bear. His psyche had already crumbled. That's 4. From level 300 to level 330, they'd been getting stronger every time. But is this the best the blood bitches can do? Even if their levels are powerful, their law comprehension is lacking. They'd die in a heartbeat if they were ever sent to war. His opponents didn't try to hide their affiliation. Each and every one was a servant of the Bloodlock clan sent by Rebus to hinder him. Knowing this fact, Damien didn't go easy on them. In fact, he did everything he could to make sure they'd never wake up again, no matter how much healing they'd received. On one hand, he was offended by how little Rebus thought of him. To send these people to destroy him with brute force alone, did he really think Damien was weak? 4th class was a rank where law comprehension mattered far more than levels. If one couldn't match their comprehension with their base power level, they'd be infinitely weaker than even those beneath them. Now, an average genius wouldn't stand a chance against these forces. Damien was well aware that he couldn't underestimate their power. But against someone like him whose comprehension far outstripped their base level, these men were nothing more than bugs. A stronger physical body and higher existence level meant nothing to him who could devour existences to heighten those factors easily. Those 4 weren't bad solely because of this weakness. Level 300 and even 325 beings are manageable in single combat, but unless they're lacking in law comprehension like those idiots, I won't be able to face someone higher level than that." By this point, Rivas should have been aware that he couldn't hinder Damien with such sloppy methods. Most likely, he was facing some restrictions that didn't allow him to send geniuses too overly powerful to fight him, but those restrictions wouldn't apply for the 10th match. That was a match that decided whether or not he'd fight the Overlord, and the strength of his competitor would likely be a glimpse into the Overlord's own strength. It wouldn't be an easy win at all. "I should be prepared to sacrifice a limb or two," contestant Damien voiced. "Would you like to continue fighting?" The announcer asked. Damien's eyes narrowed in thought. If he could, he'd prefer to take a day to recuperate before continuing, but his current circumstances didn't give him time to do so, and besides, wasn't the best way to improve being pushed to the brink. After a slight moment of thought, Damien nodded his head. The crowd's reaction to his decision could be imagined. It was hard to describe just how excited they were. People in the king bracket didn't usually have win streaks for so long. Whenever it looked like someone would reach the Overlord, countless powerhouses would arrive to suppress them. But Damien didn't face this challenge. His performance and his empowering words from his first entrance didn't just gain hatred from the battle arena geniuses, but respect as well. His determination to face the Bloodlock clan without backing down was more than just admirable, it was something to be worshipped. Those unaffiliated geniuses and those with different affiliations didn't interfere with Damien anymore. This was partially due to the prior factor and partially because they didn't want to offend the Bloodlock clan by stealing their prey. Now that he'd reached an almost impossible height to these observing geniuses, they naturally wanted to see him triumph. Everyone loved a good underdog story. As the battle arena rules mandated, Damien was given half an hour to recover his energy. This period of time was greater than that of the lower brackets due to the king bracket's difficulty and the connotations of Damien's next fight. During this time, Damien not only healed and used Devour to replenish his mana, he also calmed his mind and sunk into a comprehensive state. His space-time abilities weren't fully developed yet, but any small improvement he could have in this area would be an immense help to him. Unfortunately, half an hour wasn't any time at all. It passed faster than a shooting star. Damien stood up confidently. The announcer's voice rang out to introduce his opponent. The crowd went wild. A woman walked through the challenger gate and entered the arena. The mere residual power of her footsteps caused the ground to quake. As Damien looked on, his eyes hardened. Level 340. This fight, he'd be hard-pressed to win. Chapter 709 Overlord 1. Despite the powerful fluctuations emitted by her movements, the woman's steps were light and airy. Her small frame made it hard to imagine how she put so much weight into the ground so effortlessly. Now entering, the Rising Star's final challenger. Not many know her name, but many know her power. Bianca Weiss, the Earthshaker. The woman's name, Bianca, was truly unknown within Hidden Death Valley. Even on Heaven's list, she didn't stand out much, but the title that followed that name was more than just well-known. One of the strongest enforcers working under the Bloodlock clan's Hidden Death Valley influence, a genius who surpassed even Rivas Bloodlock in talent, the Earthshaker. The Earthshaker's gender was never known before this day, but due to her reputation, everyone assumed she was instead a gargantuan man. Reports of her actions listed the way she brutally tore opponents apart, how she could use a single stomp to cause a civilization-destroying earthquake. Seeing the face behind that horrifying title, the crowd was especially stunned. Rather than a grotesque man, she was actually a beautiful woman. Damien, unlike the crowd, was of no mind to pay attention to these small details. He could see her level with his eyes, and he could sense her law comprehension with his perception. This woman was truly strong. She wasn't like those wastrels he'd fought before. Bianca soon reached the center of the arena floor, standing a few feet away from Damien. You have to at least be this strong to make the young master send me," she commented nonchalantly. A vein bulged in Damien's forehead. The immediate dismissal didn't feel good at all, but his blood was boiling. Just as she thought of him, right, I need someone of at least this level to challenge me. As the two faced off, the crowd finally registered what they'd heard. People ran about to rapidly change their bets or alter the amounts. The announcer smiled as he saw this. He wasn't the same announcer Damien almost killed last time, rather, he was the replacement. And unlike the previous announcer, he didn't care about Hidden Death Valley's political drama at all. He only cared about money, and considering the fact that Damien's matches always raked in insane amounts of money, how could he not be excited? After all, he got a cut of that betting pool as his payment. The battle was delayed another 10 minutes to accommodate these late bettors. The entire time, Damien and Bianca didn't speak a single word to each other. Bianca stood quietly with her eyes closed. Meanwhile, Damien poured mana into the all-seeing eyes to see through as much of her as he could. She only has an earth affinity, but this affinity doesn't feel as weak as the other earth affinities I've seen. The mana passively swirling around her body was simply too powerful for her earth affinity to be as simple as controlling rocks. Damien started thinking, just what could one do if one expanded an earth affinity into the conceptual stage? Minutes passed as both challengers fell into a silent lull. The arena soon filled back up, the millions of spectators returning to their seats and waiting for the battle to start with utmost anticipation. The announcer smiled and opened his mouth. "Challengers, are you ready?" Damien and Bianca opened their eyes. They succinctly nodded, not taking their attention off each other. With a wide grin on his face, the announcer raised his arm into the sky. "Battle, start!" Bang! A fist impacted Mirage. In that instant, the announcer called for the start of the battle. Both Bianca and Damien moved. Dark yellow mana coated Bianca's fists as she moved. Her speed wasn't particularly fast, but she was adept at attacking perfectly to counter this weakness. Despite being much faster than her, Damien couldn't find an opening to attack. He was stuck using Mirage to block the immense force of her punches, all the while being gradually pushed back. Bang! 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 The punches continued to rain down. Damien immediately activated teleportation and made distance, reappearing tens of meters away. Void Sword Art second form, Horizon Break, his sword angled parallel to the ground and shot out like an arrow. The distance separating him from his opponent became negligible. Bang! Bianca raised her arms in an X to block, but the force of the attack still managed to push her back. Narrowing her eyes, she waved her arm through the air. Earth, rise, rumble. The earth quaked as countless pillars sprouted from its surface. These pillars were massive and numerous, enveloping the entire arena in their shadows. And as they rose, they specifically targeted Damien with a heavy impact force that made his bones rattle and his organs shake. Shit, Damien teleported constantly, avoiding the rising pillars. He knew that getting hit by them would only hinder his progress. He needed to get close to her. The entire arena was her weapon, so long-ranged combat wasn't a viable option anymore. Unless he could touch her, he wouldn't be able to win. Material Shift would be the most convenient ability to use at the moment, but its main limitation was the necessity of a second target to shift with. In Bianca's vicinity, even the rock on the floor was connected to her mana. He didn't have any targets to lock onto. Then, he immediately moved to enter the spatial layers and teleport. But at that moment, Cook, a strong repelling force, pushed him back and disallowed him from doing so. Damien's eyes widened. Right, he'd forgotten about this possibility. The battle arena was mostly fair, but it had its loopholes. For one, artifacts were allowed, including spatial locking artifacts. This isn't some easy spatial lock, I can't unravel it easily. Damien's face turned dignified. His most useful movement ability had been locked away. With space still being his main method of attack, this limitation was genuinely severe. Luckily, he'd spent time learning how to adapt to battling within a spatial lock after his previous encounters. Even without teleportation, 7 stars encircling the moon, Damien's fist immediately turned into a shining moon. 7 stars of spacetime essence and flame lightning essence formed around the shining moon, chaotically spinning around each other. I've never tried this, but it should work. Damien's fist shot out. The 7 stars collided with each other one by one and exponentially multiplied the force of the attack. The rampant energy finally centered on the moon after all 7 stars collapsed, and when Damien's fist reached the end of its path, completely outstretched, boom, he directed the energy in a straight line, disallowing it from exploding outward. A fearsome beam of shining white chaotic light burst through the air, shattering space and turning the rock pillars around it into powder as it rushed at Bianca. Earth, shield! Bianca shouted inwardly. The earth around her body condensed and pressurized, turning crystalline as it rose from the ground and created an 8-point barrier around her. This barrier wasn't just made of earth, but of the powerful minerals hidden within it. Even those above her level would have an extremely difficult time breaking through her turtle shell. Crash! Boom! Damien's chaotic light beam impacted the crystalline shield almost the exact second it appeared. An ear-piercing screeching sound rang out as the blazing mana tried to pierce through the shield. Rays of light were reflected all over the arena, destroying the rock pillars and even forming cracks in the arena barrier, but Bianca already knew the attack wouldn't pierce her defense. Her opponent was weaker than her. How was he to accomplish something even those above her level couldn't do? Pierce him. Her arm waved through the air like she was conducting an orchestra. The debris from the destroyed rock pillars rose into the air and shot through it like a group of shooting stars. The yellowish-brown mana lighting up the atmosphere became active, attacking Damien fiercely. He flew into the air, dodging with everything he had. Time mana circled around his body and sped up his own personal time, increasing his speed. Bang! Freya appeared in his hand, bullets leaving its barrel and shooting down as many of the rock bullets as it could, and as a final touch on his defense, vector control activated. Any rock projectiles that appeared too close to him were redirected and shot back at their owner. Still, Bianca was too powerful. How could she allow her own attack to harm her? She poured mana into the crystalline barrier and reinforced it. Even with the doubled strength the rock projectiles gained through Damien's vector control, they couldn't pierce its surface, exploding as soon as they made impact. Seeing this, Damien gritted his teeth. It seemed he'd need far more power than he was currently using if he wanted to defeat her. Chapter 710 Overlord 2, Bang! 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 The battle continued for minutes on end, becoming a constant exchange between Damien and Bianca as the former tried to break the latter's barrier and the latter tried to limit the former's movements. Damien's body shot through the air, zooming in random patterns to avoid the hail of stone shards rapidly bursting towards him. Every time they impacted the arena barrier, they caused frightening cracks to form. Even the audience could no longer cheer due to fear. Elders, now, a voice came from outside the arena. Without anyone realizing it, a group of enforcement elders had arrived on the scene. They galvanized their mana, sending it into the barrier to strengthen it with all their power. The cracks soon healed and the barrier strengthened. The foremost elder watched the ongoing battle with a look of trepidation. They'd only just arrived, yet the two geniuses within forced them to use all their power to contain the battle. If this continued, call for reinforcements immediately. We need the high elders to support us if we don't want the entire Colosseum to shatter. The elders hurriedly moved to contain the destruction. Meanwhile, within the arena, the battle was only becoming more heated. Flames and lightning billowed from Damien's body and clouded the atmosphere, destroying any projectiles coming his way. He landed on the ground and glared at his opponent. Storm. Crackle, furious lightning clouds formed in the sky. Silver heavenly lightning surged within, booming as it impacted the ground around Bianca. Still, the strange crystalline shield she'd erected was incredibly powerful. Even as the third strongest lightning in the universe impacted it, it remained unharmed. Bianca raised her arm from within the safety of the barrier and commanded the world. Her mana raged around her and sunk into the earth. Arise, my legion. The earth trembled fiercely as cracks spread through its surface. The ground below seemed to mold itself and take shape, rising into the air and turning into a row of soldiers that separated Bianca from Damien. Attack! The rock army charged. They acted as if they had independent consciousnesses of their own, circling around Damien and blocking his escape routes. Once their formation was complete, they attacked. TCH. Damien scoffed as he battled them back. Mirage swung through the air and parried the close-ranged attacks that got near him while he wielded Freya in his other hand to rapidly defuse any projected attacks flying at him from afar. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Damien thought to himself. From the moment space was sealed near the start of the battle, he'd been placed at a disadvantage. After all, this sealing wasn't something rudimentary that Damien could break easily. He would need to dedicate a portion of his focus to the barrier and a portion of his mana to his all-seeing eyes to find a weakness, and even with this, it'd take a few minutes to do so. Bianca, however, didn't give him the opportunity to divide his attention. Each of the rock soldiers she summoned had the power of an early fourth class, and while they were individually weak enough for Damien to handle them easily, their combined power wasn't a joke. Boom! Damien's sword clashed against the rock sword of a nearby soldier. While he attempted to parry, a spear shot towards his abdomen. Damn it! Freeze! Time slowed to a crawl. Damien watched as the spear moved through space, but he knew it was already too late to dodge completely. In a last-ditch effort to preserve as much strength as he could, he slightly moved his body to the left to avoid the brunt of the spear's tip. Spurt! Time resumed thereafter. The spear cut a gash in Damien's side but failed to pierce him. Damien parried the sword and spun around, sending a mana-infused kick into the spear-wielding soldier's head with immense force. Bang! The soldier's head burst. While it was dazed by the damage, Damien retreated dozens of steps and maneuvered his way out of the encirclement. I can't continue like this. She knows my mana capacity is great, so she's trying to wear me down. The storm trait is forcing her to stay within her barrier, but looking at the way her mana is flowing, she doesn't have to actively provide it to these soldiers for them to move. Compared to the mana it takes her to maintain her barrier and the spatial locking artifact, I'm in a much worse position if I keep wasting time on these soldiers. Damien's eyes hardened. He wiped the blood off his lips and took his sword stance, Void Sword Art third form, Dance of the Void. His body became a haze. While Dance of the Void's usage was severely limited when Damien couldn't travel through space, that didn't mean he couldn't use it, he just had to use time as a substitute. Rather than flickering in and out of existence, he was simply moving fast enough to emulate the same effect, and through this. Shio! 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 The slashes Mirage made through the air were like zipping bees. With every movement he made, another head went flying into the air. The group of soldiers originally had over 20 members, but in an instant, that number had been reduced to below 10. Still, the soldiers weren't the main priority. Shackles of Earth. Tsunami. Bianca stomped into the ground, causing the rock below to fluctuate like waves of the sea. The ground rose and rose and rose until it formed a towering wall almost as high as the Colosseum's peak. The rolling rock wave then pulsated and pushed forward, sweeping away everything in its path. At the same time, the rock soldiers around Damien shattered and merged, turning into thick spikes that jutted out of the earth and stabbed into Damien's body. The change was so quick that he didn't even have time to react. 2 spikes impaled his calves while 10 more jutted into various parts of his back. Damien gritted his teeth and shattered the spikes, scattering dust and debris in all directions. He winced in pain soon after. With pieces of rock trapped in his muscles, transcendent regeneration couldn't properly heal him. And while he could expel these rock fragments with just an instant of time, the earthen tsunami was already upon him. Its towering appearance blocked his vision of everything else. An overwhelmingly powerful mana fluctuation wrapped around his body as his face turned dignified. Who? Damien exhaled a slow breath, his mind raced, everything in the surroundings seemingly slowing down as his processing speed surpassed the rate at which they moved. He closed his eyes, Mirage raised above his head, a strange current of mana covered its blade. Spacetime essence gathered and empowered the sword, and then, Damien swung it with all his might. He didn't aim at the tsunami and he didn't aim at Bianca who was hidden behind it. He slammed Mirage directly towards the ground with every last ounce of his power. He'd been training every facet of his being in recent months. Whether it was his elemental abilities, his physical body, or even his mind, they'd all seen an increase in fortification. He'd been wondering to himself for a long time what it would be like to destroy a world, and when he realized he had the power to do so already, inspiration struck him like lightning. The result, Void Sword Art 6th form, Worldbreaker. Mirage struck the ground. The essence trapped within combined with the sword's aura and submerged into the ground. Crack, cracks began to spread through the earth. Crack. 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 The cracks widened and widened, creating a web thousands of feet across. The web of cracks raced to the base of the earthen tsunami and spread behind Damien to cover the entirety of the arena that he could access at the moment, and finally, when the cracks finished spreading, BOOM, the body of Death Emperor Star itself exploded. Chapter 711 Overlord 3. Worldbreaker was by no means a simple attack. It disrupted spacetime and intrinsically broke down the components of a world, forming a positive feedback loop with the world core and destroying the planet thereafter. Naturally, on a world as strong as Death Emperor Star, this effect was drastically lessened. Because Damien was also holding back his power so it could be contained within the arena barrier, the destruction caused wasn't nearly enough to shatter the world itself. However, it wasn't something to be underestimated. BOOM, the entire arena floor disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Bianca's earthen tsunami and even the crystalline barrier protecting her body were instantly shattered. Cook, she coughed out a mouthful of blood as her mana rebounded, stabilizing herself in the air so she didn't fall into the chasm Damien had created. The battle that had taken place on the ground thus far was moved to the air. The illustrious battle arena floor that had never faced total destruction before was no longer existent, replaced by an abyssal chasm whose bottom couldn't be seen. Bianca wiped the blood from her lips and gritted her teeth. While she was fortunate enough to avoid heavy injury due to the countless layers of protection that stood between her and the attack, she was now essentially crippled. Her most powerful attacks were built on the foundation of the earth. Even if she could still attack and defend without its presence, the amount of mana she had to use to do so would be astronomical. There was a reason people didn't place too much stock in affinities that relied on external mediums to display their full power. If an affinity wasn't versatile enough to be wholly usable even in the worst conditions, what was the point of having it? The important fact was that this wasn't a problem of the Earth affinity itself. While the universe's foundational laws had ranks, the actual power they could display wholly depended on the wielder, that was to say. Bianca's current state was a product of her own malpractice. If she hadn't focused so much on manipulating the Earth around her and instead focused on understanding the versatility of her law, she wouldn't have been in such a disadvantageous position. But what else was she supposed to do? Not only was she a woman, she was a woman in the Bloodlock clan. If she didn't want to be turned into a sex slave or a blood source for the Bloodlock heirs, she needed to prove her worth, and the only it she knew how was destruction. Her immense destructive talent was the reason she was allowed to join the Enforcer unit instead of suffering the same fate as most other women in the clan. Her ability to completely dominate any earthen battlefield was a necessity in warfare. After all, while her power had a fatal weakness, the Bloodlock clan merely had to place her in situations where that weakness would never be exploited. In this way, they'd gain a powerful subordinate while always having an easy method of bringing her down if she decided to rebel. The Enforcer unit was only worth so much. The Bloodlock clan's power was centralized within its bloodline, so even if they were a strong fighting force, any outsiders working for the clan were considered cannon fodder. Ironically, the only ones who escaped this fate were those who suffered the most, the wives and concubines of the Bloodlock men. Bianca's eyes hardened as she thought of this. A defeat here would likely force her into that position as well. Even if she was cropped, she couldn't. Bang, a bullet of condensed spatial mana shot past her head. Just as it reached a few inches behind her, it turned into a blur. Material shift. Damien's figure appeared in the bullet's place. Without giving Bianca a chance, he began a furious offensive. Void Sword Art first form, Bladeless, Void Sword Art third form, Dance of the Void, Void Sword Art second form, Horizon Break. Space was thrown into chaos as Damien chained his sword forms endlessly. Large gashes opened up, opening Death Emperor Star's space into the chaotic void. Smaller spatial cracks formed from the speed and precision of Dance of the Void sword slashes, and Bianca was continuously forced to dodge and block unseen attacks from Horizon Break. Her gritted teeth began to leak with blood. She fortified her defenses with earth mana, but the level of mastery she could show in her current state was incredibly low. I have to get close, she thought rapidly. There were only two facets of her strength that she trusted in her current situation: her control of gravity and her physical strength. If she could get close to Damien and utilize these powers to weaken him, she might be able to clinch a chance at victory. Bianca moved immediately on her assumption. She dodged by instinct alone, using her countless years on the battlefield to guide her. Through this, she escaped the encirclement of Horizon Break and charged at Damien. Still, his speed far outstripped her. And when it came to close combat, since when did he lose out to anyone? Rather than relying on his newfound advantages to pressure Bianca into a loss, Damien put away his weapons and met her head-on. Against these Bloodlock dogs, he showed no mercy or respect. His aim was to dominate and humiliate. Bang! His fist met hers as they finally met. The sound caused the ambient air to explode and produced a screech of metal clashing against metal. The second they made impact, Bianca felt her whole body rattle from head to toe. The force of his punch wasn't any weaker than hers. Brownish yellow mana surfaced on her body and coated her fists. Immediately, she utilized gravity to heighten the power of her attack while simultaneously increasing her speed. This was by far the most intrinsic utilization of mana she knew. She expertly weaved decreased gravity and increased gravity to best suit her needs. In this state, her single fist could cause tens of thousands of kilometers of damage, but against Damien, oh? You can do something like this? He commented with a smile. His fist met hers once more, but the result wasn't any different than the last time. You aren't the only one who can play with gravity, you know. He continued. Vector control was an ability that had become further forgotten the more powerful Damien got. This wasn't a matter of its power, since true vector control would absolutely dominate the universe, but rather a matter of his own talent. Damien had never been the smartest. In fact, the him who first obtained vector control could be called an absolute dolt. The problem lay in this fact. Vector control, despite how simplified it was when Damien used it by utilizing space as a medium, was heavily calculation forward in its usage. To accurately pinpoint the vectors of an opponent's attack became increasingly difficult as he grew in power. And when laws and natural forces came into play, something like a vector became less prominent. The mana of a fourth class was able to break the established laws to a certain extent, which negated vector control's usefulness. In the hands of a genius, vector control could have grown to insurmountable heights. Unfortunately, Damien wasn't a genius. The only reason he got vector control was because it was the ability he needed most at the time. Vector control was a manifestation of his desire for control after his first defeat to the 40th floor boss Wyvern, but as he grew, control came to him in a different manner, through absolute power, and now, this was the first time Damien had used vector control in many, many years. Chapter 712 Overlord 4, Bang! 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 Despite being in the midst of a ferocious melee with Bianca, Damien still had the freedom to think idle thoughts about his abilities. Bianca made a critical mistake after Damien used Worldbreaker to evaporate the ground. Due to her surprise at being put in a completely unfamiliar situation, she wasn't thinking straight at all. While she was limited in her mana usage, she could still barrage Damien and use her superior mana capacity to pressure him. At the moment, this was her best bet at survival and success. However, she instead decided to compete with physical strength, Damien's first and continued strong point. It couldn't be helped. When Bianca was briefed about Damien's abilities, his physical strength was never mentioned. The only time he'd showcased it was when he destroyed those two early fourth-class fighters upon entering the king bracket. Naturally, that level of physical strength wouldn't be considered a threat to someone in the mid-stage of fourth class like her. She was mainly told to focus on his spatial abilities and his artifacts, the two powers Damien used most often. There was a critical difference between Damien and the geniuses of the Bloodlock clan. He never once chose peaceful growth over deathly struggle. Every time he found another weakness, he did his absolute best to correct it and find ways to improve. Perhaps the main geniuses of the Bloodlock clan were doing the same, but a member of the Enforcer unit, the Bloodlock clan's suppression of them wasn't just something that could be exploited by the clan. Damien was doing exactly that, exploiting the weakness that was intentionally left in Bianca's strength to control her. Boom, a heavy punch flew out. Damien twisted his body and allowed it to impact his chest, using the opening he created to land a ferocious strike on Bianca as well. But unlike him, she didn't have transcendent regeneration. The two flew back from the force of the collision. Bianca coughed another mouthful of blood and massaged her chest, where a large black mark had formulated. The punch didn't manage to pierce her skin, but her internals were a mess. She could feel chunks of her organs within the blood she was coughing up. If they continued like this, she'd meet a rather lackluster end. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She was supposed to win this battle and prove herself, gaining more freedom within the Bloodlock clan. Who would have thought she'd run into such a monster? Ha-da-nga. Bianca took a few labored breaths as she tried to stabilize herself, but it was hard. Her body felt heavy. Humans were strange creatures. Motivation, despite being intangible, actually had an incredible effect on their performance. The loss of hope was extremely detrimental to their ability to move forward. Even if they had the same level of energy, a human with motivation and hope would move far faster than someone who didn't, and despite a human completing the exact same task on 2 different days, they could feel like heaven and hell depending on their emotional state. Bianca was feeling hopeless. She felt the despair of her life situation every single day, but she used destruction to mitigate her mental burden. Dominating the battlefield was her coping mechanism. Now that she was placed in a position of weakness, a position where she was being dominated on the battlefield, she couldn't draw out her full strength, or any at all for that matter. Slowly but surely, she began to descend. Holding herself up in the air felt hard. Looking at the abyss below, she had a thought. Wouldn't her life be infinitely better if it ended? Damien left every single Bloodlock clan servant in a vegetative state. Even if they awoke later, they would be crippled for life. The difference was that they were all men. At worst, they'd be killed, as she was a woman, and a rather beautiful one at that. Her fate would be much worse. Just imagining the various marks she'd seen on the Bloodlock concubines and the various rooms she'd accidentally stumbled into during her time in the clan's mansions. Maybe I should just die. Was there any other respite? As long as she existed in this universe, she'd never escape the Bloodlock clan's grasp. Her eyes turned dull, and Damien was only a few hundred kilometers away to witness this change. He had to stop the smile from forming on his face. Is this an opportunity? He thought to himself. He knew that look. That was the look of someone who gave up on life, and people like that were the easiest to manipulate. If I'm going against the Bloodlock clan, I might as well obtain some proper information about them, right? The Enforcer unit. Damien didn't know their exact status within the clan, but the fact that Bianca was sent here as the last obstacle standing in his way before he fought the Overlord was proof enough that she was valued at least somewhat. she was sent to the battle arena as a show of power by the Bloodlock clan. Just remembering the looks of terror on the crowd's faces when she was introduced gave Damien the confidence he needed to enact his plan. A bullet flew from Hell's barrel. Bianca stared at it as it approached her, but she didn't move. The bullet entered through her glabella and exploded inside her head. Her body immediately dematerialized and reappeared outside the arena barrier. She was still conscious, unlike Damien's previous opponents, but at that moment, the Blood Bitch clan must value you a lot for them to send you here to stop me, right? Then I ought to provide them an even better present than anything before. Damien's voice resounded through the arena before the announcer could even speak the results of the battle. His body flashed away. His teleportation became usable again the second Bianca was defeated, as her spatial locking artifact was deactivated and transported out of the arena with her. He appeared directly behind her collapsed body, a twisted smirk on his face. Let this be an example. Whether it's the Blood Bitch clan or a random genius on the side of the street, nobody who offends me will walk away unscathed. Mirage appeared in his hand. It swung down in a crisp arc. Void Sword Art 5th form, dimensional severance. A thin black line cut the dimension in two, and when it struck Bianca's body, she was vanquished from existence. Not even a hint of her corpse remained in the world for others to see. After the sequence of events that took place in the battle arena, Damien was naturally summoned back in front of the board of directors. Unlike last time, his sin this time was far worse. He'd killed someone on Hidden Death Valley's grounds. Of the sins the geniuses could commit, this was by far one of the worst. The crowd, the announcer, the observing elders, there wasn't a single person who reacted in time to stop him. They were already in a stunned state from the battle itself. How were they supposed to stop an event that had only ever happened a minuscule number of times in Hidden Death Valley's long existence? Damien didn't even meet the enforcement officers of the sect. The second Bianca's life signature vanished, his body immediately appeared in the isolated realm, and a terrifying pressure locked onto him. Looking at the cold faces of the demigods around him, Damien smiled wryly. Well, thought I can't say I didn't expect this. Chapter 713 Overlord, 5, I'm about high again? Damien's sheepish words resounded through the large chamber. Insolence. Not only did you break the Academy's rules and disregard our authority once, but you even took for granted the opportunity you were given. Are you seeking death, Scorpio of the 13 Zodiacs? Silsarin raged immediately. If it wasn't bad enough that Damien committed such an offense a second time within 3 days, he also returned to the board of directors with such a flippant attitude. If this wasn't disregarding their authority, then what was? Relax. You're already sending me off to war anyway. What can a cute and innocent little genius like me do when I'm sent into the real world? I'll die. Damien replied with a mock-pouty expression. Silsarin gritted his teeth and flared his aura. Despite his rampant actions, nobody moved to stop him. Damien's first visit could be called a minor offense. It was also his first time breaking any rules, so the fact that he received harsh punishment was enough, but clearly, their approach was too light. A demigod's pressure immediately blanketed the chamber and slammed down on Damien's body. Damien gritted his teeth and let out a sharp exhale as he revolved his void mana and tried to use dimensional magic to separate himself from the pressure. But that was much harder than it sounded. So this is a demigod, he exclaimed inwardly. The pressure he felt now was nothing like the pressure of even an extreme peak 4th class. There was something different about a Silsarin's aura. Every single action he took was laced with a portion of the divinity he carried. Even if Damien formed a new connection with the void, it wasn't solid enough to protect him from the divine. Alright, that should be enough. The director's voice cut through the pressure, freeing Damien. As Damien let out heavy breaths and recovered himself, the director continued speaking. The sin you have committed today is the heaviest sin one can commit at our academy. We will not be taking any statements from you. You will be lucky if you escape death today. Along with his external words, the director sent a sound transmission to Damien's head. Brat, what the hell were you thinking? The usual world barrier appeared between Damien and the Zodiacs as they began discussing his punishment. Damien replied in kind. Well, it's not like I actually killed her. Call it a bit of smoke and mirrors. She's alive? The director exclaimed in surprise. In fact, he hadn't seen the altercation at all. Hidden Death Valley's protection arrays automatically took care of most of the Academy's policing. However, when someone was killed, the perpetrator would be teleported to the Hidden Realm along with the 13 Zodiacs, who were notified before transportation. All in all, the director didn't know any of the event's details, nor did the other demigods. The punishment for dealing with a genius who killed within the Academy's grounds was always death without mercy, so they had no need to, except today they'd run into a rather special situation. Since the director already knew about Damien's class, he decided to give a short explanation of what occurred. Without revealing the existence of the sanctuary, using dimensional magic and the celestial class as a scapegoat, Damien wove a story that fit perfectly into the conversation and explained his actions. "I roughly get the gist of it," the director muttered. "But why go through all the trouble? This situation could have been easily avoided." "Ah, you mean the current situation," Damien replied. He realized that the director quite easily understood the reason behind his killing Bianca. "Well, you have a dog of the Bloodbitch clan with you in the room, don't you? It'd be troublesome if he decided to spill my plans to the main clan." P Alpha D Alpha Nu, the director sighed. Yes, it was smart to not alert Silsarin at all, but did that make his actions any better? Even if he didn't explain himself, he could have at least foregone offending the man. I'll see what I can do. Regardless, you won't be getting off light this time. I hope you've prepared yourself. Relax. Whether or not I'm punished depends on if they have the ability to punish me. If it's escape we're talking about, I'm more than just confident in my abilities." Damien responded smugly. Though, his inner thoughts were quite different. Their two options are killing or crippling me. Even if the director can make sure I don't die, I don't think he can subvert the crippling. And judging by that old dog's attitude, I probably won't be excused from my war punishment due to this fact. Truthfully, Damien wasn't afraid of being crippled, he was merely wary of its connotation. If he showcased that he'd made a full recovery immediately after being crippled, he wouldn't make it out alive. Either he'd be killed, or he'd be captured and used as an experimental subject so others could understand how to duplicate transcendent regeneration. Until this point, nobody questioned the ability. This was because, even though they were rare, healing abilities that could heal limbs still existed. A completely crippled mana utilization system and body returning to its original state through the use of a single skill, however, was unheard of. How troublesome. Looks like I won't be able to fight the Overlord anytime soon. It was a shame, but it couldn't be helped. For the sake of his greater plans, this small bit of glory could easily be sacrificed. At that time, the barrier between Damien and the board of directors dispersed. He was put face to face with the demigods once more, without suspense, the words Damien was expecting to hear. "Damien Void. You will be forced to fight an arena battle with the current King Bracket Overlord in the battle arena. This battle will commence without the usage of the dueling system, so death will be permanent. Due to special circumstances, you've been given this final chance. If you can defeat the Overlord, you'll follow through with our previously agreed punishment and return to the Academy for the progress examination in 7 months. If you fail, however, you die." Didn't come out of the director's mouth? Damien's eyes widened as he stood stunned. Wasn't Hidden Death Valley extremely strict about the no-killing rule? Wasn't that the reason why Julius and even Revis Bloodlock didn't push him too much within the Academy, a rule that could easily frighten those pompously arrogant profligate sons of rich parents into submission, was being broken so easily? Whether it was his eyes or his ears, he couldn't believe them at all. It was only Silsarin's especially bitter expression that cued Damien in on the fact that the director's words weren't false. Seeing the stunned look on Damien's face, the director cracked a small grin. "What did I tell you? This much is easy for me." Damien shook off his surprise and wryly smiled. "I guess it's wrong of me to underestimate Hidden Death Valley's ruler, that's right. But kid, you need to be especially careful during the coming battle. The King Bracket Overlord is not a simple character at all." Damien's eyes narrowed as he listened. He glanced around the room, catching various glances of gloating or pity from the surrounding demigods. "I see they agreed to this punishment because they don't think I have even a single percentage of a chance to succeed. Well, that's fine, whether he's an ant or a god, I'll crush him all the same." Chapter 714 Overlord 6. The day passed quickly. That night, Damien had no reason to return to the battle arena. His win streak had already been completed, and regardless of the circumstance, he would fight the Overlord tomorrow. Instead, he spent the day cooped up in the safety of his own home. There were 2 things for him to do. Firstly, he submerged himself in thought and made some preliminary plans for his expedition into the warzone. Even if he couldn't properly plot out scenarios until he was briefed in 2 days, he could at least mentally prepare himself for things to go wrong. Secondly, he studied his opponent. Having a connection with someone with status like the directors came with more than just a few benefits. One of these was his ability to gather information that others didn't have access to. Sheesh, every time I feel how easy life would be with a backer. It makes me wonder if I should just cave and join one of those major influences. How nice would that be? Damien thought to himself, if it was already this easy with a mere connection, how easy would it be if he had an entire Holy Land's resources and backing? There was no doubt he'd reach the extreme peak of 4th class in just a year with ease. Nevertheless, gaining this backing came with its own problems. And with Damien's personality, him being thrown into the political game between major clans would be a disaster for whoever was backing him. The reason he could act so freely and offend people as he pleased was because he was a wanderer. More than that, the reason he could do so without worry was because his family was safe in the human domain. He'd entered the divine realm through an abyssal corridor, after all. Not only was this method unconventional, it was wholly impossible for anyone else. His tracks started and ended in the Dawn world. Aside from that, this guy is really something. Ranked top 50 in Heaven's List, top 100 on the dimensional leaderboard, has connections with people from almost all the prominent Holy Lands and demigod influences, and most of all, he's a wanderer like me. Damien smiled in admiration as he read more about his opponent. With the director's reach, he was able to put together a profile so detailed that it was scary. A spatial affinity? Space and wind, how interesting. Damien had met plenty of spatial users in the past, but never one on the same level as him. Whether it was Tian Yang or Kurt Galloway, they were both demigods, supreme existence with a grasp on space that he couldn't even imagine, but his abilities remained special regardless. Even after meeting Leona, another celestial, this fact remained true. In fact, despite the rarity of the spatial affinity, the common populace didn't put much stock into it. It was widely believed that space laws were weak and secondary unless one could reach untold heights with them and flip that standard. Damien's usage of spatial abilities completely overturned this belief. Ever since he was a young fledgling, he'd been creating ways to make his spatial abilities more destructive. Bladeless was the first ever example of this. When it came to spatial abilities, Damien's methods were far more conceptual than the average user. He had an intrinsic connection with space that he could feel even before the existence of mana in his body, a level of elemental affinity that was rare even if the entire universe was taken into account. Therefore, when it came to spatial practitioners that didn't far outstrip him in power, Damien didn't worry at all. This guy is a level 350, just barely a high-level 4th class being. If he had any other affinity, I would probably suffer by his hands. Even if I won in the end, I would still lose at least 2 or 3 limbs in the process. His next opponent wouldn't be like Bianca. He was battle-hardened, but he was also unrestrained. He tasted the benefits of being a wanderer and used Hidden Death Valley as a field to gain the resources he couldn't get without backing. Except, you're still being suppressed. This man, the man named Leon Hulfert, was definitely capable of reaching the Emperor bracket. The only reason he remained as the King bracket overlord was hidden suppression. Whether it's you deciding not to poke the hornet's nest or them actively suppressing you, it still stands true that you'll never stand equal to them. What a shame. If he had the willpower to fight his fate, he would have been a perfect soldier. With his power, he could have earned the Academy's backing easily, becoming a genius who could stand on par with those emperors and paragons in terms of both status and power. Damien was the perfect example. He was still relatively weak in the eyes of others, but he still garnered the director's attention. Not only was this because of his talent, but also because of his defiance and willpower. If he never stood against the Bloodlock clan, how would his name have made its way to the director's ears in the first place? And if he didn't have the balls to stand against the Bloodlock clan, would the director have ever considered him as a candidate to carry out his special mission? Damien relaxed in bed and closed his eyes. Turning off the holographic screen hovering before him, "You should be sorry, Leon. Unfortunately, I won't be able to let you off easy tomorrow." The difficult fight that should have taken place, Damien didn't think he could entertain it, because he wanted to show Leon something. To this fellow spatial practitioner, he wanted to show what it meant to be strong. The next day, the battle arena crowd was met with a surprise. All matches were cancelled. A major event was taking place. Someone was challenging the King bracket overlord. In the past 1,000 years, this type of challenge had only taken place 4 times, and every single one of these 4 times ended in a brutal loss for the challenger. Knowing this, The arena crowd was even more flabbergasted by the additional piece of news they heard. Due to a ruling from the board of directors, this fight would take place without the dueling system's protection. In essence, it would be a true life-of-death battle. With this news came word of Damien's feats over the past 2 weeks. His rapid rise through the ranks, his domineering entry into the battle arena, and even his killing of Bianca became common knowledge to all, leading them to wonder why he was even alive to fight this battle. The fact that he was given a chance at redemption after breaking the Academy's most sacred rule was madness to them. Zara walked among the crowd and listened to these stories. For the past almost 2 months, she'd been far too enveloped in her training to pay a single lick of attention to the outside world. She'd been rapidly consolidating her strength and improving on her shadow laws, learning to separate them into light and darkness to exponentially grow in power. It wasn't a coincidence that she exited her intense training today. Damien called her out beforehand, telling her that something fun was taking place. Besides inviting her to watch his battle, he also did so for the purpose of inviting her to the warzone with him. He hadn't had the chance to contact her recently. After all, as she walked into the arena, Zara felt a wry smile surfacing her face. Judging by the words of these geniuses, her Damien had been causing trouble again. A great deal of it. The number of geniuses congregating in the arena was massive. By the time noon arrived, the stands were filled with millions upon millions of them, and walking into the arena were two: a purple-eyed man with jade-white skin, a lean yet perfectly muscled build, and a domineering aura, and a robust man with glistening green eyes and tan skin, his aura not losing out to his opponent in the slightest. Crackle, as they met in the middle of the arena floor, their aura fought for supremacy, their gazes locked on each other, unlike other arena battles. This one was real. There was a chance that only one of them would exit the arena tonight. And neither of them planned to be the one who stayed. Chapter 715 Overlord 7. Today's battle is one for the history books. On the right, we have our battle arena's rising star, Damien Void. And on the left, the King Brackets Overlord, the battle arena champion who hadn't lost a single battle in the past 20 years, Leon Halford. The announcer's words caused a wave of raucous cheers to emanate from the crowd. Even disregarding the connotations of this battle, just the fact that these two powerhouses were going to fight in the ring was enough to put them on the edge of their seats. The arena looked different today. Overnight, the previously 10,000-kilometer wide arena stage had been expanded multiple times over, giving the two contestants an insane amount of ground on which they could battle. This was only possible because the battle arena existed in an area similar to a dimensional cage. Due to its relative isolation from the outside world, it could be expanded and retracted as needed for the ongoing battle's convenience. Usually, the arena stage didn't change at all. Even when the weakest second and third-class geniuses fought, they did so with 10,000 kilometers of empty land surrounding them. Only in a situation like this, when two contestants with Emperor-level strength fought, would the expansion function be utilized. Despite the announcer's hot-blooded words, neither of the men in the arena moved an inch. They stood sizing each other up, competing with their auras and trying to gauge their opponent's strength. Damien wasn't the only one who was given information. Leon was both given information on Damien and a strict warning never to underestimate his enemy, because his current challenger, despite his relatively lower level, would be far more difficult to face than any who came before him. P Alpha D Alpha Nu. The crowd in the Colosseum today was also much different than usual. Aside from the regular geniuses, many esteemed personas had come to witness the showdown. Whether it was the paragons present at the Academy, other Emperor-level geniuses that hadn't yet reached this level, or even High Elders and Supreme Elders of the Influence, none of them wanted to miss out on such a showing. And in the air above, concealed from the perception of all those present, were 13 more spectators. The director smiled as he gazed down upon the arena. He really had to wonder what this rising star would show him today, and aside from Silsarin, who was wearing a cold and haughty expression, the rest of the Zodiacs looked indifferent. It was true that Damien's situation interested them. It wasn't just because of the director's apparent interest in the young genius, but also due to the feats they discovered when they checked his background. A man who'd appeared from thin air, a man who the universe had no record of. This man managed to make his way to the peak of the younger generation within a mere year of his first appearance. This kind of talent was unheard of. It was natural for them to be interested, but at the same time, even disregarding the director's influence, they didn't put much stock into him yet. Geniuses rose and fell like drifting clouds. There was a high likelihood that Damien would die in battle, whether that be today or when he went to war in the coming days. It was still unknown whether he'd be cannon fodder or if he'd rise from the rubble, but only time would tell. If he came back from the warfront alive, then many people eagerly waited for the fight to start. Many bets were placed on both contenders, leading the atmosphere to heighten even more, and when the crowd reached the peak of its excitement. "Battle, start," the announcer's words rang out like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, Leon teleported tens of kilometers away and waved his hand through the air. Spatial windstorm, his mana raged and formed a vortex of chaotic spatial winds. This vortex flashed through space, never moving in a linear path as it somehow reached Damien in an instant, and in response, Damien grinned. Dominion, Vum, an invisible wave of power spread from his body and encapsulated the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Space rippled and rocked like peaceful waves crawling up a beach. Immediately, Leon's spatial power was dispersed. As for the remaining tornado, why did Damien have to be afraid of some heavy winds? It passed through his body as if it didn't exist at all. Damien looked up, gazing directly into his opponent's eyes. If it were a battle of anything else, perhaps my loss would be set. But if you want to compete in space laws, under divinity, there is no one capable of stopping me. Space solidified, the space-time river materialized above Damien's head, glimmering with iridescent blue starlight. Warp, space twisted. The entire arena turned into a chaotic mess. The skies became the earth became walls, the walls became interweaving branches that spanned dozens of kilometers, and those branches transformed back into the sky, within the spacetime river domain. Damien was a god. Leon gritted his teeth and backed away. Despite the distance he made, he found himself trapped in Damien's terrifying spatial cage. Leon's spatial mana emanated from his body in waves. He dispelled a portion of the spatial confusion taking place around him and regained his bearings. At the same time, his eyes hardened as he looked at Damien, who was now floating in the air. To compete in space laws, this had been his intent since the start. Space laws were the core of his being. They were the reason he was able to stand on par with the greatest geniuses of the era. If it was space, he wouldn't lose to anyone. His body turned into a blur as he flashed across the distorted terrain. Despite his senses being confused, he used instinct alone to traverse the spatial layers and find Damien. But if he could do it, why couldn't Damien? Who bang, a fist appeared from nothingness and slammed into Leon's face, pushing him back. Damien appeared from within the spatial layers and grinned. "You can do more than this, right?" Spatial collapse. Leon yelled without responding. His hand clenched into a fist and slammed through space, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. A small hole was created, allowing the chaotic void to consume space itself. In the area around Leon, Damien's spatial confusion lost its effect. "Damn, I knew that one was too mainstream. I bet every spatial practitioner has their own spatial collapse." Damien lamented. "Since you've shown me yours, I'll show you mine as well." Void sword art fourth form, spatial collapse. Mirage appeared in Damien's hand as he slammed it downwards. Spatial mana raged, clouding the surrounding space, and when Mirage reached the end of its arc, bang, space shattered on a massive scale. Thousands of kilometers were enveloped in darkness as the chaotic void took prominence over space. The black hole that formed swirled furiously, emitting a terrifying suction force that could be felt even outside the arena barrier. "This." Leon gasped in shock. The scale and power of Damien's collapse far outstripped his. It was to a level where he couldn't even call himself inferior. As that term wasn't nearly strong enough, it wasn't just due to Damien's space law comprehension. Mirage was a sword of space, a sword that not only had its own spatial abilities, but also the inherited comprehension from its previous master. When it worked together with Damien to showcase the collapse tied to his sword art, the results were devastating. Small spatial tears opened up all around the black hole as it furiously sucked anything nearby into its maws. Leon found himself riddled with small cuts in an instant as he moved rapidly to dodge the intrusion of these tears, but would Damien let him continue? Dimension shift, the dimension itself split in two. The world turned gray as it split horizontally into two pieces, trapping Leon's upper and lower body in each of them respectively. "What is this?" Leon exclaimed in astonishment. This level of spatial control that even split the dimension they existed in far outstripped his understanding of space. Space was weak, at least that's what he told himself. Other than collapse and a few other minor abilities, Leon couldn't find any offensive merit in his spatial law comprehension if he didn't combine it with his wind laws. He took pride in his element because even without offense, the defensive and supportive capabilities in space far outstripped its competitors. It was also an especially rare element, so the element of surprise was always on his side in battle against enemies who didn't know him. When Damien used space, he threw common sense out the window. He turned this supportive element into an intense offense that couldn't be escaped regardless of how hard one tried, and if they didn't have a spatial affinity to help them counter his onslaught, then any opponent he faced was guaranteed to die. Chapter 7:16 Overlord 8. As the battle commenced, the domineering showing only became more and more intense. Every minute that passed led to another tear in space, another array of shattered spatial fragments fluttering to the ground, and another mind-breaking spatial phenomenon that those in the crowd simply couldn't comprehend. What was this, even as they tried to watch the battle? It became difficult to concentrate. The eyes of some weaker geniuses began to bleed just by looking at the ongoing events. Spatial confusion was incredibly powerful. Against someone who couldn't use the spatial layers as a medium for their senses, this kind of pseudo-illusion was deadly. Their awareness would be twisted and mutilated until their spiritual world shattered. Their five senses would be confused to the point of becoming utterly useless, unless one had the power to brute force their way through the confusion or the skill to continue fighting through instinct alone. They would be completely incapacitated by this single move. How are we supposed to fight against those monsters? A young genius muttered. His spirit was immediately shattered upon witnessing the battle, and he wasn't the only one. Many felt the same pressure, the same inferiority as they gazed upon what true strength looked like, but they were a minority. Those who could join Hidden Death Valley. Were never normal characters. The dark elf Damien met when he first entered the king bracket. Alec watched the battle with shining eyes. He'd learned his lesson previously. Weakness didn't stem from the body, and it didn't stem from talent. Regardless of the circumstances of one's birth, becoming a powerhouse was only a matter of effort. This was the system set in place by the universe. No matter how unfair life was, as long as one had perseverance and a bit of luck, they'd reach the goals they always dreamed of. Weakness stemmed from the mind. A cowardly or defeatist mentality such as the one possessed by many king bracket contenders before Damien's arrival. This was the true difference between a genius and an ant. This battle was proof. It was proof that even someone with no status or power to his name in the slightest could rise and become a shining star admired by all. One day he would become like that too. Alec now had the mentality to do so, and just like the previous young genius, he wasn't alone. His belief was shared by many, his drive was shared by many. An atmosphere of fiery determination seemed to envelop the stands as the gathered crowd watched the battle. But this battle. Was only just beginning. Damien wouldn't let it end until he'd engraved it into Leon's mind. A spatial practitioner was born to dominate. Becoming content in his role as an overlord was pathetic. If he was going to share Damien's elemental affinity, then he should have the spirit to match as well. Damien's arms waved through the air like he was conducting an orchestra. The dimension was torn into pieces and remolded, countless dimensional cages stacked on each other like a Russian nesting doll. Attacks from the void sword art populated the air like clouds in their number. Tens of thousands of kilometers of space were shattered and remolded. The arena floor was like a toy that Damien could play with as he pleased. Even if the destruction wasn't at the same level as an attack like Worldbreaker, the connotation behind his current showing was far greater. He was hiding his power. Leon surmised. The report he'd read didn't state anything like this. As he found himself trapped and barraged from every side, forced to use his strong physical body and pure level of existence to dodge and block the incoming attacks, he realized how naive he'd been to think Damien was as simple as the report stated. This man was a monster. There was no other way to describe him, but if he's a monster. Then that's all the better for me. Leon's mindset changed the instant the spacetime river appeared. That mystical materialization was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. And just a single glance at its form made him feel countless sparks of insight forming in his mind. Leon was the overlord. It was his job to stop anyone from reaching the emperor bracket. Especially in this battle, he knew that many things were riding on his win, but before he was an overlord, he was a wanderer. He was a man who rose to prominence with nothing but his own determination supporting him. He was someone who would use any resource at his disposal to grow stronger. What he saw in Damien was no longer an opponent he had to defeat, but instead a rival who he could battle and learn from to grow. The instant his mindset changed, the entire meaning of the duel changed as well. Damien's attacks no longer looked like a rampant and domineering barrage, but instead a lesson. He was trying to teach Leon, space wasn't weak, only its users were weak. If one utilized space to its maximum potential, Void Sword Art 6th form, Worldbreaker, it would become a monstrous ability that none could contend with. The arena exploded once more. With space above and the earth below, Damien's essence pervaded all things and controlled them into destruction. But at this point, Leon could no longer enjoy the magnificent scene. But I don't want it to end like this. Being a wanderer had just as many disadvantages as it did benefits. In Leon's case, this was mainly showcased in his lack of resources and proper training. Without these two things, he encountered the same problem as Damien. He grew without learning to properly utilize his strength. His mana capacity was weak. He'd only been able to expand it to 70,000 through the use of many treasures he'd gained through his journeys and through his years working in Death Emperor Star. Before he entered the academy, he'd been stuck at a mere 40,000 units of mana regardless of how he tried to grow, because, unlike Damien, he didn't have the Devour ability to support him. "I'm sorry, but I can't let this battle end here." His apology wasn't to Damien, nor was it to anyone watching from the crowd. He was apologizing to his own spirit, because the action he was about to take went against every bit of morality in his bones. You must kill him. Even if you don't have the ability to do it yourself, you still have to do it. A voice resounded in his ears. It was a memory from just minutes before he entered the arena floor. If you find yourself in a situation where you're about to lose, take this pill. You will gain power you've never felt before. Use it to destroy him thoroughly. Leon knew what they wanted from him. He was being used by the major clans to do their dirty work again, but he had no plans to use the pill. He at least had some minor protection in Hidden Death Valley, so even if he denied the orders given to him, he wouldn't face many repercussions. Yet, the situation had changed. He wasn't using the pill for the sake of others. No, he was using it so he could continue this battle, so he could learn the things he'd sought for years on end. Leon hardened his gaze and took the dark red pull out of his spatial ring, and without hesitation, he swallowed it into his body. Chapter 717 Overlord 9. Leon's body began changing immediately after he took the pill. His shoulders broadened, his height grew by almost 2 feet, and his skin turned a charred black color. His blood vessels crystallized and broke through the frame of his body, manifesting as red magma-like lines on the surface of his skin. Leon roared. The pain he felt as he transformed was intense. Rampaging mana filled his body and entered the mysterious pocket within, enhancing even his base abilities by a large portion. This type of pill could only be created by a demigod. After all, it forcefully raised the level of one's soul as well as their body. Leon opened his eyes a mere second later. Their previous color was gone, replaced by the bloody color that overtook the rest of his body. Just by looking at his figure, one could easily guess the type of burden he placed on himself, but even after taking the pill, he didn't immediately move. Leon stayed in place and spread his awareness, feeling the space around him and trying to understand it. Here, his fist punched out with immense force. Reddish-silver spatial mana surrounded his fist, impacting a gashed portion of space left by Bladeless and shattering it. This wasn't a shattering of space, but a shattering of Damien's spatial mana that allowed the gash to continue existing. The soul was a strange thing that was completely incomprehensible to those without divinity. It was a container and a basis of life, claiming its place as the most important part of a sentient being, and when the soul grew in capability, it wasn't just abilities that got strengthened, but comprehension as well. Bang! 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 Leon's fists were like a flurry of light as they punched out thousands of times every second. The reddish-silver spatial mana around his body became more and more pronounced with every second. As for Damien, who Leon was supposed to be fighting, he didn't even consider moving in for a killing blow. A smile surfaced on his face. This crazy fucker. Doesn't he know he's going to cripple himself by doing that? Well, I can't say I don't admire his passion. As it turned out, Damien was wrong about Leon. The King Bracket Overlord wasn't some weak-minded fool who caved to the pressure of those major influences. Instead, he was an insane person, an insane genius who knew how to bide his time and wait. When he was strong enough, he would show everyone what it meant to be powerful, and he wouldn't need anyone's help to do it. Leon was exactly the type of genius Damien admired the most. He was willing to sacrifice even himself to grow while also having the mind to not act prematurely. Unfortunately, I'm not as patient as you. But if you're going to such lengths for the sake of growth, I can't look down on you, can I? Damien suddenly paused his attack. Leon didn't have too much time left in this state, and something as basic as Bladeless wouldn't do anything for his growth. It was better to show him something more intrinsic. Restructure, conceal, expand. Space-time essence swirled around Damien's body and spread through the space-time river domain. Suddenly, the warped domain began to change. The Earth that had been completely destroyed by Worldbreaker repaired itself, the debris in the air moving in reverse as it returned to its rightful place. The skies unbent and returned to normal as well. With Damien's spatial confusion being removed from the atmosphere, at the same time, countless dimensional cages formed on top of each other and created a completely isolated dimension from the real plane. Space seemingly returned to normal. The two fighters suddenly disappeared from the arena, and at the same time, the arena returned to its unblemished state. It was like the ongoing battle never took place at all, and this change happened in an instant. Please visit. Many couldn't process it. As the crowd tried to understand what was happening, Damien's mana continued to move and execute his commands. The dimensional cage expanded into a plane of its own. Here, Damien was free to use his power as he pleased. Compress, burst, rupture. In front of Leon's confused eyes, the space around him compressed to a point, looking like a small sun emitting beams as it tried to stay connected to reality. The sun exploded. Space and time were thrown into chaos as the void swallowed all things. 5-dimensional cages collapsed at once, slightly exposing the plane to the outside world, but Damien fixed that issue immediately. At the same time, the space that was being consumed by the void ruptured and formed a gash thousands of kilometers long, rending space and time, nearly tearing apart the fabric of reality. Without the presence of space, how could life exist? Without the presence of space, where would time flow? Without the presence of space, how can reality manifest? Damien spoke. Leon looked at him in wonder. His power truly couldn't accomplish anything close to this. Space is an extremely powerful force. Controlling it means controlling the universe. Look past the conventional boundaries placed upon the element by fools who know no better and allow your mind to truly connect with space. Only through this will you be able to advance past fourth class and step into the realm of divinity. Damien spoke with surety. Even if he was further from divinity than Leon, he'd been in contact with the divine far more frequently. In fact, he'd even devoured a demigod. The fifth primal sovereign's essence was wasted as it protected Damien on his journey through the abyssal corridor. But the space beast's memories were still fresh in his head even a year after the battle. He couldn't comprehend most of the mysteries present in those memories, but he devoured anything he could. Not only did his intrinsic control of space increase to the point where he was almost like a space beast himself in the way space actively moved to aid him, but he also gained a small understanding of what divinity truly meant. It wasn't just a rank up, and it wasn't just a matter of shedding the mortal coil. Achieving divinity was a complete restructuring of one's being, a change that surpassed all others. Looking at Leon, Damien could feel the talent the genius had. He wasn't at a level where he could interfere with the dimension, but he definitely had more untapped potential that couldn't manifest due to his circumstances. Now that Damien was here, how could he allow that situation to continue? He would never forsake a fellow spatial practitioner who was worthy of his respect. Come. Ignore everything else and meet my space laws with yours. We'll see how much you can gain. Leon's dazed expression shifted immediately. A fiery light converged in his eyes. Reddish silver spatial mana flared around his body. Yes, he burst forth with unholy speed. The mana around his body shifted gradually from what it was at the start of the battle. He could see Damien's intentions clearly now, and he had no plans to waste this opportunity. Perhaps he'd be crippled after this battle, perhaps he'd never be able to improve again, but before he reached that point, he'd reach a level that he could have never imagined before today. Chapter 7:18 Overlord 10 Zap Shio. 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 Two figures rapidly vanished and reappeared from existence, melding into the spatial layers and altering their structure as they competed in a battle of laws. Space became an abstract concept under their rule. Its base structure was altered and restructured until it became a completely different existence. In the first half hour, Leon could do nothing but dodge and desperately block Damien's attacks. But as time passed, he became acclimated to the rate of attack and the concepts within. Growing in comprehension by the second, by the time an hour passed, he was fighting equally with Damien. When 90 minutes flew by, he was even suppressing the purple-eyed genius to an extent. Damien grinned. Right, this is how it should be. Let's up the difficulty a bit. At first, Damien had only been using basic space laws, the same breed of law that Leon could control. But now that Leon had a basic grasp on his level, doing this was pointless. Dimensional magic began to show its might. A higher level of space laws than Leon could utilize at the moment, and a level he likely wouldn't be able to touch until he changed his class again and ascended. But even with this, Damien was only fighting equal to Leon. The more the latter's comprehension increased, the better he was able to use his actual strength. The only thing that weakened Leon was his law comprehension. At the end of the day, he was a level 350 being. And not just that, he was a level 350 being who forcefully raised his power through that mysterious pill. Damien didn't have even a slight chance of winning against Leon in this state, but Leon also didn't desire victory. The respect he had for Damien in his heart had reached an insurmountable level. He didn't care that Damien was younger and weaker than him. He didn't care that Damien had offended powers he always paid attention to avoid. Damien was the closest thing to a teacher he'd ever had. Leon smiled as he continued to fight. His fists bled every time they made impact with Damien's. His body felt on the verge of breaking. His mind, however, was free. His comprehension broke through time and time again, putting him in a state of bliss. The sounds of battle became a heavenly sermon in his ears. Space hugged him and held him tight, embracing him like a mother to her child. He could feel it. He could feel the concepts of space that Damien showed him, and he could finally understand what Damien meant by his previous words. The constraints he felt that space had, these constraints were defined by people who couldn't even use the element. How stupid was he to follow their notions? If he could continue this battle for just another hour, he knew he would take a qualitative leap in power, yet he didn't have time. It had now been 2 hours since he began learning from Damien. The red pill wore off an hour ago, but Leon forcefully expanded his mana and maintained its effects as long as possible. Now that another hour had passed, it was impossible for him to maintain that state. His body wrinkled. The robustness brought by the pill faded away, the crystalline blood vessels on his skin shattered, and he withered into a corpse-like state. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the floor. Damien's fist paused abruptly before it made contact with Leon. The forceful stop shattered the bones in Damien's arm, but he didn't care. He flashed behind Leon and supported his body. So? How did it feel? He asked teasingly. It felt amazing. Leon responded through rough and blood-filled breaths. Was it worth sacrificing everything for? Damien asked again. Leon thought for a moment. The consequences of his actions finally set in. Please visit. Tears fell quietly from his eyes. No, it wasn't. I wish I could have fought for longer. Damien was in disbelief, and he ended up involuntarily smiling. You crazy bastard. You aren't even thinking about your future, huh? With the way I was, I didn't have a future to think about. But now, Leon's mentality might have been strong, but he still submitted to the major clans. Whether it was a subconscious decision or a submission to strength, it was still true that he did it. When he looked at Damien, he saw someone who never submitted regardless of circumstance. He fought the Bloodlock clan and taunted them openly. He spoke brazenly to a demigod like Silsarin to the point where the Zodiac even gave Leon the red pill to kill him thoroughly, and even though these actions would be considered stupid or reckless by others, it didn't look that way to Leon. After all, wasn't Damien standing here completely fine? Obviously, he'd gained a certain confidence from his actions and strength. And he acted based on that confidence. Respect was earned, not given. Leon's mentality went through a sudden change during this battle. Even if he lived on as a cripple, he didn't plan to forsake reality. Even if he was powerless, he wouldn't bend to anyone. A greenish-white light suddenly wrapped around his body. It was warm and contained the essence of something he'd never felt before. Somehow, the injuries on his body began to recede. This ability is a gift given to me by a great senior. He was a hero of his generation, and someone that should have gone down in the history books. Unfortunately, his name was forgotten with time, and his sacrifice went unpraised. Damien said with a sigh. Even if I can't feel it, I'm sure this ability contains a portion of his will. It's so mystical, how could it not? What? Leon exclaimed in disbelief. Shut up already. Even if I can heal you, you still overexerted yourself like crazy. If you don't rest and properly digest the comprehension you gained from this battle, there would have been no point in having it at all. Leon's eyes remained wide. He was flabbergasted, discombobulated even. The question remained in his head, and inadvertently left his mouth. Why? Damien smiled. Why, is it not enough that I don't want to see the loss of a talented spatial practitioner like you? There aren't many of us in this universe. You know. The small portion of us that do exist should stick together, don't you think? Leon shook his head wryly and smiled. Really, he couldn't comprehend this young guy. His reputation preceded him, labeling him a demon. Just as he was respected, he was immensely feared, but as it turned out, he wasn't such a bad person. As long as one didn't offend him, that is, Leon felt his eyelids closing on their own. They were too heavy for him to keep up, and as he fell into unconsciousness, the final sight that entered his eyes was the beautiful scene of the entire spatial scenery they'd created dissipating into the air. It was truly art. It was art that only a spatial practitioner could appreciate. That art faded from existence, and shimmering rays of sunlight replaced it, but Leon didn't mind. Just the fact that he'd been able to witness it meant that he was a far greater person than he was before. Chapter 719 Calypto 1. Damien and Leon reappeared on the arena floor, one standing tall and the other collapsed unconscious, and the crowd reaction was mild. After all, a majority of the fight had taken place outside of their reach. How was the crowd supposed to react when they didn't even understand what took place? More than anything else, confusion ran rampant amongst them. Some began angrily shouting, demanding their bet money returned due to the nature of the fight. The magisterial showdown they'd been watching suddenly vanished, and the results came about hours later while they sat in confusion. This was more than just being blueballed. Those people who bet on Leon's win were absolutely furious. A majority of them had bet an insane amount of contribution points on the previous overlord. Considering his indelible record, losing those points was one thing, but losing them without even knowing how was another. Their protests were loud and violent. Many began clashing against the arena barrier in protest, causing a scene amongst the crowd, but the announcer disregarded their voices. Winner, Damien Void. The rising star has defeated the overlord and officially earned his place in the academy. The question is, will he become the new overlord, or will he instead choose to become an emperor? He yelled with the same vigor as always. The announcer was just as confused as anyone else, but it wasn't his job to complain. He knew the results of the battle were valid regardless of whether he'd actually seen it or not. After all, he'd received a mental transmission from an esteemed figure that he never should have had contact with in his lifetime. In the air, separated from the masses below, 13 figures stood. The director smiled as he stood among them. Silsarin, did you enjoy the battle? He asked. Silsarin glared into the arena with red eyes. He couldn't believe it. Even after Leon took the blood-bursting pill, he refused to show his full strength. By the time he started fighting to his full capacity, the pill's duration was already long gone, leading to his easy defeat. He truly couldn't believe it. To give Leon the blood-bursting pill was already an extreme affront to the Academy's rules. He'd only done so to curry favor with the Bloodlock clan, but now that Damien had come out victorious, everything he did was in vain. The only thing he earned himself was the ire of those around him, as well as, you should already be aware, no? Not only did you attempt to kill a rising genius of the Academy, but you also almost crippled another. Aside from that, you did so in an attempt to spread the influence of another clan within the Academy's grounds. For your crimes, you will spend the next 2 years in the abyssal prison for disregarding the Academy's rules. The director's words were like a bolt of lightning. Silsarin had long been expecting punishment. Even if he succeeded in killing Damien, he was still bound to be punished. However, he didn't expect it to be so harsh. The abyssal prison was Hidden Death Valley's most terrifying prison. It was built into the ground thousands of kilometers below the surface, a place where Death Emperor Star's death energy thrived to the point where even demigods would be harmed. If Silsarin was sent to the abyssal prison, he'd essentially be crippled. Especially with a 2-year sentence. The version of him that exited the prison wouldn't be anywhere near his current self. Director, you can't do this. I am one of the 13 zodiacs. How could you sacrifice me for a mere brat? I will. Enough. The director's cold voice forced Silsarin to freeze. He felt an enormous pressure envelop him, limiting his every movement. The pressure was predatory. Silsarin felt like he'd been thrown into a freezing pit, the maws of a terrifying beast slowly encapsulating him. The Zodiac Killer. No, it was more apt to call him the Zodiac Devourer. There was a good reason why the director was feared by the other Zodiacs. Silsarin fell silent immediately, but in his mind, he was raging. Please visit, Damien Void. This is all your fault. I swear upon my family name, when I exit my punishment, I will personally seek you out and kill you. Director, reconsider your decision. I am the Academy's connection to the Bloodlock clan. If you imprison me, the clan will definitely. In the next instant, Silsarin's body disappeared from the sky. Without suspense, he'd been transported to and trapped in the abyssal prison. The director didn't give him a single chance to speak. Why would he? The director didn't care at all about what Silsarin had to say. From the way he spoke, he was obviously going to use the Bloodlock clan's influence to buy his freedom. but the Bloodlock clan had no power in the academy. Immortal blood Azura? If that old fart wants to try me, let him come. The director scoffed. He swept his gaze across the other 11 zodiacs. Any objections? He was immediately met with an array of shaken heads. How could they dare object to his decision? Besides, they had no reason to. Unlike Silsarin, none of the rest had ties to the Bloodlock clan. They had no reason to care for a fate he brought upon himself. Instead, their attention was fully focused on Damien. Even if he hadn't beaten Leon in a true duel of strength, the power he showed in the dimensional cage wasn't light. The conceptual level of his law usage was astounding. Each and every one of them had already forgotten about Silsarin's matter. In their minds, recruiting Damien into their factions was far more important. The director smiled when he saw them like this. Recruit him? Ha, I'd like to see you try. That kid won't bend to anyone, even if it's me. Damien's stubbornness was one of the first things the director noticed when he first started investigating the young genius. If he wanted to, Damien could have become a supreme genius of Fallen Star Holy Land upon meeting Atticus in Dawnworld, even replacing the latter as the Holy Land's Holy Son, but he chose not to. If even a peak Holy Land influence couldn't move him, how could they? Nevertheless, he didn't hate this characteristic. An untamed Damien was for the best. After all, if any influence gets their hands on a genius of his caliber, it will break the delicate balance that's been created in recent times. The director shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The Grand Heaven's boundaries matters were too twisted, only somewhat calm due to the Nox invasion. In any case, Damien's personality made him the perfect mercenary. As long as one offered the right reward, he wouldn't hesitate to take the quest, and that was exactly what the director did. I look forward to seeing how you progress when you leave this birdcage, boy. With that final thought, the director vanished from the sky. The remaining 11 zodiacs followed immediately after him. The only ones left in the area were those on the ground, those who remained none the wiser about the former presence of those deities who once stood above them. Chapter 720 Calypto 2. A day went by after the Overlord battle in the arena. During this time, Damien had to deal with a great deal of troublesome matters. The fame he acquired from the battle wasn't light, but many believed it was undeserved. Still, he was able to refuse a majority of the duel requests that came his way. After all, his Heavens list ranking skyrocketed into the top 20 after he defeated Leon. Though their battle wasn't ranked, his feat was still recognized by the Academy, and his ranking was manually adjusted to match it. Aside from this, Damien also had to deal with his new standing. The announcer's question at the end of the battle. Naturally, he answered by becoming an emperor. Why would he willingly put himself below those Holy Land geniuses? If they were truly a bunch of pretentious brats who rigged the king bracket to preserve the sanctity of the emperor bracket, he would thoroughly destroy them one by one and humble them, though, this was a matter for another time. After acclimating himself to the various benefits he gained from becoming an emperor, Damien went straight to his Star City residence and submerged himself in planning. There were only a few hours left until he left Hidden Death Valley. After all, Zara agreed immediately when I mentioned the warfront. The Academy must be suffocating for her. There were practitioners of all races on Death Emperor Star, including those from the beast races, but Zara never fit in with them. Beasts who reached 4th class tended to embrace civilization, becoming no different from humans when they didn't utilize their beast forms. But Zara wasn't like that. Even though she maintained more human mannerisms and a civilized lifestyle, she never shunned her bestial heritage. Zara's nature was carnage, and in an environment like Hidden Death Valley where killing was disallowed, she was forced to suppress this nature. The battlefield was her home. I guess we aren't much different in that aspect, Damien thought with a wry smile. Though he enjoyed the comforts of Hidden Death Valley far more than Zara, he also clearly felt its restrictions. With his new status especially, his presence became more defined. It felt like there were eyes on him at all times. As someone who was used to moving uninhibited, this naturally didn't sit well with Damien. I didn't come here for Hidden Death Valley, I came for Death Emperor Star. Unfortunately, time isn't on my side. If I want to explore more of this mysterious and deadly world, I'll first need to amass more power and enhance my comprehension. Going to the battlefield is actually the perfect path for me to take if I want to boost my growth. Practical combat was just as important for digesting comprehension as it was for consolidating strength. Using an ability over and over again would ingrain it into one's mind and make using it almost instinctual. In the same way, the more one exercised their comprehension practically, the further it would deepen. Damien smiled in anticipation. In 4 more hours, he'd finally get to experience the battlefield he'd been hearing about ever since he was a young genius on a pyron. He closed his eyes and didn't think further. For now, he needed to rest his mind and achieve peak condition before his time came. 4 hours was nothing. As Damien's strength grew, his perception of time changed as well. Days felt incredibly short, and months felt like they'd pass in a flash. He tended to live on a day-by-day schedule, never giving himself a moment of rest. This was the only way he could stay grounded, because before he exited training to visit the duel arena, he didn't even realize a month and some had passed since he began his regimen. Please visit. This was dangerous. He had places to be, things to do, and a plethora of responsibilities on his plate. If he ever got too immersed in a task and faded into his natural perception of time, his perception of those responsibilities would also begin to fade. He wanted to see Rose and Ruyue. He wanted to see Elena again now that he'd grown and rekindled their love. He didn't want to become a monster who disregarded these emotional matters as he became absorbed in training in time. Currently, Damien stood in the central area of Hidden Death Valley, directly under the trench from which he first entered the academy. Zara stood next to him with a look of wonder on her face. Is it really that cool? Damien asked with a smile. Zara looked over at him with a frown. How could it not be? Just look at it, Damien shrugged. He could understand where her marvel came from. After all, they were currently standing underneath a wonder of technology unlike anything they'd seen before. It was a starship spanning countless tens of kilometers. It was shaped somewhat similarly to an aircraft carrier, but its design was much smoother, as it was built to withstand the chaotic starry sky. Most of its facilities were located inside the ship instead of on its surface. Though, there was indeed a deck since fourth-class beings could survive in the starry sky by using their mana as protection. Its hull held a silver sheen from the beautiful metal that created it, and blue lines of mana snaked across its surface as it floated in the air. It was so stupidly futuristic that even Damien was somewhat surprised by its appearance. Still, he could never be truly excited by starships. As someone who possessed transportation abilities far outstripping these devices, he could never appreciate the convenience that their invention brought to the masses, but he could definitely appreciate their weaponry. Although the starship was floating, its isolation barrier wasn't active, allowing Damien's awareness to penetrate its surface. He could clearly see the various armaments lining the ship's interior. As the two stood, their surroundings were slowly filled with people. Damien was given a special mission, sure, but this expedition didn't involve him alone. A force of 5,000 students ranked from the 100s to the 10,000s on Heaven's list was also enlisted in this mission. These students had been through the Hellhole's brutal training, and expeditions like this one were used by the Academy to test their growth. When all 5,000 finally arrived, the starship descended and gracefully landed on the ground. A small portion of the ship's side slid apart and revealed its interior. From there, a massive and gruff man exited. Soldiers, board the ship. His words were succinct and without emotion. He was a commander in front of his troops, and he expected nothing from them other than his orders followed. And just as he expected, the 5,000 geniuses immediately got into formation and boarded the starship in an orderly fashion. Damien and Zara stood at the end of their line. Boarding that starship would signal the start of another monumental chapter of their lives, their first introduction to war. Damien couldn't tell whether he was excited or nervous, but he truly felt jittery now that the moment was upon him. But he wasn't a coward. He refused to be one. Even in front of this massive change, he refused to show fear. He stepped forward, and along with the rest of those accompanying him to Calypto, he confidently boarded the starship. Chapter 721 Calypto 3. The trip to Calypto took 2 months even with the starship using the best transportation techniques in the universe. Not only did it cruise through the starry sky at an insane speed surpassing any fourth-class being, it also traveled through 3 different long-distance teleportation arrays. While doing so, cross-sector teleportation arrays were widely available in the Grand Heavens boundary, but all those to Eden, Soul World, and the Beast Domain had been manually cut now that the Nox succeeded in breaching the 3 sectors. Teleportation arrays were an immense convenience to the masses, but they were also an easy way to infiltrate the universe. These teleportation arrays were precisely how Nox geniuses like the Saint King were able to arrive in the divine realm, rather than the safety of those who lived in the invaded domains. Keeping the Nox out of the remaining ones was more important to those in power. Nevertheless, other than the speed of the journey itself, this starship voyage didn't vary much from Damien's usual trips through the starry sky. Whenever he could, he'd leave the ship and bind any dead stars he saw in the vicinity. And whenever he came across a lower world or beginner world, he would bind it too. After all, the difficulty of doing so was the same. Unless the world core had gained spirituality, it would be dominated by his celestial authority. In consequence, Damien's mana capacity skyrocketed once again. The amount of world force he could control didn't increase substantially, but the force itself became more dense. It was slowly becoming viable to utilize in combat again. Still, 2 months wasn't much time, and the starship didn't wait for anyone. As it was rather tiring to warp back into the moving ship every time he left it, Damien only got a few chances to perform this high-speed farming, and finally, the starship crossed into Eden. As the plant race's domain, Eden was known for its luscious worlds covered in beautiful greenery and life aura. Yet, none of those scenes could be witnessed anymore. Eden was submerged in desolation. Nearly every world the starship passed was charred black and destroyed. Some were even in pieces, their debris floating aimlessly in the starry sky. Only when the ship reached Calypto was a hint of the sector's previous wonder present, but even this wonder had been corrupted. Calypto was a large planet with a diameter of roughly 300,000 kilometers. This size meant that, if placed between Earth and the Moon, it would almost encapsulate all of the present space. Only a world of this level would the Nox choose as an infected source world. The world itself was painted in the color green. Even the ocean waters were dyed a similar greenish-white color after being influenced by the atmosphere. But rather than the luscious and lively green one would usually see in Eden, this green stunk of infection. It was a disgusting color that corrupted the planet's previous atmosphere. They were only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the planet, and at this time, the operation commander summoned the present geniuses to the main cabin of the ship. Everyone here has been roughly briefed about the situation, but I will reiterate one more time for safety. Today, we are not here to destroy the infected source world. None of you possess the power to do so. Instead, our mission is to distract the Nox forces residing in this world for 2 months to prevent them from aiding the main force on Thro while the main operation takes place. The commander spoke sternly. You will be split into teams of 5 and dispatched to various locations along the world. A world map, as well as general details on both characteristics of the world and those residing in it, have been sent to your academy emblems. Double tapping the emblem will allow you to view it. The commander glanced over the 5,000 geniuses present with a stern face. At a time like this, there was no room for error. 2 months was an incredibly short period of time, and expecting mere students who hadn't grown into their strength yet to assist in this mission was something he never agreed with, but there was no choice. Heaven's army didn't have enough leeway to split their attention to both Thro and Calypto. The strength of these students wasn't much weaker than Heaven's army's forces, but their experience with war and slaughter was far too lacking. Regardless, there wasn't another option for them. The only thing he could do was watch over them and keep as many of them alive as possible. There is no overarching plan for this mission as the goal is distraction rather than destruction. Depending on your drop point, you will be given a series of tasks to complete, but this is it. Keep in mind that this is not just a test of your power, but also your integrity, will, and tactical intelligence. Move wisely to accomplish your missions, and if you find yourself with time remaining, use it to destroy the enemy. We touch ground in 3 hours. Use this time to get acclimated with your teammates and prepare yourself. With those words, the commander left the main cabin and returned to the starship's control room. Immediately after, the academy emblems of the present geniuses began to shine. An array of lines lit up the room, connecting each emblem to another. These lines led the geniuses to their team members. Damien and Zara had a line connecting them as well, and together, they moved to meet the rest of their group. It's nice that we were placed together. Is this the director's work? Damien wondered as he walked. The director was truly favoring him to influence the team pairings on an important mission like this for his sake. Not that he minded at all, it only took a bit of walking for the duo to meet with the rest of their group. The other 3 had seemingly already met prior to the mission, considering how they were standing together chatting. When Damien and Zara arrived, the 3 immediately gave them a once-over. So these are the 2 newbies coming with us? A pretty boy and his toy? How sad. The one who spoke was a woman with bronze skin and a sleek yet toned build. Her black hair was pulled up in a long ponytail that draped halfway down her back. You can't say that about people, Synth. How many times has the instructor told you not to judge people by their appearance? A girl next to her condemned. Unlike the first who had a more masculine vibe, this girl was small and cute, almost like a doll. She had shining blonde hair and equally golden eyes. a rosy blush settling on her pale skin as she shyly spoke, "Whatever. It's not like they'll do anything about it, right? Ash, you need to grow some balls. That shy personality of yours doesn't fit you." The woman named Synth replied. As the two spoke, Damien succinctly made a mental note to put this Synth woman in her place once they landed on Calypto. He couldn't allow someone so unruly to interfere with his judgment. While he did so, the third person in their group walked up to him with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry about her. She has a tendency to speak without thinking. The instructors have been trying to quell her rebellious nature for years, but nothing they do seems to stick." "Don't worry about it," Damien replied. "If even the instructors in the hellhole couldn't fix her, then it can't be helped." The man nodded wryly and put out his hand. "My name is Tyler, by the way. I'm a level 300 contractor. I'm able to tame beasts and fuse their power into my body." This Tyler guyed out his power is similar to that Hunfong brat. "I wonder how those siblings are doing now." Damien shook off his thought and instead shook Tyler's outstretched hand, replying in kind, "Damien Void. I'm not willing to reveal my class, but I'm especially skilled in spatial laws and dimensional magic." He kept his explanation short and didn't mention his level, knowing that doing so would be counterintuitive. As Zara followed his lead and introduced herself, he looked over at the other two. "Their levels aren't bad. The mana emanating from their bodies surpasses what you'd expect from an average level 300. Also, they definitely aren't what they seem at all." "What are you looking at, creep?" Synth sneered, interrupting his observation. Damien glanced at her with a bored look. "What, are you too stupid to understand my intent?" Tyler here was smart enough to introduce himself to his teammates. "What about you, TCH?" "Synth, level 315, mechanist. That's all you need to know." Synth replied with a disgruntled scoff. "Hi. I'm Ash. I'm a level 313 berserker. Please take care of me." The blonde-haired girl followed. "Berserker?" Damien blurted out in surprise. He'd met plenty of people whose personalities juxtaposed their classes, but this one had to be the most severe case. "Why, yes." Ash replied sheepishly. Damien shrugged. "Well, if you're strong, you're strong. Looking at the three of you, it seems your party composition is pretty solid already." Ash was a berserker, a frontline fighter who could double as a tank. Tyler was a contractor, and while his power involved fusing with beasts, he played the mid-range combatant role since he could respond properly to most situations with his varied skill set. Finally, Synth was a mechanist. Damien first learned of this class type from Lynn Carter in Nibelheim. Essentially, people of this class type were technomancers with various control abilities. Synth was clearly the long-range damage dealer and crowd controller of the group. Together, they had an airtight formation and routine that they probably followed ever since they'd been placed together. Considering that Damien and Zara arrived and ruined this synchronicity as unknowns, Damien almost felt like he could forgive them for their obviously unwelcoming atmosphere, though that atmosphere wouldn't remain for long. He wouldn't allow it to, after all. Since when was he someone who'd agree to be part of a team he didn't lead? Chapter 722 Calypto 4. As 3 hours rapidly raced by, Damien and Zara got familiar with the trio they were partnered with. As it turned out, they'd been together for many years already. The hellhole was just as torturous of a place as Damien had seen during his brief visit, and despite undergoing the pains of remaining there, these three were able to rely on each other to overcome all odds and survive. Still, to be able to take all that torture without bending is admirable, especially for that brat. This group might not be so bad. Damien's plans didn't change at all, but he could at least admire the spirit of these three, mostly the mechanist named Synth, even putting aside her fortitude. She'd turned a more engineering-based technomancer class into a battle class with her own ingenuity. She was a genius among geniuses. Damien's group continued conversing and getting familiar with each other, and in what felt like an instant, the starship was already hovering within Calypto's atmosphere. "All troops, prepare for transport." The commander's voice boomed through the hall. Each group immediately stood straight, separating from each other and grabbing onto their group members' shoulders. "Follow what they're doing," Tyler said to Damien and Zara. "We will be teleported to our mission coordinates all at once." While holding on to each other isn't necessary, it heightens the chances of us spawning at the same point rather than being scattered around the area. Damien nodded and grabbed Zara's shoulder, and she did the same with Ash. The 5,000 geniuses stood in these connected positions for only a few seconds before groups started to disappear one by one, and soon enough, Damien's group's turn came, a flash of light enveloped him, a formation circle appearing beneath the five's feet. In the next instant, they vanished from the starship. A mixture of sharp, pleasant, and foul odors mixed within Damien's nostrils as he rematerialized. The leaves of the tall tree that produced these odors brushed against his face. Even with all that talk, we still got separated. Damien scoffed inwardly. He spread his awareness into the surroundings and rapidly found the rest of the group. Other than him, they all landed together. Just my luck, he teleported over before they could even regain their bearings. Other than Zara, the rest didn't even realize there'd been an issue. Good, everyone's here, Tyler said under his breath. Let's find a safe place to look through our mission tasks first and proceed from there. Done, Damien said almost immediately. Tyler voiced questioningly. Don't worry about it. We'll be there in 3.2.1. The group teleported once again. Nowadays, Damien's teleportation skill didn't have many restrictions. Bringing a group of 5 people around his strength level with him wasn't a problem at all. When they reappeared, they were standing in a mossy cave. Just as they regained their senses from another sudden spatial jump, the plants around them began to hiss violently. Poisonous purple fluid dripped from the ceiling and fell to the floor, burning deep holes in the Earth's surface. Didn't you say it was safe? Synth exclaimed. Damien flicked his finger. 16 spatial lights left his hand and hit the surrounding plants, expanding into miniature dimensional cages that trapped them. Well, it is now. He smirked. Why would you do that? Tyler shouted immediately. The previous kind facade he possessed dropped immediately. Do what? Damien responded cluelessly. Not only are you acting without consulting your teammates, you're even putting them in danger. Even ignoring the sudden teleportation, why would you choose a cave that you obviously knew was populated? This isn't how a team member should act. Tyler yelled sternly. Damien sighed in response. While he could see the man's point, he also scoffed at it. Truly, these kids were green without experience in the field. They'd never been forced to survive in the wild before. Meanwhile, Damien had experienced it from a first-person perspective. Whether it was the 10 years of war he lived through as Alaric or the 2 years of brutal survival he lived through as a teenager, both were experiences these geniuses who grew up in the hellhole couldn't compare with. He couldn't take Tyler's words seriously. I can at least acquiesce about the teleportation. Though, it wasn't a mistake. I did it on purpose because I'm an asshole. In natural Damien fashion, he decided to start his rebuttal by pissing them off. About the cave issue, sure, if it's just the 3 of you, finding an unoccupied cave would be the best. But since I'm here now, it's different. He continued, this world was once dominated by plant species. Whether you realize it or not, everything around us has at least some form of spiritual intelligence. The reason I chose this cave is precisely for that reason. As long as these acidic grapevines are alive, their aura will mask our scent. Not only that, the local flora and fauna won't randomly intrude on this cave since its existence has already been ingrained in the ecosystem. With the vines trapped by me, they're not only unthreatening to us, they're even helping us scare off those beasts and sentient plants who were waiting to strike us. Don't tell me you didn't even sense their obvious killing intent. Tyler shrunk back a bit, intimidated by Damien's eyes. Old habits died hard. Whenever he put himself in a survival mindset, Damien's eyes would become exceedingly cold. Indifferent rationality and untamable insanity. Only a combination of these two could allow one to survive in a place like the first dungeon as a classless mortal. Something sparked within him. It wasn't just Tyler who experienced a shock from his words. Even the unruly synth and the shy Ash stepped back a bit. They fully supported Tyler's outburst a moment ago. Just like him, they were incredibly displeased by Damien's actions. But even though Damien himself said he was being an asshole for the teleportation gimmick, his following reasoning left them no room to question him. I know you all think highly of yourselves, but put away that pride of yours. We've entered enemy territory. There is Nox aura permeating every inch of the surroundings. I don't care about the tactical intelligence the commander told you to exercise, it means nothing in front of me. Reddish-black sparks erupted from his eyes as they swept across the 3. Space trembled due to the pressure of his gaze. I'm demanding obedience from the 3 of you. I don't mind you playing around when it's time to play around, and I don't mind you gaining experience here. But at least for now, I will not tolerate insubordination. Understand? His aura flared. Space and time followed his command and twisted around the 3, suffocating them. Despite the commotion Damien was making, not a single existence sensed the group's presence. They'd long been isolated from the world by a dimensional cage. I'll ask again. Do you understand? Tyler was the first to cave. He nodded immediately. Followed by Ash. Through years of training, differentiating opponents they could face from those who could crush them became instinctual, and Damien. Perhaps he even surpassed the latter category. Damien's gaze focused on Synth. Despite a show of authority, she remained staring at him with blazing eyes, not speaking a word. He teleported in front of her. His hand lashed out like a claw and took hold of her neck. He squeezed as if he was going to snap her neck if she uttered a single wrong word. Synth, unhand her. Furious cries came from Ash and Tyler, but Damien ignored them. He heightened his spacetime control, restricting their movements completely. Do you think I won't kill you right now? He asked coldly. Kill me then. Synth replied. Her defiance didn't drop even at this juncture. Damien stared into her eyes indifferently. That blazing light they contained, it reminded him of himself, but in the current situation, he didn't have the time nor mind to entertain such a rebel. As you wish. His hand tightened immediately. Synth immediately felt the pain of suffocation. Her eyes widened. Was she really going to die here? She'd been unruly in the hellhole, sure, but the only reason she could do so was because she knew the instructors wouldn't kill her. Facing a real threat of death, how was she supposed to react? A gentle hand landed on Damien's shoulder. Damien, Zara's calm voice rang out through the cave. Before Synth could even completely comprehend the situation, Damien let go of his grasp on her throat and backed away. Ha! He sighed lightly. Flashing Zara a reassuring smile, he turned back to the trio. It's been brought to my attention that I was a bit too heavy-handed with my approach, but let's put that aside for now. How about I explain the situation first, and then you can deem whether or not my actions were valid. From the bloodthirsty demon he was a second ago, he transformed into a smilingly handsome young master. This sudden change was quite hard to adapt to for the unlucky trio. Chapter 723 Calypto 5. The mossy cave was silent. The only sounds permeating its walls were Synth's broken coughs as she recovered from her recent near-death experience. It had been 5 minutes since Damien's outburst, but no words had been spoken yet. After all, the three geniuses needed time to gather themselves before facing him again. In their eyes, the amiable youth they'd met in the starship had been replaced by a monster. There was no way they could calmly converse with him anymore. Damien sighed as he watched them. Though, couldn't blame them for their current attitude. If Zara hadn't stopped him, he really would have killed Synth. Was I being too dramatic? He asked himself. The second they dropped into Calypto, his mindset experienced an extreme change. It wasn't just due to his survival instinct or the importance of their mission, it was a reaction akin to PTSD. And perhaps it was, to some extent. He'd lived 10 years of war already, whether it was in his own body or not. His experience didn't translate completely into the real world, but the feelings stayed ingrained in his subconscious. The stench of Nox mana in the air, the killing intent that surrounded them on all sides, the many factors present on Calypto combined and invoked a primal reaction that he could barely control. Still, he didn't think he was wrong. After all, if the three of you don't put your guards up and start listening to me, you'll die the second we leave this cave. The trio's eyes collectively widened in shock. What? Tyler exclaimed, speaking for them. Damien shrugged in response. The atmosphere is filled with deadly poison. It must be a trait of this forest. Aside from that, every tree and leaf out there is carnivorous. If you even step wrong, you might find yourself with one less leg. Then. Tyler stammered. The quick teleportation was to isolate you from those effects. I'll be fine because I have a powerful natural regeneration, and Zara will be fine because of her beast physique, but the three of you are regular people. None of you have special traits to help you survive the atmosphere. Tyler and Ash were humans while Synth was an elf. While the first two had average bodies, Synth would be especially affected by the atmosphere due to the elves' closeness with nature. If they stayed in an open-air environment for more than a few seconds, she would have been instantly poisoned. From the looks of it, Tyler didn't doubt Damien's words at all. Once he heard them, his brain whirred to life and put the pieces together. The poisonous grapevines in the cave, the foul odor in the air, the ominous hissing of the plants as they stood, it all added up to support what Damien said. But how did you know? Tyler asked cautiously. Because I was poisoned when we first landed. I spawned inside a tree, you see? That bastard didn't hesitate to strike even without understanding who or what I am. Damien thought back to the leaves that graced his face when he first materialized. In fact, he didn't even realize he was poisoned until midway through Tyler's words about finding a cave. Only when the poison was expelled by transcendent regeneration did he perceive its existence. He had no desire to stay in an environment filled with poison that could deceive even his senses, and he acted on that notion without another thought. If you could survive, why couldn't we? Synth growled immediately. Her rebellious gaze was now mixed with fear and caution as she spoke, but she didn't hesitate regardless. Damien sighed. This was why he hated working in teams. It was just too annoying to build trust with people he didn't care about. Let's just do it the easy way. The dimensional cage around them dispersed. Without speaking another word, Damien walked up to the cave wall and released a nearby poison vine from its entrapment. The terrifying purple acid dripped down without delay. Right onto Damien's body. What are you doing? Tyler yelled in a panic. Relax, Damien responded immediately. He sealed the vine once more and turned around. Can't you see I'm fine? He was, in fact, not fine. His flesh and muscles evaporated completely in the areas where he was struck. His right arm rapidly melted into a pile of bloody goo, and even a portion of his face melted down to where his skull was clearly showing. Eek! Ash yelped in terror as she turned away. Tyler and Synth cringed when they saw his appearance, fighting back the urge to vomit. TCH, don't turn away and watch. Just as Damien spoke, his flesh began to wriggle and reconnect. Sizzling purple fluid was excreted from his pores as he grew a new arm and healed his face. Can any of you do that? If you think you can, you're welcome to try. He spoke after completely healing back to peak condition. This, Tyler couldn't rebut. It was truly an insane healing factor, far surpassing anything they had access to. While they had separate antidotes and healing pills that could mimic the same effect, they took far longer to act. The amount of pain they'd have to suffer before they could finally cure themselves. Does it not hurt? Synth asked quietly. She couldn't bring herself to raise her voice after that showing. Of course, it hurts, dumbass, Damien replied. But in the end, it's just a matter of endurance. Isn't it simple when you think about it? No. It definitely wasn't simple. Synth shuddered at the thought of enduring the pain of her arms and face melting off even if it was only for a few seconds. Only an insane person could do that with a straight face. With every moment they spent in this cave, Damien only became more and more terrifying to them. Age didn't matter, level didn't matter. He was someone who defied common sense, and they'd only known him for a few hours. They couldn't imagine what kind of insanity they'd experience going forward. Anyway, Damien said, somewhat breaking the tense atmosphere, do you understand why I acted the way I did? Or should I explain more? After looking at each other briefly, the three shook their heads in denial. In reality, they did want a deeper explanation. Even if he wanted control over the group, and even if his intent was to protect them from the toxic atmosphere, he only needed to show them as he'd done just now. What effect did the first showing have? Why did he feel the need to go so far? But even if they asked, Damien couldn't tell them. He couldn't tell them about his inherited PTSD, he couldn't tell them about the strange instinct that guided his actions, and he couldn't tell them about the mission the director gave him. Alright, we're on a bit of a time crunch to exit this forest, so let's ignore this for now and get the important stuff out of the way. Now, should we move on to our mission objectives, or do you want to continue wasting time refusing my leadership? Damien segued as he double-tapped his school emblem. He didn't even give the trio a chance to answer as he continued on. Ignoring them completely, he began to browse the list of tasks they'd been provided. He'd already memorized the world map when the director gave it to him previously, so he didn't need to look at it again. Oh ho, he thought to himself. Now this might be interesting. Chapter 724 Calypto 6. Damien's squad's tasks were simple on paper, but were perhaps the hardest tasks given out during this assignment. At least, Damien felt they had to be. Is it because I'm on the team? Am I being over-evaluated or am I just being too cautious? Essentially, their squad was tasked with destroying the periphery bases of the Nox on this world, destroying their food supplies, and cutting their supply chains. It was a great deal of work, enough to take an entire army to accomplish, but it had been delegated to 5 people alone. Damien looked over at the other 3 curiously. Despite reading through the tasks themselves, they didn't seem too alarmed by the scale of their mission. Are these brats better than I thought? He wondered. Maybe he was the scary one and they were normal. Nah, that can't be it. Swiping his hand, Damien shuffled the holographic windows around him until the world map was displayed. Thesi, Engra, and Lilith are the closest nearby cities that have been transformed into peripheral bases. We can start there. Other than that, I wonder how those three will react when they see it. He located the nearby food supplies and supply routes soon after pinpointing the cities and turned back to the three, explaining it to them slowly. But first, we'll attack Thesi and eliminate any troops within. There's a food supply only a few kilometers away, so it's the best place to start. After destroying Thesi and the food supply, cutting supply chains to Engra and Lilith will be extremely convenient. As for how we move from there, it depends on the situation. Any thoughts? While Synth and Ash put their heads down, Tyler began calculating the viability of Damien's choice. He was the main tactician of their small group, so naturally, the other two would follow his lead. After a moment, Tyler slowly nodded. We can do this. There shouldn't be any problems unless something unforeseen happens, but those situations are unforeseen for a reason. As you said, it's best to act accordingly when the time comes. Damien smiled lightly and nodded back. This guy has his priorities straight, unlike Synth and Ash, who were still somewhat preoccupied with the previous event. Tyler forgot it entirely in favor of completing the mission. There was a reason he acted as their tactician. Well, I did almost kill Synth, so I can't say anything about her aversion. This Ash though, is she really a berserker? It was hard to imagine a berserker with such a frail personality, but there was no reason for her to lie about her class. Whatever. I guess I'll find out when it's time for battle. Next up on the agenda, escaping this forest. Damien continued, in all honesty, it won't be that hard. As long as you remain completely obedient and follow my steps to the T, you'll escape without a scratch. Worst case scenario, you get poisoned, but didn't I say before? It's just a matter of endurance. He finished with an evil grin. Synth and Ash shuddered when they saw his expression. Without hesitation, the three agreed to his words. If they could survive properly, the matter of leadership and obedience meant nothing. They couldn't trust Damien at all, both because they didn't know him and because of his actions until this point. But they could be certain of one thing: Damien cared about this mission, and as long as he cared about this mission, he wouldn't needlessly sabotage their team, especially if they followed him properly. Damien smiled widely when he saw their unhesitant reactions. These three really caught on quick. Good, since it's settled, then it's time to go. Remember. Follow me closely. With those words, Damien walked out of the cave and began traversing the forest. He did so casually, recklessly moving without caring about the surroundings. It almost made the trio doubt whether or not they wanted to follow him, but seeing Zara do so easily, they weren't left with a choice. Slowly but surely, they exited the cave and followed Damien's footsteps exactly, and somehow, the surrounding plants never attacked them. Every step Damien took was followed by a light ripple in space. The path he walked was filled with the element, each step only amplifying its effects. HSSSS, a nearby plant shot forward, opening its leaves like a Venus flytrap as it tried to attack Damien, but before it could even get near his body, it ran into an invisible wall. Regardless of how hard it tried, it felt like it was stuck in molasses, unable to move forward even an inch. The concept of distance that Damien used for Horizon Break had plenty of other uses as well. Making an infinitesimally small portion of space nearly infinite was only one of its base abilities, and with this simple method alone, Damien was able to keep the group safe from any attacks. Trees couldn't move. Even if they attacked, they could only do so with branches and roots. Restricting these was just as simple as restricting regular plants. Other than the trees, however, nothing else was a threat to Damien's safety. As for the poison, material shift, the poison in the surroundings was constantly separated from the atmosphere through material shift. As Damien's mana depleted, the toxicity of the atmosphere in the surrounding few kilometers began to substantially drop. His awareness spread to its limits, searching for the end of the forest. As long as he could see it, he could go there. And while Damien implemented multiple complicated techniques to make the casual stroll he was taking possible, they were incredibly discreet techniques, to the three geniuses following behind him. It was like a miracle occurred. Attacks couldn't get near them at all, and every time a block of solid purple material appeared in the sky, the air became slightly more breathable. They didn't understand exactly what Damien was doing, but his actions served as a greater show of strength than anything he'd done in the cave. Only half an hour later, Damien found the edge of the forest 10,000 kilometers away. He surrounded the group with his mana and teleported them without a word in. The next instant, they were standing on a desolate plain with the forest to their backs. It was that easy. but if we'd stepped out of line even once, his protection wouldn't have applied to us. We would have been stuck in that strange sticky space, completely susceptible to incoming attacks, and Damien wouldn't put in any effort to save them if that happened. Tyler realized it instantly, perhaps that tyrannical showing was necessary. Tyler glanced at Synth from the corner of his eye. No matter how close they were, he had to admit that Synth was still too unruly to act as a soldier. Tyler was the brain, he was a practical thinker regardless of the situation. Now, his rational brain was showing him the obvious. Without being terrified of Damien due to him almost killing her, Synth would have never listened to his orders. Even if Tyler and Ash tried to convince her otherwise, she would have done something out of line just to satisfy her silly pride. That kind of action would have cost her her life. Tyler looked at Damien's back with a complicated gaze. Was it all planned from the start? Or was Damien just naturally tyrannical? While he couldn't formulate a proper answer to this question, he at least knew this much: perhaps following Damien in a brutal environment like this one was actually the best decision they could have possibly made. Chapter 725 Thesey 1. Immediately after leaving the toxic forest, the group made their way to Thesey. Even though Damien said it was close, in reality, it was close to 2,000 kilometers away. The only reason this distance looked short was because of the power of their squad. Because everyone in the squad had power that at least surpassed mid-rank 4th class, they made it to Thesey within half an hour. Tyler, how do the three of you usually do reconnaissance? Damien asked when they arrived a few hundred kilometers away from the base. Reconnaissance usually ends up being my job. I have a few tamed beasts with stealth-based abilities and transformation abilities, so I can get by. Though, since stealth isn't my specialty, it can only be called base-level information gathering. Tyler responded after some thought. He didn't hide anything, telling the blatant truth even if that meant bringing down his value as a team member. Damien nodded in appreciation at his straightforwardness. That's fine then. Zara, do you mind taking the job? No problem, Zara responded without much thought and melted into the ground, turning into a shadow that blended with the scenery and disappeared. That. Tyler muttered, HM? Is there a problem? Damien asked curiously. No, it's morning. I've just never seen someone who can use shadow laws so blatantly. The shadow affinity is one people tend to disregard since it can only show its prowess with the presence of darkness. Is she that strange? She's been able to do things like this since she was young. She is talented enough to utilize her laws in innovative ways that others couldn't think of. This level of talent far exceeds us. Aha, that reminds me. I never got to know you three's Heaven's List rankings. Damien suddenly said. Tyler scratched his head sheepishly. That's probably because we aren't too special. We've barely made our way into the 10,000s. Synth has the highest ranking at 8,127. Ash is second with 8,442, and I haven't made it into the 8,000s yet. He spoke in an embarrassed tone. Damien shook his head. In fact, making it into the top 10,000 on Heaven's List essentially meant that they were in the top 1% of the universe's geniuses. While not everyone was counted on Heaven's List, it still outlined a considerable portion of the universe's talent. This ranking couldn't match up to emperors like Damien and Atticus. But it was more than just decent. While Damien and Tyler continued conversing, the shadows nearby coalesced and Zara's form emerged from the ground. Got everything? Damien asked. Of course, Zara replied with a smile. She'd only been gone for around 10 minutes, but that was more than enough time. Her mana moved delicately, particles of ice forming in the air and combining into the form of a city. This ice sculpture was precise down to the very last detail, a scaled-down model of Thesey. The city's layout isn't very complicated, and the Nox didn't change it when they overtook it. Infiltrating wouldn't be a problem, but there's no need for it. Zara started explaining. There is a considerable number of third-class Nox and below. But the main firepower of the base lies in the 100 higher Nox residing there. But even they're only early-stage 4th-class beings with a single mid-stage 4th class leading them. Damien nodded as he watched Zara explain the base's structure and the troops' positioning. It was thorough intelligence to the point where it was overkill for the size of the base they were raiding. After thinking for a moment, Damien opened his mouth to speak. I'll take this one with Zara. Save your strength, since I'm going to make you do all the heavy lifting from this point forth. He said to the accompanying trio. All of it? Synth exclaimed. Damien grinned. Chill, I'll help out if it looks like you guys can't handle it. But you came here for experience, didn't you? With an evil smile decorating his face, he finished his words. I'll make sure you get all the training you could possibly want. With that, he grabbed hold of Zara and teleported away. Arriving at Thesea, was it okay to leave them by themselves? Zara asked when they rematerialized. It'll be fine, Damien replied nonchalantly. Instead of worrying about them, let's take care of our own business. What do you think, should we do it like old times and race to see who kills the most? Zara glanced at Damien and smiled. If you think you can still beat me as badly as before, I'll prove you wrong. Without another word, she dashed forward and entered the Nox camp. Immediately, she was faced with a cacophony of ear-rending screeches. Only a single lower Nox near the city's entrance smelled her presence, but they reacted as one. Together, thousands of mindless Nox beings charged at Zara with claws and razor-sharp appendages slashing about. Their inky black forms were gruesome to look at, and as Zara began killing them, ink splashed about onto the paved roads of the city. Zara didn't even bother to use techniques on these lesser beings. Back when she first fought one with Damien and Rose, they'd been too weak to cope with the Nox's frightening regeneration factor. But now, with every swipe of her hand, hundreds fell. It wasn't even a challenge to take out the several thousand lesser Nox that were charging towards her. Shio! 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 Ink piled up on the streets like rainwater as Zara's shadows permeated the air. She moved through the city with ease, slowly making her way towards the fourth classes, but before she could reach their location, she noticed something odd. The ink polluting the ground was wriggling around like it was alive. It was coalescing together, and with each second, the large ink ball they formed grew larger and larger. What is this? Zara wondered. Unlike Damien, who'd seen many imparted memories of the Nox, Zara didn't have much information on them. Instead of stopping the process before it could finish, she decided to watch what happened when they were done, and soon she found her answer. The ink ball grew until the streets were clean once more. Its surface hardened into something akin to a shell, and when it cracked, a grayish-black hand punched out from within. A mutter came from the being that stepped out of the ink egg. It looked at its new body in marvel. We have been reborn. Zara's eyes narrowed. A .4th class? How is that possible? Even if they were otherworldly invaders, the Nox still followed the same growth system as everyone else. For a phenomenon like this to take place was simply impossible. After all, a fourth class wasn't just an amalgamation of third-class beings. Even if one transmuted thousands of third-class beings into a single larger existence, it would merely be a stronger third class. To access laws, to connect with the universe, to contain higher forms of mana, one needed to pass their baptism and reach fourth class. Yet why was it that she could feel the energy of laws from this newly born Nox? For a moment, Zara was stumped. Never mind. I can just ask Damien about it when we finish here, she thought to herself. She'd yet to ask him for information about the Nox, both due to circumstance and pride, but in a situation like this, she didn't care about pride anymore. What she wanted were answers about her origins and answers about her race. And if she had to lean on someone to get those answers, as long as it was Damien, she didn't mind at all. Chapter 726 Thesea 2. While Zara still wanted to experiment more with this newly born Nox being, she knew she'd have plenty of chances to do so in the future. Their mission on this world wouldn't end with just a single Nox settlement, so she had an abundance of time to observe and learn about the species. Right now, however, she was in the middle of a competition. She couldn't just let Damien win after all that boasting she did, could she? Without hesitation, she mobilized the power of her shadow laws, putting into motion the comprehension she earned through the past few months of rigorous training. Shadow inverse, world of light, the surroundings were painted in blinding grayish-white light. All darkness in the world faded as the concept itself was overwritten. What is this? The newly born higher Nox screeched. It had only just been birthed into existence. It barely had control over its body, let alone the ability to resist someone of Zara's strength. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. As its screeches became louder and more ear-piercing, the blinding light focused on the higher Nox's position and intensified. When it reached a level where it seemed like a second sun had swallowed the earth, the higher Nox's screams died down. The light faded soon after. The battle ended just like that. Time to move on, Zara said inwardly. If I delay, I'm bound to lose. Her body faded to shadow and dashed through the city. Wherever she went, she would find a new group of lesser Nox to slaughter, but even as she did so, she could feel it, fierce vibrations emanated from the city center. The fluctuations from the battle there spread even to where she currently was. As expected of a spatial practitioner, Damien ignored all the small fries and went straight for the bosses, and considering that the battle was taking far longer than it needed to, he was clearly having a great time. Zara shook her head in dismay at the thought. TCH, cheater. Just as Zara guessed, Damien didn't waste any time on those lesser knocks. They didn't mean anything to him. And even if he wanted to kill them, he could easily do after he got rid of their leaders. The higher knocks, however, these guys somehow gain intelligence through means that the heavens' armies of countless generations have failed to grasp. But if I can devour them, Damien didn't even see these beings as opponents. In his eyes, they were bundles of essence and memories for him to devour. I need to be quick, though. It'd be annoying if these bastards dissolved into ink like their lesser counterparts, and it'd be an even greater disaster if they do that Transformers shit too. Damien dodged a jagged blade as he entertained his thoughts. Just as he did so, 3 more surrounded him from each side and tried to block his escape routes. But how could such a strategy work against him? His body disappeared as the blades converged on his prior position, rematerializing elsewhere. Still, he wasn't necessarily safe. There were 104th class knocks who all gathered together in the central area of the city. When Damien arrived, he provoked them all into action, fighting them at once. Then again, it was only 2 or 3 at the beginning. Who knew the knocks were so short-tempered? Just a little bit of provocation and they gathered like sheep. His body ducked and weaved through a flurry of attacks. Inky black liquid surrounded him from every angle and morphed into various weapons and attacks as he moved around, despite the efforts of 100 beings coming together as one. Even touching a hair on Damien's body seemed impossible. Why are you running? Fight like a man, fight us. Fight us, don't run. Various exclamations of anger rang out from the surrounding Nox beings. Their bodies morphed and mutated to give them an advantage against him, but nothing they did worked. They were too weak. Early stage 4th class beings were next to nothing to Damien at this point, especially since these guys haven't adapted to their intelligence yet. I can't be certain if it's only those who've just been promoted who are like this or all early stage 4th class Nox, but at least the ones in this camp are still in the process of learning how to utilize their newfound spirituality. Damien didn't think it was strange. Even he, as a human who was born with consciousness, needed a copious amount of time to learn how to use his intelligence. The version of him who existed in the first dungeon, despite being more fluent, wasn't much smarter than these Nox. Turning around, Damien slashed his arm through the air and sent an arc of spatial mana at the inky sludge wall that was about to attack him, splitting it in 2. Their attack patterns are too simple. They have access to death laws, but they haven't learned to use them. They're still using the same physical attacks they're used to, but consciously infused with death mana in the crudest way possible. He teleported away. Appearing behind one of the nearby Nox beings and crushing its skull with a single press of his hand, the being immediately melted into a puddle of ink emanating a slight law fluctuation. As I thought, this is a racial trait. It's not that bad when there's still lesser Nox, but if the higher Nox are allowed to combine through this method, it might actually create a challenge for him. Unfortunately, Damien didn't have time to entertain this challenge. He couldn't be certain how memories were affected when the Nox were reborn, and memories were his top priority at the moment. Alright, there's no point in delaying further. It's time to get down to business. Dimension shift. The world turned gray and 1 became 2. The dimension split horizontally where Damien slashed his arm out, bisecting his enemies without fail. Their bodies began to dissipate, both halves individually turning into puddles of ink. Yet, in that split second before they could melt, stagnant reality, space-time essence flowed from his body and permeated the surroundings. Within the bisected world, reality itself was brought to a screeching halt. Khshish. Damien let out a pained breath. Even though his ability to control spacetime had improved, tampering with the fabric of reality on a large scale brought him immense pain, even if he did so for only a few moments, not to mention. The mana usage was enormous. Damien was usually someone who never had to worry about running out of mana, but in the current instance, 0.100,000 units of mana flowed like water, exiting his body to maintain the space. At the rate his mana was depleting, Damien could only hold the effect for a single second. But this was enough time. Devour. Rumbling black energy clouds dispersed into the surroundings, centered on Damien's body. Like a horde of beasts, the clouds charged at the bisected Nox beings frozen in time and enveloped them. Within mere sparks of an instant, they were devoured whole. When time resumed once more, no trace of them could be found. An influx of essence rushed into Damien's body, accompanied by a sticky and disgusting mana that he found himself unable to integrate. He didn't even have to think before coagulating this mana into a ball and expelling it from his body, and just as he did so, he was hit with another wave of boons, the exact benefit he was seeking when he attacked these beings. Their memories began to flood into his mind. Chapter 727 Cruel 1 Ack. Damien clutched his head in pain as a wave of fragmented memories rushed into his spiritual world. Death, destruction, darkness, these three words were the only ones he could use to describe their contents. What is this? He wondered as he tried to organize the messy array of images. It wasn't just the fact that he'd devoured 100 of them at once. Even the memories of each individual were in pieces, never following a singular time flow. Like shards of glass littered across his spiritual world, the memories remained. But regardless of how he tried, he was unable to find order within them. Is something missing? When he devoured the fifth primal sovereign, he was shown a great deal of the latter's life. Damien had no way of knowing if he saw everything, but he knew that at least the important parts were covered. The memories played out like a film back then. He watched from the fifth primal sovereign's perspective while his life unfolded. The memories of these Nox, however, didn't hold any semblance of similarity, whether in content or form. To those of the deceased sovereign, let's put them away for now. Damien quickly used his own spiritual intent to suppress the chaotic memories and seal them away within his mind. When he had the opportunity, he could naturally look over them. But for now, is that bastard finally going to show up? There was still one enemy left, a mid-level 4th class Nox who was acting as the leader of those he just faced. But no matter how critical the previous battle became, it didn't show itself at all. Damien's awareness spread through the city. Before long, he found exactly what he was looking for. Trying to run? He scoffed inwardly. Mirage appeared in his hand, and without a moment of hesitation, he slammed it into the ground. Void Sword Art 6th form, Worldbreaker, BOM. Dust and debris flew chaotically into the sky. The surrounding buildings collapsed in a domino fashion as the attack's shockwave spread. Within seconds, the city was leveled to the ground. It's nice to see Worldbreaker's effects outside of the battle arena, but still, I wonder how it'll look at full power? Damien naturally held himself back so he didn't ruin the world too much. He couldn't afford for it to be destroyed quite yet. Nevertheless, he achieved his purpose. With the city now leveled, the small mid-level 4th class Nox was exposed in broad daylight. Running with your tail between your legs isn't very leader-like of you. Is it? Damien asked sarcastically after teleporting in front of the being. The Nox whimpered as he backed away. Just a second ago, he'd personally witnessed how Damien slaughtered the other 4th class Nox. Just because he was a mid-level 4th class didn't mean he was insanely powerful. It was a given that Damien could kill him just as easily, only, his intelligence had completely developed. He knew exactly what was happening. I need to escape, he thought in a panic. His eyes darted around, but because Damien collapsed the town, there was nothing he could use as a distraction while he ran, the ground. Thinking about escaping, the devil's whisper entered the Nox's ear. Suddenly, he found the ground drifting away from him. Rather than being lifted into the air, though, he was instead being separated from reality. I was wondering why the memories I devoured are so disorganized and fragmented, but there's really no way for me to figure it out. After all, when has there ever been a case where someone devoured a Nox's memories? What is he talking about? The mid-level 4th class Nox felt a wave of confusion hit him, along with a certain ominous feeling that he couldn't pinpoint the cause of. But then, before he could regain himself, Damien's voice appeared right next to his ear. So I was thinking, if I have to put the puzzle together on my own regardless, shouldn't I acquire as many pieces as I can first? A large hand grabbed the Nox's face. Through the gap in those fingers, the being could see a pair of gleaming purple eyes looking down at him. Espere.me, thank you for the meal. It was the last sentence he heard. Spacetime essence transferred into his body from Damien's hand and wrecked his internals. Before he could even writhe in pain, a cloud of black gaseous essence swallowed his body. Devour. Damien licked his lips as he watched the Nox being struggle to escape. The void's maws entrapped its prey, slowly savoring his taste as it devoured him. Without suspense, the mid-level Nox died even more pitifully than his underlings. Too easy. I guess there's a reason why Thesey is just a peripheral camp. Damien dispelled the dimensional cage and floated down to the ground. Just as he expected, even the mid-level 4th class Nox's memories were the same. Because it was only a single target this time, Damien could feel it far more clearly. They obviously don't live with broken memories. It feels more like something is forcefully shattering them during the process of transmission. Or maybe does it happen upon death? In the first place, the Nox were a strange species. Despite following the same growth system as every other species, they were able to do things that fundamentally went against the universe's laws. For one, the way they dissolved upon death, in their dissolved state, even if I devour them, I don't receive any benefits. Whether it's memories or power, it all vanishes as if the beings were never alive in the first place. Yet, the Nox also possessed the miraculous ability to gather together and fuse as one after they died. The puddles of ink that even the void physique couldn't find value in would suddenly become priceless limbs and organs for the newly born Nox being. Is it truly that? When they die, are they completely broken down into their base components so that the newly born life form isn't just an amalgamation of egos? If that's the case, then, as Damien was stuck in thought, Zara materialized next to him, bringing the trio of geniuses that accompanied them along as well. Damien, are you okay? She asked quietly, snapping him out of his thoughts. He smiled back with a reassuring look. I'm fine, I was just thinking about something. Never mind that, though. How was your hunting? Great. I think I killed around 10,000 before you brought the city down. The rest died as collateral, so I couldn't count them. You might have killed more, but I got the big ones. Who's the real winner here? Obviously me. Didn't you say we were competing for most kills? You sabotaged yourself from the beginning, TCH, Damien scoffed, knowing he couldn't argue. He really could have killed a decent number of lesser Nox before targeting the fourth classes. But he got too absorbed in the prospect of devouring their memories. I didn't even get anything good from devouring them either. Alright, fine. You win. He said with a sigh, humph. I told you from the start. While the two playfully bantered, the three behind them were forced into shock once more. Leveling the city was one thing. Even they could accomplish the same feat as mid-level fourth classes. But the fact that it took less than 5 minutes for the duo to completely obliterate the Nox present within, that wasn't something any of them could accomplish. I see why he wanted to take it alone now. Tyler thought to himself. Besides the obvious efficiency, it was yet another show of power. But this time, it wasn't meant for us. Damien definitely knew that their trio had no thoughts of rebelling or disobeying after the incident in the toxic forest. The reason you went so far as leveling the city had to be something else. Never mind. I won't be able to understand his actions no matter how hard I think. As Tyler resigned himself to ignorance, Damien's voice entered his ears. Now that we're done with that, it's your turn. Are you all ready? This time, the trio would have to show off their power, and they had to be sure not to disappoint. Chapter 728 Cruel. 2. Another 5 minutes passed after Theseus' destruction. With this time, the group made their way to the food supply nearby. They found themselves outside of a large fortress-like city that even surpassed Theseus in size. It was quite ironic to see a food supply that looked grander than the base it supplied food to. It's finally time for that, Damien thought as he looked at the three. They were huddled up together, going over a plan to take down the food supply. Because it wasn't an actual base, the number of Nox present within wasn't too high. Because the duties at the food supply were much more hands-on, every Nox within was an intelligent higher Nox as well. Damien and Zara stood to the side and watched how the three decided to proceed. The only help they provided was in reconnaissance. Zara gave the group a general overview of the fortress structure as well as an accurate view of the strength of each higher Nox within. There were only 20, and every single one was still in the early stages of fourth class, but that didn't mean the group could let their guard down. We'll go with the same strategies as usual. Are you both ready? Tyler asked with a solemn face. Let's get it over with already. He received two vastly different responses with the same intent. After giving Damien a nod of confirmation, he moved towards the fortress with one woman on either side of him. Was it okay to not tell them? Zara asked as she watched them leave. I don't know. I felt like it'd be more impactful if they saw it for themselves. Damien replied with a shrug. Zara looked at him for a second and sighed. During the time she'd spent under Tanglingzy, she learned a little about what humans were supposed to be like. Damien was definitely not like them at all. If anything, he was more bestial than even she was, but that wasn't her place to judge. As long as he remained the same Damien she knew, she didn't care in the slightest. Putting away her stray thoughts, Zara refocused her attention on the trio who'd just arrived at the fortress gates. Tyler silently gave the signal, and on his command, BOM, the fortress wall collapsed. A 10-foot-tall mech suit encapsulated Synth's body at an unknown time, and a single blast from its cannons was enough to take down the wall. with utmost confidence in their abilities. The group charged forward, only to stop the next instant. "This is the food supply." Tyler spoke shakily. He was barely able to formulate his words. Ash muttered a sound of astonishment, unable to speak at all, and as they reacted, "What is this bullshit?" Synth's roar resounded through the surroundings. In front of them wasn't anything like a food supply at all. It was a city filled with livestock, sentient livestock. Lining the streets were hundreds and thousands of beings from all races. Humans, angels, elves, and even plant species sat withered in long lines aside the road. Their bodies were frail, their skin without blood or life. They were dead, within the various buildings of the fortress that was better termed an enclosure. Even more life signatures could be felt. Clearly, food supply meant something completely different when considering the Nox concentration camps. Damien knew it from the beginning. The fact that the Nox were keeping the universe's lifeforms in concentration camps and torturing them before devouring them as food, it was included in the director's information, but nothing he said could have prepared his squad members for this reality. They've been trained for combat, but they haven't been trained for the brutality of war. I guess part of the reason they have practical training like this is so they can experience it firsthand. It was a cruel method. Those who couldn't adapt would die in battle, while those who could would return victorious as changed men and women. Was it to temper them? Or was it to dull their emotions and control them? Damien didn't know the Academy's intent, but what he could see was that Tyler, Ash, and Synth attack. Leave none alive. That were part of the latter category. They moved without hesitation. Synth flew into the air, using her mech suit to target the environment itself and destroy the fortress. Tyler's form changed into a mix between a panther and a human, speeding across the ground as he pulled the living victims away from their enclosures into the center of the city. Their main goal was to save people. By the time the Nox present reacted, Ash's trembling form was already in front of them. How could you?" she muttered as she faced them. "Human, ha. A human has come, capture her." Capture her? The Nox didn't respond to her question. Their thick bloodlust permeated the air as they moved to slay her. Ash's entire aura changed in that moment. "How could you?" Her eyes blazed red with fury. Her small body emitted a series of cracking and popping sounds as she suddenly enlarged in size. Bulging muscles populated her form, veins so thick they could be mistaken as snakes writhed across her skin. "All of you should die." The female gorilla known as Ash charged without mercy. Her fists were covered in a thick red killing energy and her body seemed impervious to pain. Bang! 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 With every punch, a shockwave rang out. Loud bangs accompanied her fists as the air collapsed from the pressure of her movements. The Nox began to splatter across the ground as ink. "Kill! Threat! Threat!" The Nox screeched miserably, mobilizing their mana and turning their appendages into various weapons as they charged at the berserker. But before they could reach her, boom, a laser-like beam of energy descended from the heavens. Synth stood in the air with her mech suit primed, aiming at any Nox who blocked Ash's path. The slaughter continued just like that. Ash acted from the front, Tyler joined the two and supported Ash from the middle, and anything the two couldn't handle was covered by Synth, who watched from the air. Their teamwork was impeccable. Within just 5 minutes, the 20 higher Nox within the camp were killed. What followed was a tsunami of hellfire. Tyler's form changed into a draconian. When he opened his mouth, furious flames encompassed the entire battlefield and consumed the inky ground, thorough. They weren't trained in the hellhole for nothing. Damien thought with a smile as he watched them. They first cleared a proper amount of space for them to battle freely by destroying the buildings and moving the victims of the camp, while Ash distracted the enemy with her insane defense and power. Once this step was done, the other two joined and used their synchronicity to absolutely decimate the higher Nox. They even remembered to eliminate the inky residue so the Nox couldn't be reborn from the ashes. It was a flawless victory, but one that took a heavy toll on their minds. Their rage and the preceding battle allowed them to face it without much thought. However, it was over now. Reality was shoved in their faces. There were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of these food supplies all around Calypto. There was an uncountable number if they looked at the entirety of Eden, and each and every one of these food supplies was another concentration camp filled with denizens of the universe, denizens who suffered every single day without any hope of salvation. Chapter 729 Cruel 3. There was only silence in the air. A massive battle that destroyed a majority of the fortress just ended, but those who were contained within didn't show any emotion. As Tyler, Synth, and Ash walked through the crowd and provided healing pills to the victims, they were only met with dull eyes and hopelessness. No, this is worse than hopelessness. They no longer have life in them even if they're alive. Hopelessness was a feeling akin to despair. The fact that it could be felt meant that the possibility of a spark of hope appearing still existed, since emotions still ran rampant within the mind, but when even hopelessness was lost, they can't be saved. Tyler realized. Even if these people were saved, nothing would change. They wouldn't regain their minds. They'd been broken to that extent. Ash shivered as she walked through the aisles of bodies. Malnourished wasn't a strong enough word to describe their condition. They were practically hanging onto life by a thread the Nox created to forcefully keep them in the land of the living, and perhaps the lack of proper nutrition was the least of their problems. It was rarer to see an unblemished body than one covered in scars in this place. The wounds on their bodies were rarely healed properly. Scar tissue and disgusting infected gashes painted their bodies in an atrocious yellow color. Was this reality? Was reality always so cruel? The cruelty of war was something veterans spoke of constantly. It was something that was drilled into the heads of everyone who was bound to experience it. War was never painted as something grand to these hellhole soldiers, but this was a different level. The Nox were inhumane to say the least. They didn't care about respect or integrity. They didn't care about the universe's perception of what should and shouldn't be done. They exercised cruelty by whatever means possible, their only goal to bring ruination to the land of existence. Damien and Zara landed on the ground nearby and watched the geniuses quietly as they tried to cope with the truth they'd been faced with. Tyler was the calmest. His rational brain long told him that the possibility of something like this existed, but he consciously chose to ignore it in favor of his mental well-being. Now that reality was in front of him, he sighed and faced it head-on. Synth was much fiercer. She had a fiery personality from the start, and the moment she became aware of the suffering these people must have gone through, her temper exploded. It was only due to the solemn atmosphere that she kept her mouth shut. But from the way her fists clenched so hard she drew blood from her palms, her feelings were evident. Of the three, Ash had the most severe reaction. From the beginning, she was a reserved person. She could be called the innocent one in the group despite her ferocity in combat. Reality hit her like a hammer. She stumbled as she walked, her face incredibly pale from what she witnessed. It looked like she was barely holding herself together, but she still did her best to try. Perhaps the atrocities that had already taken place were impossible to reverse, but the purpose of the hellhole and the soldiers it raised was to make sure future atrocities could be prevented. Despite her own fears, Ash ingrained the image of these suffering people into her mind so she'd never forget it. While the three did what they could, Damien walked through the crowded streets and gathered the bodies of the dead. Piling them up in the center of the ruined city, their corpses formed a hill that almost reached the top of the fortress walls. Looking at the hill of corpses, he sighed lightly. I sincerely hope fate gives you bliss in your next lives. Void flames sparked on his fingers. As he flicked them, the small spark of flame fell into the hill of corpses and set it ablaze. The silence was interrupted by the sound of flickering flames. The putrid stench of the burning corpses spread through the city and attracted the attention of all those present. Even within the dull eyes of the survivors, a small trace of sorrow could be seen, but it was accompanied by a trace of relief, their friends and families who died. Perhaps their fates were for the better. At least they didn't end up as meals for the Nox, and at least their suffering finally came to an end. At least they wouldn't have to endure the terror of living on. What should we do with them? Tyler asked after the deceased were properly sent off. Damien looked over at the survivors with furrowed brows. That depends. In our current situation, we can't necessarily save them. That would only be possible after our mission ends. P-Alpha and D-Alpha no one out then, but that's under the assumption that they want to be saved. Tyler looked at Damien hesitantly. You don't mean, it's probably what you think, but wouldn't it be better to provide them a new lease on life? What if they realize in the future that living on was better than dying futilely? Damien sighed. Indeed, it was normal to think that way. He had personal experience that told him that living was better than dying without accomplishing anything. If he'd succumbed to the first dungeon long ago, he would have simply become another statistic on Earth, never to reach his current heights, but at the same time, he couldn't force his own experience onto others. At the end of the day, it was only his opinion or Tyler's opinion that said living was the best course of action for them. If they wished for death, however, who was he to deprive them of it? To live and create a future where life was better than death, one needed to have the desire to do so. Without that desire, the realization of this fact would simply never appear. With that thought in mind, Damien walked over to the survivors who had been gathered together in the city center. I will offer you two choices, he said, infusing mana in his voice so his words couldn't go unheard. The first is death. If you wish for the comfort of death, I will grant it to you. If this world is not one you wish to live in anymore, then that is your decision. You will not be judged, and you will not feel pain. Eternal rest is likely a more appropriate term in this scenario. His eyes panned across the crowd. It wasn't just a few who reacted to his proposition. The second choice is survival. Survive and live. Overcome your circumstances and earn your happiness back. The road to doing so will be arduous. There will be countless times when you wish you chose to die today, but if you can truly utilize the life you earned yourself, then the prospect of normalcy won't be hidden from you. Perhaps you may even come to cherish your pain, for without it, you would have never become the person you became when you overcame it. He didn't try to butter his words or speak lightly. He didn't try to promote one option or the other. He laid out the facts as they were, indifferent to his impact on these people's decisions. He wasn't some hero. He wasn't someone who could provide uplifting words that allowed people to gain the will to live. He knew the responsibility that came with that position. If these people chose to live based on his words alone, if they found that life didn't improve how he promised, their worship would turn to hatred in an instant. He had no desire to bear the weight of their feelings, whether it be grudge or gratitude. I will come back tomorrow to hear your decisions. Remember, your life is your own. Do not feel ashamed regardless of what choice you make. There is more pride in following your heart than following the crowd. With those final words, Damien teleported away, disappearing from the crowd's view entirely. What was left was a silent atmosphere that hadn't changed, but within the dull eyes of those people, various emotions began to rise. Chapter 730 Cruel 4. The day passed rapidly. On the next morning, Damien returned to the city center where the survivors were located. It wasn't hard to understand the decisions of these people. Damien followed their wishes without remorse or hesitation. If one wished to die, he provided them with death. The city population was roughly 100,000, including those who died before they arrived. But of the 50,000 or so who survived, not many could muster up the will to live. Salvation. What did it mean? Salvation depended on perception. To these people who'd experienced tragedy unlike any other, salvation often meant death. The bliss of non-existence was their only desire. Because the world wasn't a place that welcomed them anymore. Young girls who'd been sullied by the Nox, those who'd been forced to carry their bloodline, how could they bear to live on with that shame engraved in their bodies and souls? Even the strongest of these young women was too utterly disgusted by the prospect of carrying a Nox's lineage to live on. Every single survivor in that category chose death. For men and women who'd been forced to watch as their families were brutally tortured and killed, reuniting with their loved ones was the most prominent desire. While some chose to survive, the majority chose death. The stench of death. Damien had become used to it after all this time. But today, it was particularly pungent. As Damien acted as an executioner, he didn't let the burden of his actions pollute his mind. But that didn't stop his grudge against the Nox from growing. What if it was Rose and Ruyue who were captured? What if it was his mother? Damien couldn't imagine the person he'd become if something untoward happened to them. In a sense, he could empathize with the feelings of these survivors, yet they differed sheerly due to power. Perhaps he'd become suicidal as well. Perhaps he'd wish for nothing but death. However, he had the power to at least make a dent in the Nox's army before he died. He could charge the enemy and destroy a few worlds to vent his anger. Perhaps finding a will to live in that time. He had the potential to grow into a figure who could exterminate the Nox, allowing him the revenge he'd so desire. For these people who didn't have the ability to do so, he could only feel pity. Still, not everyone chose the easy route. There were some with determination and some with courage, some with the flames of vengeance burning brightly in their eyes, who chose to live. Damien's speech wasn't empowering in the slightest. The words he said weren't the words they wanted to hear. If anything, his harsh portrayal of the future pushed some over the edge in their decision to die. But you forced us to accept reality, a man said earnestly. He was one of those who decided to move forward and live, and looking at how he was treated by the rest, he had become a sort of spiritual pillar for them. I'd much rather hear the blatant truth than flowery words of pity. I cannot stomach what took place here, and I cannot live with my powerlessness, but regardless, I will live on. The man's eyes turned to the horizon. He tried to look past the bounds of reality. He felt like he could almost see his wife's face smiling down at him from heaven. Didn't you say it before? The man said with a weak smile. Perhaps I will realize that life is better than death despite its cruelty. there were only around 5,000 people remaining. Even if it was a large number, it wasn't even a fraction of the city's total population. Damien was curious about why they chose to live and survive, but the answer he was given was far simpler than he expected. You're able to move forward with only that slight ray of hope guiding you? He asked. The man smiled and shook his head. It isn't that. I do not think anyone here still has the faith in existence to believe in such a small chance. Then, we simply do not wish to see their stories end here. The man said, we will live so they can live vicariously through us. We will endure hardship and earn our happiness back, so that those who suffered with us can feel a portion of this happiness from heaven. It may be childish, but I feel that our continued existence is the only spark of hope that our people have remaining. Even if they've already passed on, I wish for their spirits to be at peace in the afterlife. For that, people like you must exterminate the enemy, and people like us must overcome our twisted fates. Those are the roles we've been granted, and the roles we must fulfill. As Damien panned his gaze across those behind the man, he saw a united will that didn't exist before today. It was a will born from suffering that existed amongst a community of people that couldn't relate to anyone else. It isn't that they didn't want to die, they just ignored their instinct and decided to live anyway. That, I understand, Damien said succinctly. He felt a strange emotion welling up in his chest, one he wasn't used to at all. P-Alpha and D-Alpha no one oh then, for now, I will provide you a home. If you choose to leave it in the future, I will respect that decision. If you choose to utilize the opportunities that place grants you, I will respect that decision as well. He put his hand out and released a wave of spatial essence that covered the 5,000 survivors. I wish you all the best. I hope life gives you a reason to find meaning in it once more. As the group disappeared, the man in the front smiled lightly. We will not wait for life to give us meaning, we will instead give meaning to life. The next time we meet, we will not show you such a shameful appearance. This much I can promise, then I'll be looking forward to it. Their interaction ended with that. The group was transported into the sanctuary where they'd be settled by the 5 clan leaders. The sanctuary would provide them peace away from the universe. They would never have to experience the same pain again. This was the extent of Damien's consideration. How they lived their lives from that point forth depended wholly on themselves. I guess it's time to return now. I shouldn't keep them waiting for too long. Damien came alone today, leaving the rest of the group behind. He didn't want them to witness what took place. But he knew that this wasn't the last food supply they'd come across as they continued their journey. Eventually, the rest would come to realize what he was doing, but that's a conversation for another time. For now, I should give those kids a place to vent their frustrations. This was only the first step of their journey. Since the hardest part, adapting, had been completed, it was time for them to pick up the pace. The Nox couldn't be allowed to survive in this world any longer. Chapter 731 I-1. Was it a month that passed after that day? Damien didn't know. His squad hadn't stopped moving during the time that passed, so trying to understand its span was difficult to do. After Thesi was destroyed, the nearby bases at Engra and Lilith were taken care of as well. With the immediate area cleansed of Nox, the group moved on to the next. Calypto as a whole had 8 continents on its surface, taking up most of the world's space. The continent that Damien and the rest landed on was succinctly termed the Jade Continent due to the overflowing jade-green color that used to permeate it. Nowadays, that color was wholly replaced with the same desolation as the rest. Nevertheless, the Jade Continent was relatively small. There were only a few thousand peripheral bases present here, and none of them mattered in terms of the infected source world's general operations. In essence, the troops here could be called reserve forces or cannon fodder. For this reason, they all were around the same level as the Nox and Thesi, a level that was all too easy for Damien and his group to take on. The Jade Continent found itself cleansed of Nox within a single month. It wasn't just because of the efficiency and speed of the squad's movements, but also because of their personal hatred fueling their actions. They rarely took rest, moving immediately from one base to another. With the perpetualness of their movements and the ferocity of their attacks, tens or even hundreds of bases could be targeted in a day. Of course, this would have been impossible without Damien's presence. As time passed, he realized the value of the people who'd been grouped with him in this operation. None of them were weaklings, and while their mentalities were still in the process of tempering, none of them shied away from the trials they had to go through. If they were alone, they'd be forced to take breaks to recover mana and stamina. No being in the world had the capability to move perpetually without consequence, but Damien had the void physique, a power that seemed to always find a way to surpass the world. The mana gathering method he usually used for himself became available to everyone. The void physique punched a hole in reality and sucked any and all mana in the atmosphere into its grasp. It was up to Damien how to repurpose this mana once he had it, and for the past month, he'd been providing it to his squad so they could move without restrictions. Even aside from this, Damien's teleportation allowed them to move at speeds that wouldn't have been possible on their feet or through the sky. Going from base to base, a process that could have cost them many hours of precious time, became an afterthought. The 10 bases a day they could take without setting aside time for recovery suddenly ballooned into the hundreds. With such a routine continuing for so long, how could the Jade Continent's Nox survive? Currently, the group sat on the continent's edge looking out on the mucus-like seas beyond. For the first time in a month, they took a day for themselves. Their physical health has been maintained by me, but their mental health is probably a mess right now. I'm surprised they aren't on the verge of collapse. Damien thought to himself. Even now, after enduring so much stress, those three were setting up a campfire and grilling some of the beast meat they brought as rations. It was unbelievable when he compared them to their past selves. It's a bit of a shame, though. For some reason, the more he saw them grow, the more he felt like their current circumstances were corrupting the innocence they once held. These people weren't young at all. Even Ash, the youngest, was 24. Still, whether it was 20 or 30, it was all still considered a genius growth period. Only after 500 years would one's strength be considered saturated. Damien couldn't help but see them as kids. Even if he was younger than Tyler, he'd experienced too much more to care about something as paltry as a few-year difference in age. The innocence they held couldn't be called innocence considering that they'd been raised in the hellhole, but the blissful ignorance they possessed towards the struggles of the weak was something to be envied, because even the most indifferent person would sigh seeing this ignorance get shattered. Well, I hope they can keep at least a spark of that youthful exuberance within them. For now, enjoying moments of peace like this is the only way they can do so. As for me, Damien didn't have time for peace. Unlike them, he had a far greater mission to accomplish. It should be about a month before I can get there, but I might as well prepare beforehand. He sat down in a lotus position and closed his eyes, sending his awareness into the earth. He was curious about something. When he saw a Pyron or the Cloud Plains world core, he was met with a degree of corruption the Nox had achieved over time before the purge took place. However, the unnamed world's world core was in perfect condition, even though it was an infected source world. Even Wrath couldn't have predicted that a primal sovereign was slumbering beneath its surface. Naturally, with a primal sovereign's natural protection field, the world core didn't get corrupted no matter how much the Nox tried. But what about Calypto? It was simply impossible for one of the 4 remaining primal sovereigns to take residence within Calypto. That kind of coincidence never happened twice. In that case, what state would the planet's world core be in? It didn't take long for him to find out. Damien's consciousness was pulled into the center of the world. He could clearly feel a rejection force stemming from what lay there, but this force couldn't hold him back at all. World cores were infinitely powerful constructs, but in front of a celestial, they could only submit. I guess I expected it, but this is still pretty jarring to see up close. Damien sighed inwardly when he finally made his way to the world core. It was just as black as a starless sky. The disgusting gloop that made up the world core writhed disgustingly in response to Damien's presence. It can't be saved. The Nox mana corrupting the Cloud Plains world core was like a tumor. As long as it was removed, the remaining material could be salvaged. However, this world core had been fully corrupted. Down to its very core, it was transmuted into something only the Nox could explain. If I devour it, the world will collapse. Plus, since it's Nox mana, I can't even benefit from it. A celestial mana thread shot forth from Damien's finger and tried to pierce the infected world core, but it was met by a barrier of rejection immediately upon contact. As I thought, controlling it is also impossible. Do I have to possess Nox mana to do so? As he quietly observed the world core, its writhing form began to change, and I appeared on its surface. Damien smiled when he saw it. You finally noticed me? Well, that's not a problem. I've been wanting to have a talk with you for a while now. Chapter 732 I-2. The eye blinked as if surprised by Damien's immediate reaction. You were predicting my presence. A booming voice filled the empty cavity where the world core resided. Just hearing it almost burst Damien's eardrums. Of course I was expecting you. If not, why would I come here so rashly? Damien was, in fact, not expecting this situation to occur. They can form a direct connection to the world core deep enough to use it as an avatar. What methods are they using? Even a celestial couldn't use a world core as an avatar, because a world core was fundamentally unable to function as such. World cores, despite their heaven-defying power, were heavily restricted by the universal law. Even their bonds with celestials were regulated by this overarching rule. It was fundamentally impossible for a world core to function outside of the set restrictions. Then, are they completely rewriting the world core's existence into something different? What is its purpose? And more importantly, just how, a feeling of uncharacteristic and irresistible greed suddenly overcame Damien. His instinct as a celestial was dying to understand the Nox's methodology, for it could be extremely useful to his growth. Damien quelled this feeling instantly. By the time the mysterious eye responded, he'd already wrapped up his thoughts. Foolish human. If you wish for death so badly, I do not mind granting it to you. The world core's mana immediately began moving. Hey. Calm down a bit. Can't you see I'm only here for some idle conversation? The eye glared at Damien. For what reason would I desire to converse with a lower existence? Stop your foolishness and perish. The world core's mana flared. Disgusting black ink splattered across the walls of the cavity, fluctuating as they pressured Damien. Hey fuck, who is this guy? Damien thought inwardly as he resisted the pressure. His celestial authority spread and enveloped his body, and the world force he could access through the world core fusion reactor in his spiritual world was unleashed in full. Old ghosts like you just don't know how to be civil. Damn, the demon dragon transformation followed his words. His body was immediately enhanced manifold, making it much easier to resist the pressure. On top of the multi-layer protection he laid outside his body, he consciously revolved void mana through his system to expel or devour any Nox mana that managed to pierce his defense. Ho? The voice in the eye made a sound of intrigue. To think you would acquire something like that. How interesting. Waves of inky black mana surrounded Damien and started digging into his protection layers like worms. His world force, his celestial authority, his demon dragon body, none were able to stop their invasion. Gah. Damien gasped. The first worm of mana managed to pierce his skin and dig into his body. The first was followed by a second, a fourth, a 10th, and countless more until Damien's entire body was covered in what looked like a black suit of armor. This is fucking disgusting. Damien roared internally. His internal body was searing with pain. Each worm that entered left a deep stabbing pain that felt like it impaled his soul. Void mana revolved more furiously with every passing instant, causing mana to rush in and out of Damien's body in waves. Spacetime essence, void flames, any cards Damien had were fully displayed in his bid to stay alive, and it worked. PSH. With the sound of meat searing on a grill, the countless worms within his body were burned and expelled, transformed into pure essence that he then absorbed and recycled to fortify his defense. But these little fuckers won't stop coming. His opponent had an entire world core's worth of mana to throw at him. No matter the situation, even if he uses the Void Physique's mana hole to recuperate, he wouldn't be able to compete. Damn it. Damien roared once more. Anger began to cloud his mind. He refused to die in such a stupid manner. In a situation that appeared as randomly as this one, his mana began to fuse with the inky black mana entering his body. The inky mana was like a parasite, actively corrupting his own mana into its form. If Damien allowed this to continue, he'd be crippled at the very least, and even if it wasn't a permanent injury, losing the thread of himself that he sent to the world core space would leave him bedridden for a good amount of time, even if he used heal continuously. Yet, despite knowing the consequences of failing here, Damien couldn't find a method to escape. Material shift, dimension shift, phase shift, stagnant reality, fuck. Just freeze. Time and space shattered around him. Reality was slightly cracking under the pressure of his will, but the mana worms in his body seemed to defy reality itself. In that moment, reddish-black sparks flew. Damien's eyes were colored in madness. Fuck. His body felt on the verge of exploding. A mysterious force entered his system and enhanced every facet of his abilities, allowing him to forcefully increase the time he could resist. Bang. 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 Damien's aura exploded with the flames of hell. The world core space began to crack from the pressure of his aura. Any mana worms that approached this deathly flaming aura were burned to cinders before they could even reach Damien's body. In response, all the eye had to do was increase its power output. A world core was something even a demigod couldn't face the explosion of. The final shred of resistance. Damien had collapsed. His body once again became a nest for those mana worms who burrowed into his skin. He could feel their slimy bodies crawling through his internals and propagating. He let out a guttural scream. He pushed void mana to its limits, wrapping it around his body like a cocoon and isolating his systems. He ripped his arms off, he ripped his legs off, he could regrow them when he had the time, but the ones that were already attached to his body had just become breeding grounds for that atrocious mana. Yet, just as Damien prepared to take drastic measures to save himself, the pressure suddenly lost its weight. Damien didn't even have time to realize his mortality before it happened. Human. You are quite different from your peers. The eye scoffed. Damien didn't respond. As he caught his breath, his body began changing, influenced by the reddish-black energy surrounding him, with the terrifying appearance that the energy gave him and the half-regrown limbs dangling from his body. He looked like a demon straight from the 9th layer of hell, but this form of his didn't seem to faze the eye in the slightest. Still so eager to fight? Interesting human, I do not wish to kill you so early. Let us meet once your blood has matured. At that point, I wonder whether you'll still have the gall to stand up to me. Remember this, my title is Saint Emperor. I'll be looking forward to your future growth. The eye vanished on its own, the sickly mana receded back into the world core, and Damien woke up, his mind whirred to life. Confusion was eminent on his face. What the fuck just happened? Chapter 733 Fragments. 1. A campfire cookout was in full swing. The smell of delectable purified beast meat wafted through the air, and the sound of conversation accompanied it. Tyler, Ash, and Synth took their time to enjoy the barbecue of their own creation. If not today, then when would they ever get another chance? Even if they wanted to rest, Damien wouldn't allow them. When it was time for battle, he was a hellish drill instructor that pushed his students until they dropped. Nevertheless, Damien didn't join his students in their celebratory atmosphere. He sat many meters away contemplating what took place within the world core space. Saint Emperor, is he the father of the Saint King? If so, he was surely a demigod, but if he's so powerful, why did he spare me? By all rational logic, the Saint Emperor had no reason to keep Damien alive. Even if he didn't know him, the fact that the young genius could interact with the world core should have been enough to provoke him into killing Damien for safety's sake, but instead, he decided to let him grow. He reacted to something within me. What was it? He thought back over the Saint Emperor's words. From beginning to end, he'd only spoken in vague riddles, but there must have been something in there that Damien could grasp onto. A light appeared in his mind as he thought, didn't he say he'd wait for my blood to mature? And before that, he reacted after I used the demon dragon form. At first, Damien instantly believed that the Saint Emperor was convinced by his void mana, but this didn't seem to be the case. While it was impossible for the demigod to miss the strangeness of Damien's mana, because he wasn't using void essence himself, the actual scent of the void was difficult to distinguish. If so, then the only other viable connection was his demon bloodline. The demon bloodline, in reality, had nothing to do with demons. It was a bloodline that appeared after Damien devoured the dark material that the demons in the trial world were using as their source of power, and that dark material came from a Nox demigod. It wasn't like swallowing Nox mana or essence as he'd done until this point. Something about the spark of divinity that lay latent within those pieces of dark material gave them a special property that Damien had yet to see replicated, and because of their source, it wasn't hard for Damien to make the connection. My demon bloodline has been latent ever since I received it. It only activates when I call upon it, and otherwise makes no moves, unlike the fiery dragon bloodline that seems to rage every time I enter battle. But the fact that he'd never sensed anything strange didn't mean that nothing strange existed. I should keep better watch over it in the future. If it truly does try to corrupt me, I have to take action immediately. Damien didn't plan to throw an important card like his demon bloodline away so easily. Aside from that, he had faith that his control over the void would heighten to a point where any internal resistance would become impossible in the future. On that note, I should spend more time comprehending the void than thinking idly. The incident with the world core has helped me confirm enough suspicions, but it isn't something I can affect in my current state. No matter how much knowledge he had, he couldn't make use of it without power. With that in mind, Damien closed his eyes and focused inward, latching onto his connection with the void physique and slowly sinking into comprehension. The party of his squad members continued deep into the night. By the time Damien woke up from his comprehensive state, the three young geniuses were passed out around the fire in various comedic poses. Sheesh, it's like this is their first time having fun. Damien thought wryly as he walked over. On the way, he noticed Zara sitting off in the distance. He furrowed his brows and thought, Zara had been especially quiet ever since they left Death Emperor Star. Considering her excitement before they left, it was extremely worrying for Damien, who saw her as a younger sibling. Is she that anxious? He wondered. It wasn't hard for him to figure out where her mood switch came from. To Zara, this expedition meant more than just stopping the Nox. This was a quest that heavily impacted her identity. Zara's bloodline is related to the Nox somehow, this much we know. But I don't know if we can find out anything substantial from Calypto. Damien wanted to help, but he didn't know how to. This problem was something Zara had to overcome on her own. How annoying. If it was up to him, he'd storm the world until he found the answers she wanted. Sadly, he didn't have the ability nor the tactlessness to do so. He could only watch over her from afar and make sure she didn't succumb to negativity. Even if we can't find answers here, I'll take you across the entire universe and beyond until you get what you want. I swear on my life. Damien made a silent vow as he turned away from her. He moved thereafter towards the campfire, kicking the three geniuses awake so they could move on. It was time for them to raid the Lotus continent, the continent nearest to their current Jade continent, and perhaps there, they'd have some more luck finding something substantial. A universe collapsed. A man's bloody figure dashed through the blackness. The sound of his breaths was the only thing keeping him sane. I have to escape, his thoughts sped as he raced away from the collapsing universe. The blackness around him hindered his every step and skewed his sense of direction. Even though he was born in this same blackness, it never accepted him as its own. I have to tell someone. I have to run. Not this is madness. He ran for what seemed like ages. His mana collapsed multiple times, and his body didn't want to listen to his command. But every time he felt like giving up, he remembered the atrocities he'd witnessed prior. The strength to keep moving came instantly when he did so. He could never return to that place. Do they not realize it? No, the ones who realized have already left. I'm not the only one remaining. He felt suffocated. In the distance, a fragment of light beckoned towards him. His skin immediately tingled with anticipation. Finally. How many years has it been? He increased his speed and rushed towards the light. And at the same time, he felt a plethora of auras lock onto his position. No, Astaroth. A booming voice traveled through the blackness and rang in his ears. Just the sound alone made him bleed, but he ignored this pain as if it didn't exist. It didn't matter if they caught up to him. He'd already arrived at his destination. The fragment of light was just in front of him. Through its blinding rays, he could hazily see an atmosphere unlike his current one, an atmosphere where the blackness didn't reign. He rushed through the crack, and in the next instant, he disappeared. The only thing remaining in his place was a picture of galaxies and stars as far as the eye could see. Chapter 734 Fragments 2. Zara abruptly opened her eyes. The feeling of cold sweat pouring down her back seemed especially sensitive today. What was that? She thought shakily. The scene she'd just witnessed, what was it? Where did it take place? Who were those people? And most importantly, who was that man? The questions in her head piled up higher than any mountain peak. The unfortunate part was, this wasn't the first load of mysteries that had been dumped on her in recent times. Ever since the group landed on Calypto, she kept seeing these strange images. It wasn't always that man, sometimes it was merely scenery, gruesome scenery she'd never witnessed in person. Sometimes it was other people. But they only appeared as hazy outlines in her mind. She could barely remember their voices when she opened her eyes. It hurts. Her splitting headache never faded and her mental state became infinitely worse with every passing day. No matter how she tried to ignore it and move on, the strange visions didn't allow her any respite. But her heart suddenly beat powerfully, almost leaping out of her chest. The world was enveloped in shadows. The hazy outline of a man appeared before her. As Zara watched from the side, the man began to move in a strange pattern. His feet glided across the ground like it was made of ice, his body twisting delicately as if he was dancing to the most subtle melodies in the world. Without even realizing it, Zara began following his movements. Her left foot went forward, her right foot circled around, her hands raised into the air and naturally flowed with her movements. The mana in the air became excited. It whirred to life and buzzed around her like tiny little spirits enjoying her performance. Light and darkness split in two and populated each side of her body, but Zara didn't even notice it. As she continued following the mysterious man's movements, her momentum grew until finally, the light and darkness combined as one. They swirled together like yin and yang in a basketball-sized cavity in front of Zara's body. At that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes. The vision came to an end, the ball of counteracting energies fizzled out of existence. Zara fell to the ground panting. Despite her mana capacity being almost full, she felt as if she'd drained it completely. Collapsing to the floor, Zara clutched her head in pain. What is going on? Unlike the Jade continent, the Lotus continent was far more connected to the Nox's main force. Of the 7 remaining continents, it was still only 7th in overall power, but the significance of the Lotus continent lay elsewhere. The Lotus continent is essentially where the Nox are getting all of their resources, Tyler stated as he looked at his holographic world map, whether it's metals and minerals, precious herbs, or even people, the Lotus continent has them in abundance. Or at least, had. I can't say what the current state of the continent is, the people have likely all been captured at this point, but I doubt they've gathered all the resources they desire yet. If they had, there's no way this world would still be standing. Damien responded, the world core was already completely under their control, as was the world's population. By all intents and purposes, Calypto was completely conquered. There's a reason the commander only ordered us to stall for time rather than fighting all out. The Nox outnumber us by far too much for our small group of 5,000 to dream about exterminating them. Damien muttered, Calypto was an infected source world. This meant that it wasn't just an ordinary Nox base, it was more akin to a factory that mass-produced mindless third-class Nox for the higher Nox to throw around as they pleased. While these third-class Nox could be killed with a single look by someone at Damien's power level, their sheer numbers made them difficult to face. After all, nobody had infinite mana in this apocalypse. The Lotus continent probably has some hints about the creation process. If we can find those hints, it won't just be beneficial to us, but also to any soldiers who have to raid infected source worlds in the future. By this assumption, the group chose their plan of attack. While their movements wouldn't deviate much from their strategy on the Jade continent, their goal was far more robust, utterly decimate any plans that the Nox might have. The group moved with this intention, slowly making their way inland as they circled the continent's periphery and took down base after base. Compared to the Jade continent, the forces were only marginally stronger. Besides an increase in the number of mid-level 4th-class higher Nox, there wasn't much of a change. This is only the 7th continent and mid-level higher Nox are becoming common. By the time we get to the main base, am I going to see extreme peak 4th classes on the street like cabbages? Damien joked to himself. He waved his arm and enveloped the group in front of him in spatial mana, promptly sending them to the sanctuary. It was around the 1,500th food supply they'd come across, and yet another few thousand people who'd been welcomed to Thebel. Sheesh, it's going to get crowded if we keep going like this. Despite his complaints, Damien was actually quite pleased with the sudden influx of denizens on Thebel. After all, the relationship between a world and its people was symbiotic. A world grew through the achievements of its population, while the people were given residence and mana by the world so they could comprehend its laws. The more people living in Thebel, the more who explored its various regions and conquered it, the more the world itself would grow and evolve. Another half-month passed without any change to the routine. Damien and his squad slowly became more synchronized and efficient, and before long, they were closing in on the central area of the continent. That mine is what they've been fiercely trying to protect as we've moved. Even if it isn't what we've been looking for, there should be something noteworthy in there. Tyler commented. Damien nodded. The closer they got to this very mine, the more fierce the resistance was. There were no longer Nox who tried to run away to save their lives. Even the most cowardly enemies threw themselves at Damien and the rest with abject terror in their eyes. Either there's an eldritch horror waiting for us underground, or we just hit the jackpot. Damien thought to himself with a smile. Then, let's not deviate from the usual strategy for now. Just remember to be cautious, and don't lose sight of those around you. With those words, Damien took the lead and entered the mine. The cold and damp atmosphere was completely unexpected from a place that seemed like it'd be filled with dry humidity. The ground squelched under their feet as they walked, almost as if they were in a swamp. But that rotten smell, it's blood. Damien realized instantly, the analogy that blood flowed like a river was often used to describe massacres, but was it truly realistic? It was hard to imagine how much blood was necessary to truly form a river. Yet, here and now, Damien encountered that very situation. His eyes hardened. This seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 735 Methods 1. The group quietly made their way through the mine, using Zara's shadow laws to conceal themselves within the darkness. Eventually, the tunnel opened up onto a large natural cavern. Drip, the tunnel exited about halfway up the cavern's wall. The bloody stream flowing through its ground dripped onto the cavern floor, taking its role as the only sound within the eeriness of the atmosphere. But the dripping blood wasn't alone on that ground. It fell into what looked like a lake of blood, gathered for unknown purposes. There's light on the other side. You three stay here with Zara and investigate the cavern. I'll go scout. Damien sent a sound transmission to his squad members, the three young geniuses, and Zara nodded. Since Damien could teleport if the situation got out of hand, he was the best scout among them. And with Zara's concealment abilities, they would have a far easier time moving through the cavern. After receiving their confirmation, Damien's figure immediately vanished and reappeared on the other side of the cavern. There, a continuation of the previous tunnel was present. There must have been a rail system in place when this place was still actively used as a mine, but it was taken down when it was repurposed by the Nox. Damien thought idly as he walked down the new tunnel. His figure soon turned illusory and disappeared altogether. One with dimension, it was a concealment technique created using Zara's shadow concealment as a base. Damien's body melded into the dimension itself rather than the spatial layers, essentially becoming part of nature. This ability was perfect for stealth, but it had a major caveat. The degree of fusion forced Damien to remain stationary. If he wanted to move without exposing himself, he'd have to precisely control the flow of his mana and tune it to the environment as he did so. This was still above Damien's level. His understanding of natural law was still in the process of forming. And he'd barely touched on the concept of flow that he'd begun noticing not too long ago. However, in the current situation, he didn't need mobility. Laid out in front of him was an all too familiar scenery. It was a lab-like space filled with scientists and researchers. Technological equipment that didn't match Calypto's aesthetic at all was strewn about. However, more than any of this, the main occupants of the lab space were large vats filled with unknown liquid and, as Damien had long been expecting, tanks filled with bodies. It's another one of those. He thought to himself, he'd been seeing them everywhere. He saw them in the Nibelheim base on Earth, in the secret auction on the Cloud Plane, and practically everywhere on the unnamed world. He always knew that the Nox had plans involving the horrific procedures they performed in these facilities, but he was never able to understand what those plans were. Of course, he had plenty of guesses, one of which was likely correct. The Nox didn't seem like a race that was involved with heavy scheming. Rather, they seemed the type to blaze through everything with sheer force, ironically similar to Damien. Regardless, Damien refused to give any of his conjectures weight until he had solid proof. Because if any of his thoughts were true, they would have a serious impact on the war itself. For all I know, the things I'm questioning have already been answered by Heaven's army, who've been combating the Nox for years now. Still, until I get access to that information, I have to find out myself. Slowly, Damien masked his presence and undid his concealment, stealthily moving through the darkness of the tunnel and arriving inside the facility. The bright white lighting scheme disallowed any sort of shadow concealment, and the turbulent mana in the air made it difficult to move without alerting anyone. Without one with dimension, it's impossible for me to get deeper. Damien realized only Zara, with her freakish concealment skills, would be able to take them deeper into the lab. I guess I'll just observe a bit and return. Damien sat quietly for many hours and watched the scientists work. He watched as they experimented on both living and dead bodies, injecting them with various serums and feeding them various pills to gauge their reactions. The most common result was a torturous death. The blackness of Nox mana or the strangeness of the other serums that were being injected would almost always cause the victims to deform grotesquely and mutate into beasts that died thereafter. Additional limbs were only the most basic growths that formed. When the inevitable failure took place, the corpses were submerged in the vats of liquid and melted down to their base components. The mana doesn't dissipate. It was the first thing Damien noticed about the vats. Usually when a person died, their mana and essence would disperse into the atmosphere. This was where the term becoming one with nature originated from. However, these vats carried a special property that allowed them to store the deceased's mana and even amplify it as it was fused into the vat's liquid. They've already used over 1,200 bodies in the past 2 hours, yet there hasn't been a single success. Are they even aiming for success in the first place? From the looks of it, the various drugs and serums that were being developed were only purposed for torture. Perhaps Damien would find something if he waited a little longer. A change occurred. A dead body that was injected with black fluid suddenly twitched. After the initial injection, sickly black veins climbed up the body until they formed a spider web encompassing the entire nervous system. Afterwards, the liquid invaded the corpse's dormant bloodstream and reactivated it. The heart was forcefully restarted and used to filter out old blood and replace it with the new mutated blood. At the same time, the liquid's control over the corpse's nervous system became increasingly prominent, which was mirrored by the spread of the sickly black color on the skin. And when both of these processes reached their pinnacle, the body twitched. Crash. Nearby surgical equipment flew across the area as the twitches transitioned into a full seizure. The corpse thrashed around violently and mutated, becoming far taller and more robust than it was when it was alive, and finally, when the thrashing calmed down, the corpse opened its eyes. Two pitch-black sclerae stared into the world. Like foam balls surfacing atop a lake of slime, red-slitted pupils formed in those eyes. Graah, the being that replaced the corpse roared madly. In that moment, as if they'd been expecting it, the surrounding researchers rolled a machine over and turned it on. The machine emitted a frightening vibration that felt like an earthquake, immediately calming down the new creature. As he watched the scientists sedate the creature and store it in a separate enclosure away from the unused body, he couldn't overcome his shock. He didn't care about the reanimated dead body, as it was only the obvious outcome from the connotations that he deduced. Instead, his thought process followed something far greater than a single body. Those things are parasites. Chapter 736 Methods. 2. Parasites. Damien hadn't encountered many parasitic species in the universe, even during his many years of exploring its sites. It was strange. Considering the mystical properties of mana, parasitic species should have thrived in its advent. However, while he'd experienced some similar scenarios, he'd never seen a true parasite in the past 10 years. Why was that? At its core, mana was a form of energy. But at the same time, mana was a core trait of the universe that allowed it to maintain its functionality. With the advent of mana, the universal law could develop more thoroughly and become accessible enough for humans and other sentient lifeforms to comprehend and utilize, heightening the connection between the universe and its residents. While regular parasites could function without mana, it was obvious what evolved parasitic species depended on. The blood that used to sustain them wasn't enough anymore. They needed to consume something more intrinsic, something like life force or mana. The problem was, mana flowing through the body was far more in tune with an individual's psyche than their blood flow. The senses of a practitioner also far outstripped those of an average mortal. Being parasitic without alerting the parasitized being was nearly impossible. This led to the natural decline of parasitic species as most species evolved away from that trait. The only parasitic species that existed more commonly were those controlled by existences, parasites like the one Lucius was living with. But what would happen if a race appeared that didn't have this kind of prolonged contact with the rest of the universe? And what if this race was belligerent enough to openly parasitize others without fear of death? The current situation was exactly that. The struggles that led to the natural decrease in parasitic species didn't apply to the Nox, who forcefully parasitized their hosts with the aid of others. I need to get closer. If I can get a vial containing a parasite, it'd be revolutionary. Lynn Carter's image immediately appeared in Damien's mind. She wasn't just a genius researcher and scientist, she was also someone who was once a double agent within Nibelheim, a Nox influence. The serum in the human domain most likely didn't contain parasites, since the war hasn't reached our sector yet. Instead, the experiments conducted there are likely for the goal of creating artificial Nox, or a slave-like fighting force of some kind. If Lynn Carter had encountered the Nox parasites before, she would have told Damien. That wasn't something they'd hide from each other when attempting to build mutual trust. But if she were to encounter the parasites, I'm almost completely certain she'd find a way to counteract them. Damien observed for a few more minutes and collected his thoughts. I should head back. Getting into the lab area and observing from close proximity was the most important thing at the moment. Before anything else, Damien needed to get Zara's help. As soon as he made the decision, his body silently vanished from the area, leaving none the wiser to his presence. Damien was observing the laboratory for almost 3 hours without pause. During that time, Zara took the 3 young geniuses to investigate the rest of the cavern. The cavern floor was largely barren. Besides the blood lake that took up around a third of the cavern, the rest was empty. However, after 10 minutes of scouring the ground, the group located 2 small hidden passages that led deeper into the world's surface. Zara silently motioned towards one of them, leading the group down the tunnel. While Zara was a powerful practitioner, she was also of a wolf bloodline. Her sense of smell was much more heightened than her other senses, allowing her perception to expand to greater limits than others. From the passage she picked, she could smell something vile, something unknown, but at the same time, it was something familiar. The group made it to the end of the passage and Hyuk, Ash almost vomited immediately. The room at the end of the passage was actually quite small, only fitting for around 1,000 people. However, the number of bodies within was double that. Even Zara couldn't hold back her disgust. It was a room that once held 1,000 pregnant women. These women had been forcefully kept locked in this cramped space until they gave birth, and their children. were half-breeds with Nox genes in their bodies. The second they were born, they cannibalized their hosts to gain sustenance, leading to the current scene: 1,000 skeletons that were stripped down to the bone of any nutritious meat, and a little over 1,000 children with blackened scara and ash-gray skin sitting curiously among them. Evidently, the birth of some of these children was recent, as the blood stains formed by their first meal had yet to disappear. With disgust in her heart, Zara spread her awareness to check for anything beyond the room, but when she found nothing, she immediately took the three geniuses and left. They didn't need to see more. The connotations of the horrific scene they'd just barely been too late to witness were enough already. Cannibalistic tendencies. Zara noted it down in her brain as moved to the second secret passage, as she expected long ago. It was the guards' quarters. Even before reaching the passage's opening, Zara could clearly sense tens of higher Nox auras populating the end of the tunnel. Without concealment, will cause too much of a scene. She realized immediately, the guards themselves were at most at the mid-levels of 4th class, but fighting with them would inevitably bring down the cavern, which was more beneficial to the Nox than it was to them. Zara made the executive decision to leave that tunnel unexplored for now and began returning back to the main cavern, and at that time, a body appeared in front of her. Her guard didn't raise even once. Her shadow extended and enveloped the body before it could even fully materialize. When Damien appeared before her, she flashed a small smile. Finished scouting? All done. Then, we should accompany you there. No, are you reading my mind or something? Zara and Damien casually went back and forth as they walked through the tunnel and moved to the lab where Damien was just a moment ago. Internally, however, they were exchanging notes. Cannibalistic babies, huh? Damien thought as he listened through what Zara and the rest experienced. Cannibals and parasites. He really couldn't believe his luck to find both in the same place. These are two of the primary methods that were used to take over a Pyron. The story he heard from Kurt Galloway long ago began to replay in his head. A Pyron's destruction that was barely prevented by the sacrifice of a few heroic demigods came not from the Nox themselves, but instead from those denizens they corrupted. It wasn't just a Pyron, but countless worlds who encountered the same problem. If we can find a method using what we learn from here, it might be possible to save a few more worlds. Damien's eyes hardened. He already had other plans in Calypto, but taking a little extra time to carry them out wasn't too much of a problem. Just like that, yet another objective was added to his mission. There were definitely more research areas hidden around Calypto, and Damien didn't plan to leave even a single one untouched. Chapter 737 Jinxed. 1. With Zara's help, accomplishing any stealth-based objective was a piece of cake. Her shadow concealment went against the laws of nature. Even in an area with no darkness, she could hide within the light. With the three geniuses left at the mine entrance, Damien and Zara returned to the lab and quietly infiltrated its premises. The researchers within the library were like machines. They were hyper-focused on their objectives, completely unaware of reality. Therefore, stealing a few samples from under their noses wasn't a problem at all. A parasite and 3 of the other mysterious serums they've been experimenting with. That should be enough. As Damien stored the samples away in his subspace, he thought more about the researchers than their research. They're all denizens, he realized. At first, he assumed the facility was filled with Nox, or at least Nox worshippers. But strangely enough, the lab was the cleanest area of Calypto Damien had seen yet. Because I was wandering aimlessly around Death Emperor Star for the past year or so, I'd almost forgotten how blatantly disgusting Nox mana is. From the beginning, Damien had the passive ability to see people's mana. Identifying Nox worshippers or anyone with even a hint of Nox mana around them was nothing to him. Calypto was covered in the substance. The green forests, the vast plains, the ruined cities, every piece of the world Damien had seen until this point was repugnant. Except the laboratory, aside from the parasites and the separate section of the lab where successful experiments were kept. Nothing else reeked of Nox mana. Are they hostages? Or, no, hostages wouldn't work so ardently even if they were being threatened. There was no hesitation in their eyes, as if they were working with objects rather than people. Those researchers weren't people being threatened, they were people who sold their souls so they could experience just another second of life. They were cowards and traitors. They haven't been injected with Nox mana likely so they can keep their rationality while they work. Most Nox worshippers have a tendency to go berserk when their mana corrupts them to an extent. In order to save their own lives, they took the lives of their kin and sided with those aiming to destroy the universe itself. Pathetic. Damien scoffed coldly. He and Zara arrived at the mine entrance where they first entered the facility and met up with the other 3. But before they could leave, Damien turned back to the large hill that obscured the atrocities taking place below it. His hand raised up into the air, and as if he was calling the start of a race, shing, he sliced his arm through the air, spacetime severance, the world halted, within an increment of spacetime that no lower existence could comprehend, the world split, it was soundless, it was formless. Reality itself changed to match the mana's desire, 1 begat 2, 2 begat 3, and 3 begat all things. As if mirroring the truths of the universe in number. The singular cut split into numerous instances that converged in a single spacetime, and finally, time resumed, rumble, the sound of rock and debris collapsing rang out instantly. The screams of those who were crushed by the falling debris were cut off within an instant, the entire area was split into a grid-like pattern. There wasn't a single stretch of untouched land, and everything within the given area, was erased from existence. Devour, thick black clouds of smoke leaked from Damien's body and fell into the created pit like a waterfall. It snaked through the debris, taking hold of any organic being it could find and devouring them. Damien's body shuddered, he could feel the Nox mana piling up in his body. He could feel the pure essence he received from those researchers, and he could even feel the presence of tens of parasites that were being actively broken down into essence by the clouds of Devour. Everything was his to consume. The spectacle ended only a few moments later. Damien retracted the Devour clouds back into his body and enjoyed the refreshing feeling of the new essence he'd acquired. Turning back to his squad, he smiled. It was an extremely cold smile. These types of facilities really piss me off. Care to join me in wiping them from existence? Zara smiled and rolled her eyes, walking to his side without hesitation. As for the other three, they had no idea what they'd just witnessed. The level of power wasn't too shocking, but the method of execution was absolutely stunning. Hearing the words that followed that show, they really couldn't help it. They could feel the immense heat boiling up in their blood. The desire for battle, for extermination, it was addicting to say the least. With flames in their eyes clearly portraying their mood, the three responded in unison, "Yes, sir." A half a month passed from that point. The squad's dynamic became far more solid with the time they spent together, and the problems they had upon meeting faded completely. Tyler was the most outgoing. While he was a fierce tactician with an incredible brain, Damien was a belligerent general who used fists to get his point across. When the two compared strategies and balanced their tendencies to form a plan, it would always become a spectacle. Synth maintained her rebellious personality regardless of how time passed, but it seemed she'd chosen to submit to Damien, at the very least. Of the many times she decided to go off on her own in a bout of recklessness, there wasn't a single one where Damien's presence didn't scare her back into line. Ash's case was the most difficult. While she didn't cause problems and perfectly meshed with the group in times of combat, her fear never disappeared. She could converse normally with her teammates, and she could even occasionally make conversation with Zara, but she couldn't go anywhere near Damien without freezing up. I guess nearly killing her best friend would elicit that reaction, yeah. Damien thought ironically. Currently, they'd finished their business on the Lotus continent and moved to the nearby Blue River continent. This continent was well known for its large waterways and the complex pattern of rivers that populated its surface, and most of the Nox bases in this continent followed the same pattern. They'd stay near the rivers and pollute the jade green waters so that no life could survive on the continent's surface. At the same time, they partook in the same cruelties of the Nox on the other two continents. Taking them down wasn't even a matter of question. The heightening of the Nox's power level didn't even make a dent in the newly named, at Synth's suggestion, Stargazer Squad. Their synergy was enough to destroy even the most heavily guarded bases, and more than that, the number of lab facilities they destroyed wasn't small. The achievements of this squad completely surpassed the other squads present in Calypto. This was something they knew as fact. After running around 3 continents causing mayhem, it was inevitable for them to meet a few fellow soldiers. Only, these meetings were often short and succinct. As time passed, the other Hellhole forces developed a slight ire towards the Stargazer Squad, an emotion that stemmed from jealousy. However, they didn't let their emotions get to their heads. They weren't on a school field trip. They were at war. Even if the atmosphere didn't match the great battle scenes they'd envisioned in their heads, the work they were doing was still important, because without them acting as a distraction, Heaven's Army's main force would have far more trouble on the front lines, or at least that's what they told us. Anyway, Chapter 738 Jinxed, 2. Damien somewhat scoffed at the grand goal the commander stated as the mission objective during the final briefing before they touched ground, providing a distraction so that Calypto's forces couldn't support the main army on Thro. Sure, it was a viable plan, and a smart one when considering how massive the Nox force on Thro already was. But was it really a good idea to choose students who'd never experienced live combat as the ones to carry out this mission? It was highly irrational. Damien didn't doubt that the mission objective was being accomplished, he simply believed that there were other, more dependable measures being put in place to accomplish that goal. The point of telling the mission objective to students is to raise their morale by giving them a cause. If the Calypto mission was regarded as mere training, it was impossible to elicit such raw passion and determination from the rising soldiers. Instead, the commander chose to instill them with pride in their universe and pride in their mission. Looking at the results, his strategy was pretty smart. Every group the Stargazer squad met until this point was highly focused on their mission. Even when they came into conflict with other groups over kill stealing and point stealing, they never allowed the problem to develop since there was a greater enemy to face. But still, how can they compare to my kids? Damien smiled like a proud dad as he watched the scene of annihilation take place below him. Ash was in full berserker mode, her towering figure bulldozing through a horde of lesser Nox. Meanwhile, Tyler's beast form was that of a reptilian dragon as he attacked the higher Nox in control of that group. Synth flew in the air and provided support for both of her squad members. Using an array of drones to control the skies and rain down hell, while the three of them moved in perfect synchronicity, Zara dashed around the battlefield and provided help wherever help was needed. It was the perfect battle formation. It's to the point where I can't even find space to interfere. Really, am I raising a group of monsters or something? Despite his thoughts, Damien couldn't hide the pride on his face. From the undeveloped talents they were when they first entered Calypto, the three had blossomed into true geniuses who knew how to adapt and grow by the circumstances. It's been a fun trip. With that thought, Damien descended to the ground and met up with his squad. There were 3 more large bases for them to deal with on the Blue River continent. As for the rest, they decided to be benevolent and leave the scraps for those other groups who faded into the background due to their accomplishments. The 2-month mark that was supposed to signal the end of the mission was accompanied by an announcement that the mission deadline would be extended another 4 months. The performance the students showcased far exceeded the commander's expectations. And although saying that the students were a major help in a mission they were supposed to be insignificant and was a stretch, they weren't far from reaching that point. Of the 8 continents of Calypto, 4 had been completely cleared. The main force of Calypto, which consisted of millions, if not billions, of Nox beings, was located on the main Willow continent. Still, there were countless millions of Nox living within the other 7 continents, and destroying over half of them in 2 months was an immense achievement for a group of students, though this achievement could mainly be accredited to a single group, the Stargazer squad. Through the records of their academy emblems, it was assured that they weren't cheating in any way to attain their results. They bulldozed their way through Calypto with pure battle prowess and tactical brilliance. Soon enough, they became an example for all groups to follow. The commander even reached out to Damien at one point, gaining his permission to turn the Stargazer squad's battle recordings into examples for the students, and while others were raving over their achievers, the squad itself showed no care for the attention. Currently, they stood on the 6th, colloquially termed the Vineyard. Aside from the Willow continent, this one was by far the most dangerous. This was because the Vineyard was genuinely a place where nature was the enemy, unlike the other continents where most sentient plant life died out, leaving only those in infested areas like forests alive. It wasn't the same on the Vineyard. Here, the plant life was thriving. It was impossible to walk a single step without finding a sentient plant ready to kill at a moment's notice. But the most terrifying part, a large majority of these plants had been corrupted by the ambient Nox mana. Not only were they a scourge, they were mindless and deadly. Like slaves to the Nox residing on the continent, the Stargazer squad was able to fight this environment purely due to Damien's space-time domain. With the domain present, nothing was able to intrude on their hunting grounds without permission. Like this, a majority of the Nox bases on the continent had already been destroyed. It's been 3 months since we first arrived here. We spent 2 months traveling, which leaves me with only a single month before the progress examination at the academy begins. Will I really be okay? He still hadn't made significant progress on the mission the director gave him, and even putting that aside, he wouldn't be able to reach the academy in time for the progress examination if things continued like this. If the director doesn't pull some strings to get me back to the academy on time, I'll have to do it myself. Though, it'd be tiring to deal with the problems that come along with that, so I'd rather not. Damien cut down with Mirage and split the dimension in half, turning a group of researchers into minced meat. Was the count already in the hundreds? Damien didn't even know how many laboratories he'd destroyed at this point. What he did know, however, was that with the sheer number of these facilities he'd seen in the past few months, The number of successfully bred parasites existing in the universe was already uncountable. Well, I can at least be happy that I'm taking care of the ones within my reach. We also haven't met any interference from the main forces of the Nox on Calypto. We should continue moving at this pace and do as much as we can before they notice us. Damien regrouped with the others after slaughtering everyone within the lab facility. As a group, they walked out of the facility's secluded entrance and arrived back on the surface. Their senses immediately became alert. Fuck. Did I jinx it? Damien thought wryly as he spread his awareness. They were surrounded in all directions. It was like a sea of black. Millions of lesser Nox accompanied by thousands of higher Nox covered every inch of land and air in the surroundings to make escaping a comedic thought. A man walked out from the crowd, landing on the ground only a few meters from Damien and the rest. His dark gray skin signified his status as a higher Nox. He dressed like a butler with a large top hat on his head and a monocle covering one eye. Scanning the group, his eyes soon landed on Damien. "Ah, yes, you must be the one," he said smilingly as he cleared his throat. "We have come bearing a gift for the brave boy who dared to fight from our dear master." The higher Nox butler bowed until his upper body was parallel to the ground and raised his head. Smiling eerily, Sir Saint Emperor sends his regards. Chapter 739 Eternal Hour 1. Somewhere concealed in the starry sky above Calypto was a large destroyer starship. This starship also doubled as Hidden Death Valley's command center. Currently, the large warship that could easily fit 5,000 people like nothing, only held a select few passengers, less than 100. In fact, of them, most were part of the information sector, tasked with monitoring, reading, and classifying the deployed soldiers' information. The ones not partaking in this particular job could be counted on one hand. The commander who first briefed the geniuses on their mission was one of them. Currently, he stared menacingly at a star map. The students are doing much better than expected. But on the contrary, the first line of defense had already been breached. The leading Nox avatar and its strongest followers charged into the starry sky around 1 month ago, and they'd already breached one of the immense and complex defense lines that had been set up around Calypto. Reports from Thro are chaotic. It's still too soon to understand whether the operation is proceeding in our favor or not. The only good news in this situation is that at least those kids are safe. Since most of the Nox experts in Calypto were in the starry sky fighting against the actual troops set up to restrict their movement, the geniuses on the surface would be safe from a majority of the threats that Hon. The abrupt and jarring sound of alarm bells rang from the information division. The commander immediately rushed over. When he reached the source of the alarm, he was met with a large number of people moving about with papers and holographic windows floating about. This is a completely unexpected situation. The squad is on Continent 6, so the nearest troops that could provide assistance are over an hour away. How fast can the starship get there? We must not lose that squadron. I agree that they are extremely talented, but their talent will not change reality. If we move the starship now, the invisible pressure our existence puts on the Nox avatar and its forces will disappear. And the main defense line will be attacked far more harshly. We cannot sacrifice the fate of the universe for a few geniuses. The commander pushed his way through the crowd and listened in on the conversation. What is this? He finally reached the front of the crowd and saw the scene projected on the screen they were all watching. A single squadron of 5 people, facing off against an army of Nox fit to conquer an entire world. The starship was immovable due to the current circumstances. The nearest forces that could provide aid were over an hour away. The commander clenched his fists as he watched the screen. Please try to survive for a single hour. Sir Saint Emperor sends his regards. Those words echoed around the canyon and amplified, as if forcing the Stargazer squad to accept the reality they'd just been presented with. Damien inadvertently frowned as he gazed at the butler's condescending expression. Soon enough, he fixed his expression and smiled back at the butler. This is quite the reception, isn't it? I didn't know the Saint Emperor cared about me so much, he replied calmly as his awareness silently spread around him. For 10,000 kilometers, he could see nothing but a wave of Nox. It was truly an army that could conquer the world. Aside from that, so the Saint Emperor was someone like that. He is the owner of the Nox avatar ruling this infected source world. A few pieces of the puzzle in his head started to click. He looked back up at the butler and his army. I don't know if your master told you, but I'm not a fan of small talk, especially if I'm talking to dogs. You came here for a fight, did you not? Ah, I forgot that dogs don't speak English. Want me to say it again while barking? The the emergency signal didn't return any positive responses. 1 hour. Damien tapped his academy emblem and activated the emergency signal the second he saw the butler. After all, with the ferocity of the mana raging around his body, he was evidently a high-rank 4th-class Nox at the very least, if not an extreme peak-level expert. The response to his call for help, however, was wholly negative. That damn Saint Emperor. Has he been watching me since then? Damien thought back to his encounter with the demigod a few months back. That day, the Saint Emperor controlled the world core itself to act as his avatar. Damien wondered why the Nox expert didn't kill him that day. Most old monsters were adamant about cutting the weeds and pulling the roots regardless of the situation, but it seems he just wanted to play with his food a bit. He let Damien continue moving unrestrained to drop his guard, and at the moment when he was completely unprepared, he dropped an army on my face. Damien sighed. None of this would have happened if he'd just made the obvious connection between the Saint Emperor and the Nox avatar. None of this would have happened if he didn't choose to recklessly interact with an infected world core with no prior knowledge about its functions. The Saint Emperor perfectly tracked Damien's movements with ease and prepared the perfect trap. For the first time, Damien met a tactician who he couldn't overwhelm with brute strength alone. I don't know how many millions of them there are, but they'll be endless once we start fighting. In a large-scale battle like this, the Nox's transformation ability shines the brightest. The ability to combine after death and be reborn was something a practitioner could combat in smaller situations, but when an entire army was involved, wasting mana on eliminating the Nox remains was impractical. In fact, it was far more practical to allow the Nox to reform and slowly kill them until they couldn't reform any longer. After all, no matter how strange the Nox's inherent ability was, it couldn't overcome the barrier of divinity. Alright, it's just a few million, right? It's just an hour, right? Let's just fucking go for it. Damien unwillingly accepted the current circumstance. His entire thought process only took a few sparks of an instant, so by the time he gathered his thoughts, the Nox butler was just beginning to reply to his earlier statement. Making crass allusions to provoke me will not work, dear sir. However, it is true that we have come here to fight. Or is it better to say, we have come to exterminate? The butler raised his body and smiled eerily. Since dear sir has stated his discontent towards flowery talks, this humble one shall not bother with it any longer. Then, shall we instead move on to the main event? He raised his arm in the air, summoning a cane from the space in front of him. He grabbed the cane's head and allowed the tip to touch the ground. He clicked his heels and turned his body. Please enjoy the gift our dear master has prepared for you, O beloved guests. His words echoed through the canyon once more, accompanied by the uncoordinated stomping of the approaching armies. The butler's body vanished into the crowd, and Damien's eyes hardened. I think I might have to go all out this time. Chapter 740 Eternal Hour 2. Only a few seconds remained until the start of battle, but even seconds were essential to practitioners on Damien's level. Listen, just follow my lead and fight. It's the same as always, right? Same as always? How is this the same as always? Oh, 1 hour. How can we possibly resist for that long? This time, I'll have to agree. We are not nearly strong enough to last an hour against an army equipped to take out thousands, if not tens of thousands, of practitioners at our level. A flurry of sound transmissions were exchanged between the 5 squad members. Their panic was obvious, and it wasn't like it was unjustified. Damien didn't take the same forceful attitude as he usually did in this specific situation. Listen carefully. While the sheer numbers make it feel impossible to win, that's just an illusion. Pain is an illusion, fear is an illusion. You 3 have spent your entire lives preparing for war, and now that it's here in front of you, you hesitate? Especially when you have such a trustworthy and reliable leader, what reason do you have to fear? Damien gave himself a metaphorical pat on the back and grinned like a wild beast. Just trust your instincts and fight. If you run out of mana, find me and I'll supply you with more. Remember, we are the Stargazer Squadron. We aren't some side characters that are meant to die here. Nobody responded, but the flames in their eyes indeed began to ignite. Perhaps it was in part due to Damien's speech, or perhaps they'd finally accepted the inevitability of their circumstances, but the 3 geniuses threw away their fear and hesitation. As for Zara, when was there a moment she didn't stand tall at Damien's side? Go wild and eat as many as you can. Since the Death Seed awakened your connection with the Nox, don't you think consuming more of their mana would be helpful to you? Damien said to Zara with a smile. I'll try my best, Zara replied succinctly. Even if she wanted to say more, there was no need for it. Damien could completely understand the emotion behind her words. Well, then. Damien finally spoke aloud. "Should we get this show started?" Just as his words fell, they were eclipsed by the sounds of heinous roars and screeches only a few feet away, and finally, a tidal wave eclipsed a canoe. Boom, material shift, stagnant reality, dimension shift, shio. Damien's figure disappeared in a flash at the exact same instant a flying projectile pierced the space where he once stood. As his body reappeared, reality collapsed where he once was, thousands of lesser knocks experiencing an abrupt and wholly unscheduled bisection. Boom, this wasn't the first and it wouldn't be the last, but it almost felt like any damage he did was nothing more than a drop of water in the vast ocean. Whoa, Damien rapidly snapped out of his thoughts and tilted left ever so slightly, barely dodging the warhammer that grazed his face. "Hey, buddy. Didn't anyone tell you that ambushes are for cowards?" Damien spouted annoyedly. "Yeah. There are no cowards in war, only winners and losers." The higher Nox who attacked Damien was short and stumpy, standing at roughly 5 feet tall with a body like a meatball. Strangely enough, his fat didn't jiggle as fat should. It was instead dense and steely like tempered muscles. "Fatty, you should be careful. I heard this ride has a height restriction." Yeah. "Did you start spouting nonsense after realizing you are about to die?" The fatty Nox laughed obnoxiously. No. I guess I have to speak in dog terms for anyone here to understand me. So basically, what I meant was, aren't you a little too short to be fighting in wars?" Damien taunted the fatty with a twisted smile on his face. A face that suddenly enlarged in the fatty's eyes, like master like disciple. Hell appeared in his hand and pointed at the Nox's forehead. Boom, space exploded. Without prior warning or any sort of fluctuation, space between the fatty's eyebrows caved in, impacting him with extreme force. Cag. The fatty made a phlegmy sound as he flew backwards. He stabilized himself almost immediately, however, and glared back at Damien. "You rat. Didn't anyone teach you that ambushes are for cowards?" Touché, Damien teleported once more and covered the distance between him and the fatty in a spark of an instant. His fist swung down at the fatty's face loaded with the power of spacetime. This fatty didn't even get scratched by Hell's bullet. His power might not be higher than mid-rank, but his defense is basically high rank. He won't be easy to kill. Damien spread his awareness with a trace of concern in his eyes. At the same time, he twisted his body impossibly and evaded the warhammer slamming down towards his head. Just this one fatty is so powerful already, yet there are over 1,000 of these guys. He sighed with emotion as he realized it. This is going to be a long-ass hour. His fist swung forward, colliding with the fatties. A shockwave spread, killing any lesser Nox around them. "Right, before I worry about anything else, I should take him out first. This would be the first battle of hundreds, thousands, or maybe even millions. This would be the first battle of that terrifying hour that would follow." With so much hanging on the results of this battle, Damien couldn't just let himself get stood up, could he? A battle-hungry smile crept onto his face. For the first time in many, many years, the world became shadow. Light and dark interlaced and created something new, something capable of encompassing everything, consuming everything. It wasn't just darkness that couldn't exist without light. It wasn't just light that could only exist within the darkness, it was a shadow that was created to combine the advantages of both sides. However, this shadow seemed incomplete. The darkness was saturated to the maximum. It was the blackest of blacks, the most convoluted darkness that could drive one insane by merely glimpsing it. However, what was the cause of this lacking light? Zara wondered earnestly as she made full use of the enchanting darkness around her. Her every step was the cause of thousands of deaths, her every breath tormenting the souls of the deceased. As for the remains of those who fell, before they could even attempt to combine into a greater being, they were swallowed by the darkness, becoming one with it. Becoming one with my legion is the best fate for your kind. Zara turned her gaze. Her golden eyes shone like gems as she focused her attention on a nearby being, strong, stronger than anything she'd ever faced, but not as strong as Damien, the perfect practice dummy. Zara thought to herself, she couldn't understand it. Just why couldn't the light ever form true duality with the darkness within her domain? She thought long and hard without ascertaining anything. It was almost as if her thoughts were being restricted, but just as someone very dear to her would always say, the best way to improve was through practical experience. Chapter 741 Eternal Hour 3. A sea of black ink, a forced encounter with death, the terrifying cacophony of war. Other than the third, something he'd been preparing himself to face for many years, none of these were things Tyler had been expecting to encounter on his first deployment to war. But fate wasn't something that could be controlled. Tyler's legs slammed into the ground, shooting him up into the air. His form shifted rapidly, wings and reptilian scales appearing all over his body. Rhea, he let out a ferocious battle cry as he flapped his wings and shot through the sky. Flaming breath left his mouth, creating widespread damage among the enemies. Thousands of lesser Nox died to his every attack. But the gaps formed by their absence were filled in an instant. He didn't have a single second to breathe. Dodge left. Defensive form. Switch. His form switched again, shifting back into the panther form he used most often. Tyler's eyes darted around and his awareness spread out thoroughly so he could understand his surroundings properly. His body moved like a machine, completely contradicting his bestial appearance. His body only shifted minimally at every interval, but he was able to dodge the swarm around him with relative ease. His speed in panther form was unparalleled, but he sacrificed defense to gain such an effect. In battle, it was far less taxing on his body than some of his stronger summons. However, it was still incredibly taxing on his brain. I need to find a way out. I can't stay surrounded. Tyler's thoughts rushed rapidly. Fighting alone in a situation like this was a terrible idea. He, Synth, and Ash weren't powerful enough to take on those higher Nox who came along. Even if they had power, their power was still in the range of mid-level 4th class. Therefore, the best they could do was control the swarm so that Damien and Zara wouldn't be bothered as they fought. It was an extremely uneven split looking at strength. Over 1,000 higher Nox with high-rank 4th class physiques were terrifying regardless of how many lesser Nox were on the other side, but that didn't make fighting the swarm any easier. Millions were still millions. No matter how many thousands died with each attack, more would always be present to replace them. The lesser Nox had always existed with this exact formation. To simply exist and push forward until the enemy ran out of strength was an extremely brutish yet effective strategy. I need to find the others. Tyler spread his awareness to its maximum, covering several thousand kilometers. I can't see them at all. We must have been separated while Tyler suddenly flipped backwards and turned into a retreating tail of light. Where he once stood, bang, a massive crater formed. Within the dust and debris, a lion-like man with wild hair and glistening yellow eyes brushed a hint of blood off his ash-gray skin. You dodged? He spoke casually as he left the crater, his eyes never leaving Tyler's form regardless of his speed. You're pretty fast, the man said with a smile. But I'm faster. Boom, the man's figure blurred and appeared directly next to Tyler. He slammed his arm to the side, blocking the young genius path and forcefully halting his momentum. Tyler panicked, narrowly evading the arm that would have punched a hole in his head if he'd run into it. He rolled on the floor and stood up, facing the man who stopped him. There's no escape, he realized it quickly. Escaping this lion-haired man was impossible with his abilities. His only options were to fight or die. His form changed. It was a near-instantaneous effect. His body grew and became more robust, his face became more primal, and tufts of fur began growing from his skin. Roar, a powerful fluctuation spread from Tyler's body. Oh, I like your courage. The man said, my name is Elio. Remember it when you die. The man, Elio's form blurred. A streak of light shot towards Tyler like a comet, reaching his body in an instant. Bang, Elio's fist hit Tyler in the center of his chest, but unlike before, Tyler withstood the punch with sheer defensive power alone. You won't kill me that easily. He grunted rebelliously. The Titan ape was one of Tyler's most powerful summons. It was slow and heavy, but it was equally tough and powerful. To resist against a few hits from Elio was light work, but to do it continuously, Tyler didn't wait to see what would happen. His fists became weapons of mass destruction. He didn't even aim for Elio as he fought, merely wishing to cause as much damage as possible. Boom! 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 Every impact felt like a nuclear explosion. The ground was torn to sunders, space trembled and cracked apart, and the surrounding tens of thousands of Nox were turned into ink stains. Elio dodged like a cheetah and evaded the brunt force of every hit, but even he couldn't avoid the preceding shock. TCH. He scoffed inwardly. He could feel his organs rattling, but he had confidence in the physique that had been built for him. His body wouldn't fall apart with just this much. Elio's eyes turned cold. He'd come here to play around a bit since the 3 fighting the swarm seemed weaker than the 2 fighting the higher Nox, but he didn't like what he'd encountered. Talent. Elio always hated the concept of talent. The Nox didn't have talent. None of them were able to grow with their own effort to achieve power. The Nox's way of gaining power was different, far more straightforward and adaptable. Elio envied talent and he hated it. He hated the fact that no matter what level he reached, it'd never be wholly due to his own efforts. He hated that the power he had was, to some extent, borrowed, heavily got armor. Talent deserved to die. So everyone could experience the same bleakness as him, so everyone would always be equal. Talent had to die. Elio's body was covered in oozing black mana. The mana solidified within sparks of a second, engraving itself with mystical patterns as it formed an ancient armor set that covered Elio's entire body. A massive broadsword materialized in his grip. He charged towards Tyler's titanic form and slashed downwards, ignoring the flurry of attacks that was taking place. Shine! The sword sound cut through the surrounding chaos and rang especially bright. A spray of blood accompanied it, dyeing the sky red. Tyler clutched his chest as he backed away. His form changing once more into a panther beastman, the gash running across his torso was clear as day. It was so massive that it almost looked like Tyler's body had been split in two, with just one attack. Tyler thought, trying his best to ignore the pain. The higher Nox experts who were leading the swarm thought they truly weren't a force he could take on. He didn't have the power, no. Tyler clenched his fists and threw away the thoughts in his head. I was going to die anyway, it's just a matter of how I go out. He'd never really cared for flashiness and he'd never really cared for pride, but now that he was on the battlefield, he felt differently. It seemed he'd been influenced by a certain reckless squad leader. Chapter 742 Eternal Hour. 4. Tyler was a rational person. Throughout life, he would rationalize all things in order to understand them. He rationalized emotion so he could overcome it. He rationalized fear and understood courage. He even rationalized his relationships so he could maintain them properly. When someone like him awakened as a contractor, he was originally ecstatic. As a contractor, he could use his tactical ability more than his personal strength to command an army, allowing his talents to shine. But the contractor class didn't function exactly as he'd expected. Rather than the wisdom-centric class he expected, he got the most brutish possible subform of the class, a possession type. His fighting style was rational. His mind could never adapt to the irrationality and primal methods of beasts, which led to him never being able to utilize the full potential of his class. There was never a moment when Tyler chose to stop thinking. Until today, if I'm going to die, I'll die with pride. It was a hot-blooded thought, something Tyler had never experienced before. Something snapped in his mind, and he turned off his rationality. Tyler turned into a flash of light as he charged at Elio. His movements no longer resembled a human's at all. The panther form was one of speed and dexterity. It was a form that relied heavily on instinct, as when moving with such deftness, one's senses were often too slow to properly utilize the full extent of that agility. Tyler's natural disposition blocked his power and bottlenecked him. With it out of the way, there was nothing blocking his full potential anymore. He moved like a blur of black smoke. He dashed around Elio's body at a speed that even he couldn't completely follow. His body seemed boneless the way he continuously dodged attacks in the most impossible fashion. But he wasn't merely dodging. Shio! 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 His claws made high-pitched whirs in the air as they cut the wind in 7. The sound of metal clashing against metal was accompanied by a bright array of sparks. Though Tyler's claws didn't have the same durability as Elio's armor, he made up the difference using momentum alone. He didn't think even once. He allowed his body to move as it pleased, and concentrated his thoughts on piercing through the armor. It was Tyler's first encounter with tunnel vision, and perhaps it was somewhat better for him. Without thought clouding Tyler's brain with calculation, it was able to fire off at a far faster rate. In a completely contradictory manner, the less Tyler controlled himself, the more precise he'd become. Even as his battle with Elio moved like a hurricane, causing a massive scene within the swarm of lesser Nox, Tyler adapted and moved like a predator who'd been surviving in the wilderness jungle for years. Dragon, ape, panther, ox, his form changed so often and so randomly that his attack patterns suddenly became impossible to read. Elio's fury grew with every second. Talent, this was talent, this was exactly what he hated. He couldn't do this. He couldn't grow from battle and grow from hardship. He couldn't enjoy the feeling of being a practitioner. His prey was supposed to die easily when the heavenly god armor appeared. He was supposed to become an invincible figure that couldn't be moved. Yet what was the current situation? Black mana flowed from his body like toxic fumes and polluted the atmosphere. His counters to Tyler's attacks grew stronger and stronger. Fate-severing slash. Elio cut down with his broadsword. Its blade gave off a desolate and sacrilegious aura. Tyler's bestial instinct immediately rang alarm bells in his head. If he was hit by that attack, or even grazed by its aura, he'd die. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by instinct. Techniques were part of the reason why humans were so superior to beasts before the latter species gained intelligence. Tyler's rational mind spun in search of a solution, but with the time he had, Who gave you permission to bully our leader? The sass in the sudden newcomer's tone cut through the atmosphere with such force that it felt like time stopped to welcome her entrance, and then, she resumed it with her own hands. Boom, a massive explosion descended between Tyler and Elio. While the force wasn't enough to stop the latter's swing, it pushed Tyler away with its sudden momentum and allowed him to dodge the incoming attack. Bang, Elio's slash followed through, and at the same time, a massive fist slammed into his skull. Ha. The rough grunting of a female gorilla was especially clear at that moment. Tyler looked up in shock. You guys. When did you get here? Sin scoffed in disbelief. Unreal. You caused all that chaos and expected us not to notice you. Chaos, look around, asshole. Tyler did as he was told and surveyed the battlefield. He was suddenly made aware of a massive trail of destruction that had followed his battle with Elio. Thousands of kilometers of land had been laid to waste. Seriously? If you didn't keep running in the opposite direction from us, we would have gotten here sooner. Since when did you become the reckless one, OHC? Even Ash agrees. Tyler laughed uncomfortably at her question. Truly, this was his first time experiencing what it felt like to be synth, and it wasn't as bad as he thought. Smiling, he stood up and popped a pill into his mouth. As he allowed his injuries to heal, he spread his awareness and pierced through the truths of the world. Since you guys are here now, I guess there's no need to fret. His body morphed into panther form for the final time of this battle. Let's kill this son of a bitch together. With his words as a war cry, the three charged into battle, surrounding Elio with their usual strategies and immediately driving him into a corner. The heavenly god armor barely withstood their attacks. Every time Ash's fist impacted it, the force resonated through the armor and shook Elio's bones. Not to mention, with Synth's rear support, Elio didn't have any range of movement anymore. He was like a caged beast being prepared for slaughter. From afar, a pair of eyes watched their battle. A smile formed on that being's face. They're doing pretty well. Damien slashed Mirage through the air and beheaded the higher Nox in his grasp. If they can stand up to one of these generals with their combined strength, it's better for me. It means I won't have to worry about them too much as long as I attract the enemy's attention onto myself. It had only been 5 minutes since the battle started. While this was less than 10% of the time remaining until help arrived, it was an extremely long amount of time for a practitioner with their perception heightened to its maximum. This battle had been going on for ages. Damien defeated the first fatty in a minute and moved on to his next target, but even with his current pace, he wouldn't be able to get through the massive number of higher Nox in an hour. If they decide to swarm me, it'll cause problems. But more than that, the butler hadn't moved yet. Like an uninvolved bystander, he watched the battle from the sidelines with a calm smile on his face. God damn it. I want to punch his fucking teeth out. Chapter 743 Eternal Hour 5. Time passed at an indescribably slow rate. Every microsecond was clearly reflected in the eyes of the Stargazer squad as their minds were forced to the limit by the endless wave of enemies that surrounded them, but they still had 50 minutes left to defend themselves. In total, only 10 minutes had passed. In this time, countless lesser Nox and over 20 higher Nox fell, but this number was, in the end, nothing. Damien pulled Hell's trigger and watched as it pulverized a higher Nox's head. As much as I want to devour every single higher Nox here, I don't think everyone will be able to last long enough. His eyes darted around in search of a new target. Zara's speed isn't much slower than mine, but even combined, we'll only be able to take a few hundred of them before an hour is up regardless. Damien suddenly twisted his body at an impossible angle, dodging the combined attacks of a long spear and a certain deathly breed of mana. These fuckers just won't leave me alone. His eyes hardened as he lifted Mirage up. I'll go for the butler after I finish these guys off. Even if he isn't actively contributing right now, he's the biggest threat on the battlefield. If I occupy him, even if I can't defeat him, everyone's mental burdens will lessen. Damien couldn't understand the thoughts of his fellow teammates if they didn't voice them, but he could clearly understand their predicament. In a situation like this, it was impossible for them to not divert a portion of their focus outside the battle just in case he decided to move. Annoying prick. Damien charged at the two Nox who ambushed him without giving them a chance to speak. He was tired of hearing the screechy voices of the Nox. Seriously, where did they get their inspiration from? They seem to have the intrinsic ability to spout the most basic villain lines in existence. Mirage turned into a flurry of waves altering the atmosphere. Its translucent blade blended in with the background, becoming one with the world, and using the world itself as its blade. Damien himself was nothing more than a vessel for the sword's power. He allowed it to move how it chose to move, he allowed it to flow as it chose to flow. Mirage was a being with budding consciousness, and it had its own desires and battle sense. Damien certainly wouldn't reject his weapon's desire for battle. He wasn't a sword practitioner, and he would never be one. Even to this day, he only used the sword out of convenience. He had no real preference when it came to weapons, and if anything, he preferred using his fists, but Mirage was once the sword of an expert swordsman. Its inherited memory was far more flexible and maneuverable in battle than Damien's own brutish methods. When Damien's power and Mirage's technique were combined into one, it truly created a terrifying storm. Shio! 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 The sound of wind being sliced into pieces was the only thing revealing Mirage's presence as its speed surpassed what the eyes could see. The two higher Nox who had to face the barrage were placed into a position where they could do nothing but defend. Petty tricks. The spear-wielding Nox suddenly scoffed. He lifted his spear into the air and surrounded it with a cyclone of mana. When he brought it down, it created a massive gust that pushed his companion away. Damien was clearly aware of their goal, but he didn't try to stop them. Even if the mage was given distance, it wouldn't help him survive. The only reason that you're still alive. Is cheats. Damien roared inwardly as he swung his blade. If these Nox didn't have defense far surpassing their true power level, they would have died to a single one of his swings, but the difference between levels in 4th class was massive. After all, 4th class was a stage heavily reliant on comprehension, and the amount of comprehension one could achieve was somewhat connected to their level, as the heightening of their stats allowed them to get closer to the laws of the universe. At the same time, 4th class was a beginner course where one could experience what it felt like to interact with the laws before ascending to divinity and becoming further in tune with them. Mid-level 4th class and high-level 4th class didn't sound much different on paper, but it wasn't a difference that could be overcome with just skill. Space-time mana began to rage around Damien's body, countering the spear-wielding Nox's cyclone and taking hold of the battle's momentum. However, the spear-wielding Nox's apparent powerlessness was only a matter of circumstance. He wasn't some weakling that'd be killed off with a few swings of Mirage. His spear was like a hummingbird, its presence loudly roaring in Damien's ears and its speed and stability keeping it steady amongst any winds or rain. The spearman stabbed and slashed with exquisite form, completely matching Mirage's skill level and disallowing Damien from landing a hit. Lance cannon, a shot suddenly came from behind. Damien felt the presence of something massive rapidly approaching him. Without hesitation, he let go of Mirage, jumped up, and locked his legs around the spear-wielding higher Nox's torso. What? The Nox let out a confused exclamation and raised his fist to punch Damien, but in that instant he was distracted. The so-called lance cannon appeared right before him. Damien's body disappeared like it never existed, and a massive lance the size of a tree pierced through the spear-wielding Nox's chest. Damien appeared near the mage without worrying about the other Nox's life or death. Hell and Freya appeared in his hands, the crystals in his wrists shining as his mana was transferred into the twin armaments. Bang! 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 Like a school of fish, hundreds of bullets were fired out of the twin gun barrels, surrounding the mage from all sides as they curved through space. Boom! 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 I'll turn you into sashimi, bitch. The twin moons vanished from Damien's hands, allowing him room to wave them around like a zealous conductor. The space cracks created by his movements were like bladed crescent moons, flying through the air and decorating the bullet storm they accompanied. Miniature explosions painted the air around the mage and forced him to focus wholly on defense. A thick barrier of black mana covered his body and protected him from the explosions, but at the same time, left him immobile. Checkmate, Damien grinned as he teleported into the cloud of explosions. He reached his hand out without hesitation and placed it on the barrier's surface. Material shift. With his words, the barrier began to change, along with everything inside of it. It was like the work of the world's greatest alchemist. The world itself was transmuted, the atmosphere forcefully turned into stone by Damien's Midas touch. What is this? The Nox mage panicked. He waved his staff through the air and cast a plethora of spells, breaking pieces of the transmuted atmosphere one by one, but the rate of freezing was far faster than his rate of casting. If he didn't escape his confines fast enough, he'd end up as another statue in Medusa's garden. Chapter 744 Eternal Hour 6. Damien's battle soon became far more heated. A third opponent appeared while he was dealing with the Nox mage, forcing him to divert his attention to others instead of finishing off the mage. It's not enough. A pair of eyes watched Damien's every movement, uncaring of the rest of the battlefield. These sharp eyes were piercing and even a tad lustful in the intent they conveyed. Naturally, these eyes belonged to the butler. The master ordered him to be tortured to the brink before being killed. This isn't enough, is it? The butler bit his nails anxiously. Even though the elapsed time wasn't long, he wasn't satisfied with what he'd seen. The battle was simply moving too slowly. It was too boring. It lacked the grandeur he'd imagined. These idiotic generals have no sense of unity. If they just worked as one, wouldn't he be captured simply? I refused to let the master's intentions be twisted by a group of barbarians. His thoughts swam maniacally through his head, tempting him into all kinds of scenarios he could use to entrap Damien. At the same time, he remembered the conversation he had with the Saint Emperor months prior. Sebastian, I met quite an interesting child today. The speaker was a tall gray-skinned man with black hair that flowed down his back like a river. His sclerae were black and his eyes were a piercing red color, but oddly enough, he gave off an impression similar to a scholarly young master. Who is this child, master? Sebastian answered his master's call. Of that, even I'm not sure. However, he is extremely talented. He might even be a match for my son, for the young master? Sebastian exclaimed in shock, exactly. That child is a top talent that hasn't been seen in millions of years, yet the human side has a genius of equal standing. Isn't that interesting? The Saint Emperor smiled into the distance with blurred eyes. He didn't need them to see what he desired, a boy with immense bravado and spirit, a boy with a bloodline that made his soul shiver, a boy with a strange yet familiar scent emanating from his body. Right, if anyone wished to match him, they must at least be at this level. Turning back to the butler, he spoke once more. Sebastian, I have a task I want you to execute. Even if it fails, I will not fault you. Consider it a simple test, if you please. Find out whether this boy is a worthy opponent for Dante or just another ant that needs to be crushed. Sebastian bowed his head without a second thought and replied enthusiastically, As you command, master. The young master could kill these mere generals with a single slap. What does the master see in that boy? The butler wondered as he looked at Damien. He was ordered to test the boy, but clearly, these lesser generals weren't enough to do so. If I'm to judge whether he is worthy of the young master's attention or not, shouldn't I test him myself? The butler smiled with a hint of mania as he stared up into the battlefield. To bring out one's full potential, one must first endure unspeakable torture, was it? Master truly has a way with words. With that thought, he made his decision. Though, it was better to say that he let go of his restraints. Master, forgive me if I kill him. If he dies, it just means he was too weak to face the young master anyway. The butler's body disappeared, time seemed to freeze, and then, the air for several thousand kilometers exploded. Damien only felt a sudden breeze pass by his face before the world flipped. He didn't even register the pain in his face until he'd shot backwards several hundred kilometers, NNGH. He groaned, realizing that he couldn't properly formulate words. Before he could even regain his senses, bang, crack, his body finally crashed into a rock several thousand kilometers away from the main battlefield. His spine cracked on impact, FMGHK. Damien failed his attempt to curse from the pain. Soon after, his body fell out of the rock indent he'd created and fell to the ground. Crack. Snap. The sound of Damien's bones rearranging and fitting back into place was especially jarring in the silence this far away from the battlefield. His face was a mess. His jaw was hanging loose and his skull was fractured in several places. It was a miracle that his brain didn't take much damage. After his spine returned to one piece, Damien stood up and grabbed his face, snapping it up into its rightful place. Fuck. I can finally talk again. You know, I'm all for appreciating culture, but I can't appreciate a culture where a punch to the face is your greeting. He massaged his jaw casually as he shot a glare into the sky. There, a figure stepped out of the rippling space and appeared. Oh my, well, I dearly apologize if I caused you any fright. As you said, this is how we greet people in our culture, so it can't be helped, correct? TCH, I didn't know being a Nox meant having no friends. What's the point of all that power if you're going to live a lame-ass life of servitude anyway? Ho, you may insult me as you wish, but please do not direct any ire towards my dear master, and if I do, would you like to experience the answer to that question? The butler's eyes turned cold and his aura flared outward. Space shattered, unable to endure its pressure. I only wished to play a bit when I dragged you out here. I suggest you do not force me to be serious. Damien smiled a cocky smile. He smiled as if everything in the world was below him, ants for him to crush as he pleased. I should be the one saying that to you, cuck emperor's dog. You know, the same way I was talking to your bitch-ass emperor's wife last night, you, Your master is the Saint Emperor. So your young master must be the Saint King, right? It's crazy how I'm going to single-handedly curb-stomp 2 generations of the same family line in the coming few years. Damien almost cackled from the pleasure of insulting someone with such childishness. Who cared? Sophistry was meant for humans, meant for denizens of the civilized universe. It wasn't a tool that scummy barbarians like the Nox should be allowed to use, right? Everything belongs to us. For the ones who try to destroy it, no mercy, no negotiation, no courtesy. Life is too short to be the bigger person. Damien thought it with a smile on his face as he revolved his mana carefully, in the almost infinitely slowed time that Damien perceived. He was able to clearly see how the box butler's face went from red to black. He could clearly see how the aura around the butler's body became laced with killing intent, and he could clearly see as the butler shot himself through the air like a comet, intent on slaughtering Damien with a single strike. Chapter 745 Life and Death 1. Sebastian's rapid figure appeared before Damien's eyes in a mere instant. Boom. 2 fists collided and split the air. The earth cracked and shattered to pieces, creating a massive crater. Space trembled at the might of the collision, yet the 2 beings who created such force were unmoved. Oh, not bad for a human. Sebastian, the Nox butler, commented with a grin. Yeah, and you're not bad for a scummy invader. Damien pushed his fist forward with a burst of mana as he shouted his reply. His left arm moved like a piston, shooting a punch into Sebastian's stomach before the latter could react, or at least, that was the goal. Bang! A dull sound rang out as Sebastian caught Damien's fist. Has the rush of battle made you forget our strength difference? How ignorant. Yeah, that's my bad. Damien grinned and moved his right arm, sliding it across Sebastian's arm to parry his motion while simultaneously materializing an object in his hand. Freya's silver sheen reflected Sebastian's face as it fired off tens of rounds in a single instant. With Freya's immense speed, Sebastian truly wasn't given a chance to counter. Bang! 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 Sebastian's body was covered in a spatial explosion. Damien immediately teleported away and took Mirage into his free hand, mentally preparing himself. He isn't trying to kill me. Damien could at least surmise this much from their first clash. The reason he used his fist instead of a weapon was to test this theory of his. In the worst-case scenario, his arm would have exploded, but that was merely a necessary risk. In exchange for his gamble, he was able to understand a portion of his enemy's intentions. His killing intent is superficial. I can only tell because of the all-seeing eyes. Even my survival sense couldn't interpret his killing intent properly. The explosion began to clear up. From within, Sebastian's unharmed figure emerged. So you aren't a mere dullard as I originally assumed. Were you gauging me? Did you find anything worthwhile with your attempt at this and that? Damien shrugged and took a battle stance. That Saint Emperor bastard, I fucking hate that sadistic bastard. He shot forward like an arrow. Mirage swung through the air in a beautiful arc, marking the beginning of Damien's offensive. Mirage's sword techniques drew mystical patterns in the sky. A flower of spatial distortion was formed in the air as Damien pressed Sebastian harder and harder. The butler continued his nonchalant act, however, and blocked every attack with a calm look on his face. Damien's eyes hardened. Freya vanished from his left hand. Void sword art fourth form, spatial collapse. Damien slammed Mirage downward, shattering space at its very roots and forcing the creation of a black hole. Sebastian was naturally trapped in the middle. He gazed around the total blackness of his surroundings with interest. Tapping the air, he found that the flow of his mana wasn't nearly as stable as usual. Even his internal systems were being somewhat influenced by the space. This human has some tricks up his sleeve. The butler thought to himself, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Sebastian tapped his fingers through the air, creating a spiderweb of inky black mana. The second he pulled on one of the mana strings, his force was transferred to all the others, creating a resonance that immediately shattered Damien's spatial phenomenon. 7 stars encircling the moon, a bright white light too close to be natural appeared in front of Sebastian's face the second the spatial phenomenon shattered. Chaotic mana flowed together and bloomed into a beautiful disharmonic explosion that swallowed all things. Sebastian's body shot through the air and crashed into the ground, deepening the already chasm-like crater that had been formed by the force of their continuous impacts. Damien's eyes tracked his every movement like a hawk. In this battle, he couldn't allow Sebastian even a single spark of an instant to counterattack. His body turned into a comet as he trailed Sebastian's path. His speed continuously increased, gravity multiplying countless times around him to amplify his speed. Void sword art 6th form, Worldbreaker, Shio, an unhindered Worldbreaker, the first of its kind. It lived up to its name perfectly. from the point of impact where Sebastian was, the ground collapsed in a fan-like pattern stretching out over the horizon. Rushing winds like hurricanes could be heard from below, signs of the various terrifying spatial storms and cracks that formed due to the pressure of the impact. Even after Damien's original attack lost power, these naturally formed phenomena would continue devouring the Earth until they were full. The continent nicknamed the Vineyard was only a little less than 100,000 kilometers across, and Worldbreaker turned almost half of its area into a wasteland lacking in any of the harrowing plant species that forced people to avoid it for so long. As for the other half, it was currently in the process of collapsing entirely due to the main battlefield's expanding presence. It was truly a scene like world destruction, but was that enough? Damien didn't even halt to appreciate the tens of thousands of kilometers of land he'd just wasted. Stagnant reality, dimension shift, void sword art fifth form, dimensional severance, spacetime severance. Damien cut the world in half with everything he had. Spacetime, the dimension, and even reality to an extent were torn to shreds by the immensity of his power. Accompanying this destruction was the expansion of the spacetime river domain. With its help, not only was the surrounding destruction amplified immensely, but it was also contained within the domain's range so as to concentrate the attack's power onto Sebastian alone. The environment once again suffered immensely. Sebastian's body floated limply in the air within an isolated spatial phenomenon, the Earth around him vanquished to totality. That should have done something, right? Damien thought as he wiped the blood flowing from his lips. Were you perhaps thinking that you could injure me with that attack? A voice whispered into his ear. Before Damien could turn around, he felt a force strike his head with power that felt like a direct impact from a tank round. Cook! Damien's body shot back, blood leaking from his mouth, his skull almost shattered from that hit alone. The spacetime river domain, Damien's powerful body, nothing could protect him from Sebastian's immense power. If that was your thought, then you'd be pleased to know that you were correct. You have indeed accomplished something outside of my expectations. Sebastian's figure appeared a few meters away. There was a deep gash running down the side of his face, apparently refusing to close even with his healing factor. This gash was only one of many. The butler's signature suit was drenched in its owner's blood. However, Sebastian didn't seem bothered by it. Instead, he smiled wider than ever. His disgustingly black aura permeated the atmosphere and mimicked his expressions. Since you showed me something so interesting, I should reward you as well. Today, I'll allow you to witness the techniques of this humble butler. He disappeared into the wind with a deranged smile on his face, and all Damien could remember about what came after. Was Pain, Chapter 746 Life and Death, 2, Bang. Bang. Bang! Sebastian's movements were untraceable even with all-seeing eyes. Boom! Damien only felt the pain of impact after Sebastian had already moved on to a new attack. He moved Mirage in a desperate attempt to block. He used Freya and Hell to try and buy himself space. He even tried to outright teleport away, but Sebastian always managed to stop him. It wasn't just a matter of power, but also precision. Using the special corrosive trait of his mana, Sebastian was able to shatter Damien's connection with his mana, effectively cutting off its activation entirely. Under these conditions, Damien could do nothing but take the beating. His body collapsed multiple times, remaining functioning due to transcendent regeneration alone. Sebastian's every punch was like a nuclear bomb, and when mana was involved in those punches, they became planetary destroyers. Damien took the force of the punches with a straight face only because of all the pain he'd experienced so far in life. If it wasn't for the powerful body and healing factor he gained through Devour, he would have died 10 times over by now. The only respite Damien had was Void Mana's special property to Devour. With this, his mana fought back against the corrosion, which allowed him to occasionally defend, even if his power was somewhat weakened. Do you think that's enough? Sebastian thought smilingly. Inky black mana covered his skin like armor, heavenly god armor, ballistic form. The inspiration for this technique actually came from you humans, so I truly do need to thank your race. The heavenly god armor morphed away from its original appearance and changed into something akin to a mech titan, an array, a plethora, a true myriad of weapons emerged from within the mech titan's body. Bang. 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 Bang, boom, shio. Shio. Xiu, the cacophony of sound formed by the combined attack of those weapons was soul-tearing. As for the damage, Damien's body shot through the air with so much force that he truly turned into a meteor, completely exiting the world's atmosphere. Sebastian bent his knees and shot upwards in chase. The two soon arrived in the vast starry sky, a stage for them and them alone. Now that we've moved here, you can also show your full potential, no? If you don't, you'll truly die, you know, so you really were testing me, you dog bastard, whoa whoa whoa. Attested may be, however, Master has given me full control over this operation. Do you know what that means? That you'll kill me because I told your young master to suck my dick. You are a human who truly knows how to test others' patience. Did I not beat it into that thick skull of yours yet? Sebastian's figure vanished. Damien suddenly felt a hand on his face. Stop the cocky act if you don't want to die. Boom! A burst of inky black mana collided with Damien's face at point-blank range. The terrifying black emission was like a jet engine, completely enveloping Damien's upper body in its flames. Fuck. Damien roared inwardly, his face was truly burning off. His body was going to be charred to a crisp anytime soon. Transcendent regeneration can't keep up with the rate of damage. I need to escape his grasp. His body was trying its best, but in the end, he was still in the early stages of 4th class. Even with his insane stats, he couldn't match someone at Sebastian's level at all. In that moment of desperation, a moment that came without warning, Damien's mind suddenly became tranquil. A certain prison in his spiritual world that had remained dormant for many years suddenly shone with light. Reality slowed to a crawl. The pain in Damien's body became distant. His mind functioned at a speed unlike ever before. As he began to plan ways to escape his current predicament, he realized something: he had never been so close to death. This wasn't a statement alluding to his mortality at all, however, as there were plenty of times throughout his life when he'd quite literally been a half step through death's doors. Rather, it was a matter of spirituality, discounting his near-death state, his life that was hanging on by a thread purely due to transcendent regeneration. The Nox's inherent mana was a strange variant of death mana as well. Facing a Nox of Sebastian's level inevitably meant existing in an environment overflowing with deathly energy. Mentally, Damien felt more connected with death than ever before. He felt like if he pried a little harder, he'd be able to understand the nuances behind the concept, and along with that, within Damien's body, a strange interaction was taking place. A greenish-white mana and a harrowing black mana met within his mana heart and intertwined, interacting as if they were long-lost siblings. It was the interaction of life and death, something changing. Damien didn't understand what was happening to his body at all. But he did know one thing: the longer I can prolong this battle, the stronger I can get. The interaction between life and death in his body was being fueled by life laws siphoned from the heal trait and death laws from Sebastian himself. Life laws were overflowing in Damien's body not only because of heal, but also because of his very own transcendent regeneration skill. The only lacking ingredient was death laws. Death laws that Damien could harvest in bulk as long as he could survive against Sebastian's strikes. Battle is the best course of action. The process taking place within my body is good for me, anyway. I can feel it strengthening me with every passing second. There was nothing to fear, there was no reason to hesitate. Damien, who had been forced into a passive position previously, ignored the consequences of his actions and completely shattered the flow of battle. RGH, Damien cried out in pain as Sebastian's mana slammed into his body and madly burned him. Blood sprayed from his pores and his mouth. But he was prepared for this. For power, any amount of pain just needed to be endured. Damien used the opening created by his extremely sudden shift in strategy. He opened his mouth wide and roared as loud as he could. A black beam of dragon's breath exited his throat and impacted Sebastian's hand with an immense force, at the same point-blank range he'd struck Damien moments prior. Sebastian's grip loosened due to the sudden pain. Damien didn't miss his chance. Using dragon's breath as a counterforce, he wildly tumbled away from Sebastian's body. He flew several kilometers before finally stopping. Transcendent regeneration healed his body before he even regained his balance. He stared at the distant Sebastian with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Reddish-black sparks populated his aura like fireworks. Black scales and bloody runic patterns modified his body into that of a monster's, and he charged with only a single thought in mind: this is a new path to strength, everything he'd been chasing for so long, and the goal he still chased to this day. To one day stand at the peak of existence and overlook all things. He'd been stagnating recently. Despite his focus being on something as esoteric as spacetime itself, he felt a roadblock unlike anything he'd ever faced before. In simple terms, something felt missing. Though he didn't know what was happening inside his body, Damien could clearly feel the emptiness in his soul slowly filling. This was the missing piece, or at least, a part of it, and Damien wouldn't allow Sebastian to leave until he understood it completely. Chapter 747 Life and Death. 3. Time ticked by Eden. unbearably slow pace, Damien's perception of the concept lessened as it continued flowing. With all his attention focused on withstanding Sebastian's attacks. He didn't have any awareness to spare for time. After all, he couldn't just dodge or block. He couldn't perform in such a way that forced the battle's momentum in his favor. At this moment, he needed to get hit. Constantly, Mirage moved like a twisting serpent through Sebastian's never-ending barrage of punches. Its beautiful semi-translucent blade glinted with blood as it moved, creating a fierce and ethereal image. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Sebastian's seemingly simple punches seemed to contain some sort of mysticism that Damien couldn't identify. They were constraining, they didn't seem supported by technique or skill. Instead, they were backed by raw physical strength and mana. There's a mysterious law hidden within his mana. Damien realized it as he devoured Sebastian's death laws and used them to fuel the strange process taking place in his own body. I've always known Nox mana as a variant, but could I have been wrong? The laws entering Damien's body were undoubtedly death laws, so the Nox's connection with death wasn't false. However, what if that was only a single facet of their mana? It's possible. His fists seemed to be powered by wind in space. And maybe something else too. No matter how conceptual you get, you can't use death laws to completely mimic the powers of another law. Damien's assumption about the laws Sebastian used was merely his own. But he was sure about the latter half of his thoughts. He stayed within Sebastian's attack range with immaculate precision. His body didn't go unscathed, but the new protection of his demon dragon form allowed him to resist without being pushed back by the butler's sheer pressure. Still, this is way harder than I thought. More than his body, it was Damien's mind that felt immense strain from the current battle situation. His body could move instinctually to react as best as possible, but his eyes had to track Sebastian's movements and move in synchronicity to perfectly take enough damage to aid his growth. Without breaking his body, his brain felt like it wanted to break out of his skull. His spiritual world was trembling at the mere level of focus he needed to show at this moment, but Damien wasn't fazed. He threw any unnecessary feelings like pain and hesitation away into the mind prison. The only thing left for him was rational thought and a portion of his emotion. After all, the isolation of all emotions could lead to mistakes caused by ruthlessness that didn't fit Damien's personal code. Nevertheless, his control over his spiritual world allowed him to enter a perfect battle state that he'd never achieved before. It allowed him to battle someone immensely stronger than him without dying. Even if he could never take initiative, this alone was enough to show his power. However, it's not enough. Damien could clearly feel his body changing. Something within him was pulsating with the desire to bloom. With every second, he became just a little bit stronger. His power became a little bit more consolidated. Within Damien's mana heart, a small seed was slowly being born. It was pure white on one half and the darkest of black on the other. It rooted itself in the mana heart and became one with its form. Damien could tell instinctually, when that seed finally finished blooming, he would finally be able to stand up against Sebastian. Back on the main battlefield, the situation only continued to deteriorate. Damien was a force akin to thousands of men. To the Stargazer squad, he was a major part of their fighting force. That wasn't to say they were helpless alone, but the situation simply didn't favor them at all. There were around 1,000 higher Nox remaining. The only reason the group wasn't dead was that these Nox didn't take them seriously. They watched with smiles as their fellow comrades died. They even cheered occasionally, placing bets on the ongoing battles, and when one died, another would come. Sometimes, they'd come 2 or 3 at a time, putting immense pressure on the Stargazer squad. But where would the entertainment come from if the geniuses died? The Nox might have been barbaric in their goals and emotions. But the higher Nox did indeed possess intelligence. They were also beings who craved entertainment. When their belligerence was paired with this trait, a scene like the current one became infinitely common. Down on the ground, Zara slashed her arm through her opponent, killing him instantly. As his body bisected into 2 halves and melted onto the ground, she found 2 more coming her way. At this rate, it'll never end. Zara's eyes narrowed. These higher Nox loved to talk before they fought, so she knew she'd have some time to think. Damien is gone. He was dragged away by the butler. She didn't see it personally, but the aftershocks of their collision were too ferocious for her to not notice. After all, over half of the continent was gone. It wouldn't be long until the main battlefield was also forced to shift into the air. If the butler is gone, is there a need to be careful? A glint of killing intent appeared in her eyes. The reason she refrained from doing anything flashy was to avoid the butler's attention. If he entered the battle, their loss was a guarantee. However, since the butler was no longer present, did she have to hold back? Even if she couldn't kill the higher Nox like flies, she could get rid of the entire swarm that followed them with general quickness. but how will they react? Zara thought as she glanced up at the rows and rows of higher knocks relaxing in the skies. Even if she caused world-scale damage, these higher knocks would survive due to their defensive abilities. Essentially, it was impossible for her to avoid them or take them out quickly. She didn't know which decision to make. On one hand, she could allow the current situation to continue, which could possibly lead to an eventual win, but had a higher chance of leading to their slow deaths. On the other hand, she could let loose and ignore any restrictions she'd placed on herself, killing as she pleased. This option would free Tyler and the rest of the squad's hands, which would allow them to work together and increase their killing efficiency. However, this option would likely lead to a siege by a number of higher knocks they couldn't handle. But if they could, Zara affirmed her resolve. In times like this, she was never able to make a decision. She was still learning how to do so, but that's why she had a solution prepared for this exact situation. The person she idolized, what would he do? Right, he would act without care and bulldoze his way through everything. Zara's eyes ignited with proverbial flames. She was a beast too, was she not? Then it was finally time for her to start acting like one. With the sound of crackling bones, Zara's body began to change, and Calypto was taught what it felt like to be despised by a world-eating wolf. Chapter 748 Life and Death. 4. Zara's form expanded until a massive wolf with a body spanning countless thousands of kilometers appeared in the sky. Its beautiful fallen angel-like wings flapped, causing immense gusts of air that shook the world itself. Back in her original form, Zara moved like a beast. She jumped into the crowd of lesser knocks immediately. The impact of her paws touching the ground alone was enough to kill thousands of them. Oh whoa, she raised her head into the air and let out a fierce howl. As the sound waves spread and burst the eardrums of anyone too close, a massive curtain of blackness draped from Zara's wings and fell to the ground. Crash! The curtain exploded into the ground and rose into a tidal wave that eclipsed the sky. Every lesser nox that was caught in it instantly died and became a part of the curtain. Their essence and blood were devoured by Zara, empowering her and easing the headache she'd been feeling for a very long time. Blood, cries, loneliness, she could almost feel that strange man's feelings and experiences. She could almost feel the complete set of memories she was in the process of gaining, but just a few lesser knocks wasn't enough. Roar! Zara roared with vigor and stamped her legs against the ground. Spiked shadows rose from the ground and impaled anyone they came across. The sky turned black and a rain of shadow arrows fell into the army as well, showering them with attacks from above and below. Countless knocks died. Tens of thousands turned into hundreds of thousands in mere seconds. By the time the higher knocks comprehended what was happening, Zara had already taken out a major portion of their army. Over 1 million lesser knocks died just like that. After all, while Zara's ability to utilize techniques faded in her beast form, her power and natural instinct for movement was heightened immensely. Without even needing techniques, she could use her affinities as efficiently as possible. It was for the same reason why she didn't use ice in her attack. Currently, what she needed wasn't just to kill the knocks, but to absorb them as well. Her barrage ended within 10 seconds. By its end, over 2 million lesser knocks had died. The army that once extended into the horizon was essentially halved. Zara's form changed back into a human immediately after she finished her barrage. At the moment, the entire horde of higher knocks was shooting towards her position. As expected, Zara's body turned into an amalgamation of shadow. She didn't have an ounce of hesitation as she met the crowd head-on. Immediately, she submerged herself within and took the role of an assassin. She was silent, she was hidden, and she was deadly. While she didn't strike often, the strikes she did take severely injured those she targeted. Coward, catcher, I'll punish you like a bitch tonight. Crack. The higher knocks who spoke last found his spine immediately shattered by a passing shadow. The higher knocks were incredibly vexed by her behavior. With a crowd so big, fighting one person had both advantages and disadvantages, especially when the single person in question was skilled in concealment. It would be an uphill battle for both sides. Zara was able to cause immense confusion within the crowd and make them unable to aim their attacks properly. She was able to draw the entire horde of 1,000 higher knocks' attention onto her, making them completely ignore the rest of the Stargazer squad. And though those three geniuses were relatively new to battle like this, they'd worked with Zara and Damien enough to understand their personalities and intents. Damien was wild and domineering. When he was in command, they'd likely use sheer power as a basis for their strategies. And while Zara was someone who behaviorally mirrored Damien in some cases, her approach to battle was often different. She was someone who waited for the perfect opportunity and utilized it to strike a single, extremely fatal blow to her enemy, with her acting as a beautiful diversion in this case. The fatal blow would obviously be left to them. Tyler looked back at Ash and Synth. Seeing their smiling faces, he grinned. If they'd won this level of trust from their seniors, they were clearly doing something right. The group took their positions in a triangular formation. However, unlike their usual strategy, Ash stood in the back, Tyler stood in the middle, and Synth took the lead. A floating mechanical ball appeared in the air, hovering next to Synth's head. Illusion force field, activate, the ball whirred to life, and with a few flashes of blue, it covered the group in a small dome-shaped barrier. While it only looked like such on the inside, their presence had actually completely vanished from the battlefield. The outside of the barrier was a real-time reflection of the surroundings that even fluctuated realistically when waves of aura passed over it. It's not as good as the vice captain's concealment, but it'll be enough in a situation where the enemy is preoccupied, Synth said, flashing a peace sign. It's more than enough, Tyler responded. Then, let's go. The three began to run and approach the battlefield. They looked up into the air from below, watching how the battle panned out. The vice captain is truly terrifying, Tyler muttered. He feared Damien, sure, but after interacting with him, Tyler realized that Damien was extremely accommodating towards humans. The act he showed against his enemies wasn't anywhere near how he treated his allies, but Zara was different. Zara's ruthlessness was cold and sinister. Whenever he saw how mechanically she was able to move her body and kill, he was almost reminded of the Nox's belligerence. What am I thinking? Tyler shook off the thought and returned his attention to the battlefield. Zara's strategy was still successful at the moment as the higher Nox scurried around in the air to catch her, but it wouldn't last forever. Eventually they'll get tired of this cat and mouse and decide to approach her assault with a more practical counter. Zara's main weapon in the current instance was confusion. The second she lost it, the efficiency she possessed would vanish, so we have to move before that happens. Tyler's eyes narrowed. At most, they could trail Zara and finish the Nox she fatally wounded, but what else could they do? We're too weak. Tyler sighed inwardly. Even if we split up and take the Nox individua, am I stupid? Tyler nearly smacked himself across his face to sober up. Right, they couldn't do anything individually. Even if they used their impeccable teamwork, they wouldn't be of much help. However, what if their power itself was combined? The indestructible body of a berserker and the variety of elemental powers and physical boosts of a contractor supported by the flexibility and adaptability of a mechanist. Just what kind of monster would that be? Tyler's mind whirred to life. Infinite possibilities swam through his head. Like fish within a river of temptation, each and every one provoked his interest. However, he could only choose one, the perfect strategy, the strategy that'd allow them to get out of this scenario without getting too deeply injured. Doesn't exist. If they were going to do this, they were going to sacrifice more than they'd ever expected. Their mana was already running low. With Damien occupied by the butler, they didn't have any way to rapidly replenish themselves. This would be a last-ditch attack. Perhaps they could barely defend themselves after taking a few pills afterwards, but that would be the extent of their continued contribution. However, the alternative is death. Before the battle started, support was estimated to arrive in an hour at the earliest. At this point, it had only been 30 minutes. Tyler's eyes burned with determination, and he made his decision. Chapter 749 Black Ink 1. Let's do it. I don't believe that our combined strength can't bring at least some change to this battle. As Tyler made his decision, the rumbling earth below finally lost its structure. Rumble, large cracks split across the ground as it shattered into an exponentially increasing number of pieces. The ocean surrounding the continent began to flood inward. Yet another powerful fluctuation spread from the distance. A single clash between Damien and Sebastian was enough to destroy half of the continent and destabilize its entire structure, but the current battle had also reached a point where it did the same. With so much force, how could the continent endure? Its foundation was shattered. Hot magma spewed into the ocean, creating a reaction that massively impacted the atmosphere. Tsunamis raged deeper into the ocean, ash covered the skies, and throughout all this destruction, Tyler smiled. Perfect. It was something that would have happened eventually, but the timing couldn't have been more perfect. With the continent sinking and an underwater volcano erupting, the environment had been perfectly prepared. Let's go. Tyler straightened his body and used mana to increase his speed. He charged into the ocean like a fish on its last breath, followed by Synth and Ash. In the air, Zara's eyes glinted as she caught their actions. Bring them to the ocean? She smiled lightly. It was an interesting plan that she hadn't thought of. She didn't know what kind of advantages the rest of the squad had underwater, but the darkness of the ocean was extremely beneficial for her. 30 seconds, if they needed time to prepare, that was all she could give, and as if they could feel Zara's expectations, the three geniuses swam deeper into the ocean with dignified faces. Tyler exhaled to calm his mind. His fifth summon was one he rarely used. The summon rarely allowed him to borrow its power, and the necessary conditions to guarantee its cooperation were too strenuous. However, this situation was perfect. I still don't know what it is. And its effects always seem to be random. Tyler was hesitant about trusting his summon he didn't have a fully fleshed relationship with, but he knew for certain the level of power that his fifth summon possessed. I didn't choose it, it chose me. With a sigh, Tyler revolved his mana and activated his contract. You won't tell me your name, so this process is pretty annoying. Just come out already. Immediately, Tyler's body began to change. What the fuck? A rare curse slipped out of his mouth due to the absurdity of the situation. His body wasn't turning into another animal form, and he didn't feel many enhancements at all. Instead, he was being condensed into something metallic. How can this be called a summon? Tyler's rational mind almost combusted. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, and he couldn't explain anything about his current predicament with what he knew about his power. However, Tyler's thoughts didn't change the fact that he continued to change, until he was a metallic metal ball floating in the air. A slew of information flowed into his mind. Flexible, armor parasite? Everything about his current form was explained to him through this mysterious flow of information. And when he finally understood the implications of his current form, is this even allowed? That was the only thought in his head. A giddy smile decorated his non-existent face. I don't know what this summon is, but I wish he'd show up more often. Tyler's globular body shot through the ocean until it arrived in front of Ash. Without hesitation, he charged into her chest. What? Synth exclaimed, but before she could say anything, the black glob suddenly expanded and covered Ash's body. A suit of threatening black armor donned her. Calling the armor would be an insult to its brutality. Ash, Synth, can you hear me? A voice transmission appeared in the two's minds, leading them to simultaneously nod. Good. As I've just learned, this form is a parasite of sorts, but different from the ones we've been destroying. Currently, my body has been connected to Ash's mana circuits. As long as we are connected, I'll be able to use her abilities and she'll be able to use mine. The duo's eyes widened at the revelation. If Tyler could use Ash's power, he could become a nigh-invincible armor. And if Ash could use Tyler's power, she could exponentially increase her own. As for the problem with Ash using an ability she had no affinity with, since Tyler could utilize Ash's mana circuits, he could easily help her control the fusion so she could display its full potential. Now, for the final touch, Synth grinned. It's my turn now? If you guys are going hard, then I guess I'll have to do the same. Synth's surroundings immediately became filled with technology of various shapes and sizes. Their use is unknown, just stand there and let me overgear you like crazy. And, don't worry about learning what everything does and controlling it. I can do that remotely while supporting you. The three smirked together. It was a level of teamwork far surpassing anything they'd tried before, something they could only pull off due to circumstance. But would it be difficult for them? They were comrades who'd been through hell and high water together. They were each other's support pillars and most trusted allies. Even if they were to die here, they'd do it together. It didn't take long for Synth to cover the armor with her gadgets. When the two factors combined, Ash truly looked like a Titan sentinel who guarded the universe. Is it about time? Accompanying Tyler's thought was a massive explosion on the ocean's surface. A muffled scream rang out. An explosion of ink dyed the ocean's surface black. The man's eyes widened. The ink overtook his body and flowed down his throat, disallowing him from rejecting his embrace. His lungs collapsed, he was suffocating. His eyes widened to the point where they almost burst, until they finally did. The man's head exploded violently into a pool of ink, but it was devoured by the massive splatter in the sea the instant it transformed. How dare you? Why can you use that power? Various shouts emerged from the distance as more and more figures plunged into the ocean depths. Within a few seconds, a little upward of 900 higher Nox stood in a circular formation within the waters. In the center of their formation was a single woman, a woman surrounded by a sea of black ink. Her golden eyes glinted with bloodthirst as she looked at her enemies. Who are you to ask for my name? I am dead. A pair of golden eyes covered the man's entire field of vision. Zara appeared in front of him before he could even register what was happening. Her arm snapped out like a whip and clutched his neck, digging into it with her claws. The sea of black ink behind her moved on command, swallowing the man and slowly killing him as it did the man before. Zara stood like a predator looking down on her prey and swept her gaze around the remaining higher Nox. As for Tyler and the rest who stood below, they were utterly flabbergasted. Weren't things supposed to be direr? What were they supposed to do in this situation? Chapter 750 Black Ink, 30 seconds. Zara's mind raced rapidly. She could instinctually feel that if there wasn't a change in the situation soon, her strategy would quickly fall apart, but she had to buy 30 seconds for her juniors. Since she'd entrusted them in being the change this situation needed, she could only allow them to shine when they were ready. Until then, Zara's body became semi-material, like a black shadow of death swirling through the skies. This form was far more conspicuous in normal circumstances. But with the Nox's black mana flying through the air, they could hardly pinpoint her location. The only way for them to see her would be to stop attacking completely, but wouldn't that just be asking for death? Don't hold back. Kill her. With the yell of one came the spirit of others. This massive group, if they couldn't even kill a single woman, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the whole universe? The atmospheric mana began to shift. The higher Nox weren't just going to throw attacks wantonly to avoid injuring each other, they were going to use genuinely destructive techniques. Zara could feel it clearly. As if she was connected to the mana through the ink she'd devoured. She could feel how it moved and twisted according to her enemy's wills. There's no place to dodge. Zara shifted to the right, avoiding a massive fist that charged towards her. Just as that happened, however, she found a brutal stake threatening to impale her from below. A dark phoenix swooped in from the sky and let out feathers like arrows, showering Zara's surroundings in hostile mana. The more she dodged, the more she realized there was nowhere to go. Shadow Dominion. Zara's domain spread tens of thousands of kilometers into the surroundings and enveloped the Nox within. While this couldn't stop them, it would at least allow Zara more control of the situation. With this control, she was able to become far more agile and sensitive to mana fluctuations. Every attack was within her sight, but not every movement of hers could match this new level of sight. Zara let out a rough exhale as her shoulder was impaled by an inky black spike. She saw it coming, but she couldn't dodge it. If she dodged, she would have been impaled through the chest by a different spike, which was far more inhibiting than a shoulder injury. Zara's eyes flashed with a piercing light. The shape of her domain began to change, becoming more fluid. This subconscious change took place silently, and with such thick blackness surrounding them, nobody noticed its presence. However, Zara could feel her state of mind wavering. Cruelty, brutality, ruthlessness. The more she fought, the more she devoured, the more this feeling grew. Despite feeling how dangerous it might be, she didn't fight it. If anything, this danger only meant she was getting closer to her origins. The fight continued. 10 seconds passed, and besides the injury on her shoulder, Zara wasn't touched once. 5 higher Nox died by her hands, and the domain continued to shrink into a more bulbous liquid form. 20 seconds passed. Zara's injuries worsened, but she fought as if they didn't exist. Her bodily functions weren't inhibited by her wounds in the slightest, almost like they never pierced past her flesh. 7 more Nox died under Zara's hands. Every time they fell, the waters below their feet would rise up and swallow them whole. It was a terrifying sight. Even though they far outnumbered her to the point where it was embarrassing, they still weren't able to kill her, and yet, she was killing them brutally and devouring them, something that they'd never seen happen without any side effects. At first, they wondered whether or not capturing Zara was a better idea than killing her, but in the end, she was a threat too dangerous to keep alive. As they fought more fiercely, Zara's eyes became bloodier and bloodier. Her killing intent materialized in the air and fused into the fluid domain. Empowering it, the domain moved around Zara like a scarf. The blackness flowed with the smoothness of water and the burning ferocity of fire. It held the infinite despair of death and the horrors of darkness. With this weapon in hand, Zara became a monster. Her claws were made for ripping apart flesh, and she used them as such. She flashed from one place to another, tearing apart any living organism she could find, and finally, 30 seconds passed. The ocean imploded from the pressure of their collision with it. Zara immediately killed the man in her hand when she finally arrived underwater. A cold rationality filled her head as the surrounding water calmed her emotions. It was an immediate change that didn't feel natural in any way. Who are you to ask for my name? I am dead. The higher Nox's death was instant. It wasn't anything like the struggle Zara put up every time she fought one of them previously. She turned her eyes and looked at each higher Nox surrounding her individually. Prey, these were her prey, and they were delicious prey that allowed her abilities to develop each time she ate one. Didn't she have permission to go wild? Wasn't she told to do anything she needed to do to solve the questions plaguing her mind? Didn't she have someone who could support her no matter what happened? Then not for what reason did she need to fear her current state? This thought was exactly what she wanted. flickers of a man's life appeared in her mind as she stood silently. Memories of a life she didn't know, a life unrelated to her. Yet, every time she saw a piece of this life, her heart ached with endless sorrow. She needed to know more, and the prey in front of her would allow her to do so. That was the last rational thought that surfaced in her chaotic mind. Her body leaned back, her arms spread to the side, and her eyes closed. The sea of ink exploded. Blackness spread through the already dark ocean and made it impossible to determine anything like direction or distance. In fact, the entire concept of space became negligible under this blackness influence. Movement? Even thinking about it felt like a joke under the disgusting stickiness. Zara's coldly gleaming gold eyes were like a beacon in the darkness. When she opened her eyes, when those eyes shone, mayhem and madness spread. The darkness spread like an incurable disease and infected the surroundings wholly. The more it grew, the more powerful Zara seemed to become, yet, she wasn't killing the higher Nox. She was slowly torturing them, taking away their sanity before she took their lives, because as long as they could think, they could fight. If they could fight, they could work together to destroy her suppression. Destroying their minds was the quickest and most efficient solution. And it was a solution Zara quite enjoyed. As Zara's torture continued, muffled screams resonated through the waters. It was gruesome to imagine what was happening to those men. However, time wasn't on their side. 35 minutes had passed. They only had to wait 25 more minutes for support, and a chance like this one wouldn't come again. The sadistic desire of a blood-crazed wolf was, unfortunately, ignored. Before she could fully enjoy herself, Being appeared from the depths, a colossal titan in a strange suit of armor. Charged straight into the blackness and exploded.